I crouched behind the brush, gripping my Swiss Army knife. Nothing around me matched any terrain I knew. No groomed trail, no drone survey marker flags, no crew-buried supply crates. The canopy overhead was absurdly high, the boughs gnarled like dragons, the bark furred thick with moss and lichen, the air heavy with rotting leaf litter and some cloying floral sweetness. Wet, dense, primeval. My last memory was the zip of a sleeping bag in a tent and the faint red blink of a night vision camera. I woke up here. A rustle. I held my breath, and a gray wolf put its head out of the brush. Not small, high shoulder blades, glossy coat, ribs faintly showing along the belly. It found me at once and didn't charge. It dropped its forelegs, flattened its ears back, and rolled out a low chain of growls from deep in its throat. I knew that posture. Wilderness courses called it the prelude to a wolf's hunt. I stood, flicked out the main blade. I couldn't run. Running made me pray. It sidestepped, circling to my left, holding its distance, then pawed the ground and leaned forward as if to spring. I slashed on reflex. It pulled back half a step. It was draining my strength on purpose. My back was already soaked. The Swiss knife's edge was a divine weapon in this age, but I'd have to hit something vital, or a non-killing blow would only get me mauled in the counter lunge, and an open wound would draw worse beasts. Lighter? Fire might cow it, but the fuel was finite, and a whistle split the air. A sharpened wooden spear shot from the dense wood on my right, fast enough that I saw only a streak, and ran the wolf clean through the chest, the momentum flinging it 2 meters back to pin it against an oak. It screamed short, legs jerking, blood fontaining, reddening the ferns. Figure stepped out from behind the brush, and I raised both hands on instinct, knife still in my grip, but turned blade inward to show I meant nothing. When the lead man came close, I saw them clearly. Clothes of hide, lashed in places with thin vine, hair matted with grime and grass bits, wooden spears, the vine bindings dark with some old red stain. No metal, no synthetics, no trace of industry. He was half a head shorter than me, but thick-armed, the cords standing out in his neck, and he stared a long while, his eyes sliding from my face to my waist and settling on the knife. No hostility in it, more the way you appraise the worth of a kill. Then he spoke, voice rough, in a guttural dialect I'd never learned and yet understood, eerily, word for word. Big tribe person? Your skin strange. He poked the fabric of my jacket. I got lost, I heard myself say, shaking. I don't know where this is. He frowned and traded looks with the others, 5 of them, all in hide, with spears or stone axes. One crouched over the dead wolf, pulled the spear free practiced, and smashed its skull with a rock against a feigned death lunge. Shia, the leader, named himself, knocking the spear butt on the ground. We're the Fire Tribe's hunting party. His eyes lingered on my boots. Where are you from? I didn't answer at once. I was looking past him at the vegetation. Some of it I knew. Ferns, broadleaf trees, a white bark like birches. But the sizes were wrong, too big, and that wolf was a size larger than a modern Eurasian gray, more like some Ice Age holdover. The thought hit cold. I'd crossed over, fallen into the past. Early Neolithic, or earlier, or a parallel world. The hide, the spears, the language structure, their bafflement at my clothes, all of it said so. As for why I could understand them, I tried to keep analyzing even through the fear. Parallel world, some shared logic of language, a cognition patch that came with the crossing. I'm from a tribe far away, I said. Shia turned and conferred low with his men. I caught a few words. Winter, food, shaman. Bring him back? A younger one said, reluctant. We didn't get much food. He's another mouth, and someone goes hungry. Winter's coming. Another said, rapping a stone axe haft on the earth. The chief says it may come cold early this year. Shia was quiet. Then, bring him. He looks like big tribe, maybe useful. He had them truss the wolf's limbs with vine and shoulder it, blood running down the hide, and wiped his face careless. Follow, he told me flat. The party moved with me boxed in the middle, spearmen front and back, walking a strange, zigzagging search, stopping now and then to crouch and listen. I copied them, minding the deadwood underfoot. The hunting was harder than I'd imagined. They tracked a deer, but the wind shifted and the herd flagged its tails and vanished over a ridge. They tried to ring a boar whose tusks were absurdly long. and it snapped a sapling and bolted, Shia's spear only grazing the hide of its hind leg. The sun slid west, 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I guessed, light slanting through the canopy gaps. My stomach was cramping. I'd not eaten since waking, only licked dew-off leaves. So I watched the plants as I walked, hunting anything edible, some umbellifer that might be wild celery, but the toxic and safe kinds are near impossible to tell apart. A shrub of red berries I couldn't name and didn't dare touch. Then I noticed a patch where the growth changed, sparse herbs, but a few upright stalks, pinnate leaves, pale purple flowers at the top. I slowed. Beside them the ground bulged faintly, the soil a shade darker, fine radial cracks in the surface, like something below had swelled and split the earth. My heart picked up. I crouched, brushed back the leaf layer, bared the soil, loose, with the marks of regular pushing up from within. Shia, I said, hoarse. The party was 10-odd meters on. He came back frowning, spear spinning a half-turn, impatient. A whole day empty-handed had everyone on edge. I pointed at the stalks, then the cracks, keeping my voice level. There's something edible underneath. He leaned in, scoffed, tore off a leaf and crushed it under my nose. A fierce bitter reek, like solanine. This is bitter leaf. Eat it, your belly hurts. He kicked at the stems. I shook my head. Not the leaf. Dig the soil. Eat the root underneath, I mimed. His sneer turned to doubt. He glanced at the sky, the sun near the western ridge, the light going fast. Apart from the wolf I'd drawn onto them, they'd caught nothing all day, and the old and the children back at the cave had been hungry a long time. It's getting dark, someone said, anxious. Shia stared at me 3 seconds, survival pressure outweighing his suspicion of a stranger. Dig, he said, planting his spear and clawing at the earth with both hands. The others joined without hesitation, no tools but sharpened sticks and stone flakes, the digging pitifully slow. I cut into the soil with the main blade, 10 times sharper than their tools, and opened a pit fast. What lay under wasn't a potato. Irregular, a string of egg-sized yellow-brown lumps studded with fine rootlets. I split one with the tip, milky white flesh, firm, a faint starchy smell, cut a small piece, ate it. Like raw chestnut, lightly sweet, no bitterness, and my stomach spasmed at the contact of food, the body's answer to too long a fast. It's edible, my voice cracked. This is edible, no poison. Shia took a piece, hesitated, chewed slow, wary, then confused. Then his eyes flew wide, and he grabbed another, cheeks bulging. Sweet. The first time I'd heard him raise his voice. This thing's sweet. It doesn't taste bitter. The others crowded in, hauling the grape cluster roots from the pit, some gnawing them raw, some cutting and sharing with stone flakes, hunger stripping all manners, hands black with dirt, mouths full of the white flesh. I dug another plant, the same heavy load below. This soil clearly suited it, the underground tubers probably running together in a sheet. Enough, if all dug out, to feed these 5 for 2 or 3 days. Earth beans, I said to Shia before I'd thought. He looked up, mouth full. His eyes changed now, something like awe in them. How did you know? He lowered his voice. Earth beans grow under bitter leaf. I couldn't explain botany. I learned it. A shaman's knowledge. I'd caught shaman in their muttering earlier. In a society like this, a shaman is the holder of knowledge and the one who speaks to the gods, an authority beyond the ordinary. His face went graver. He stood, wiped the white pulp from his mouth, and made a gesture, a small bow, right fist to left chest, ritual in it. You're a shaman's disciple? From a big tribe. I neither confirmed nor denied. I got lost, but I remember this knowledge. He spoke quickly to the others. I caught safe, tribe, shaman, and their attitude shifted plainly. The reluctant young one even unslung his hide cloak to drape on me, which I dodged politely. The reek of it was too much. Keep digging, Shia ordered, his authority back, but with a questioning note when he looked at me. Where should we dig? I told them, don't dig just one plant. Dig along the growth line, since tuber crops run connected underground. Don't cut too deep into the taproot, and it'll grow here again next year. The yield beat my estimate, at least 30 caddies of earth beans, bundled into hide. The last light died behind the ridge, and the wolf's carcass got shoved to second place. On the way back the mood shifted. The men talked low, the subject me. guessing what big tribe I'd come from. The distant Blackwater, or the legendary Heaven God tribe with its never-dying fire. Shia walked at my side, glancing over, something like hope in his eyes now. Winter was coming. Food meant survival, and a man who could find food meant the tribe's continuance. I eased a little, but I knew this was nowhere near safe yet. I needed more. The era, the geography, this tribe's situation. Full dark. We came out of the dense wood to an open river valley, firelight flickering far off, faint voices, the tribe's direction. Shia quickened, glanced back. We're here? The Fire Tribe. A belonging in his voice I didn't yet understand. The Fire Tribe sat on the river's north bank, where the bed curved inward into a hollowed cliff wall, a river flat just beyond the cave mouth that the rainy season would flood, steep earth slopes on either side dense with dead yellow thatch and brush. The air inside was foul, a fire burning deep in the cave, orange light flickering over the stone's grain. No one spoke. The chief, Shihua, sat on a flat stone by the fire, his place, worn smooth and dark by use. 30 this year, he looked past 40, sunken sockets, jutting cheekbones, skin baked brown by wind and smoke, hair bound back with a vine wound through with a few dry leaves, a custom of the dead shamans, said to keep one's thoughts from falling like leaves. The shaman had died 7 months back of a flux, 3 days after drinking the wrong plant's sap, curled by the fire unable to even speak, and had left no disciple, or rather hadn't had time to. The tribe had been 78. After his death, driven by other tribes into this strange country, only 40 remained. Then a clash with the Stone Axe tribe over game had left 2 men leg broken and immobile, and poisonous roots had taken 2 old people and 3 children. Today no one had eaten much. Huapi sat as she was left, a half-ground stone spearhead in her hands, her fingers trembling, not from cold, from hunger. She'd had only 2 mouthfuls of bark-boiled water today, her stomach clenching with a vomit-like spasm that brought nothing up. Shia won't get lost, Shihua said, hoarse, to himself, not her. She didn't answer. She knew he was comforting himself, but won't get lost and comes home safe in the dark are 2 different things. Wolves moved at night, and leopards, and a thing they called the night howl, some big cat. Maybe, never seen whole, only heard, like an infant crying. A baby wailed deep in the cave, turned to coughing, was muffled. A 17-year-old, Feng Yu, washed at the mouth. He should have been learning to track, but had turned his ankle last month. He could walk now, not run, and lay with his face out in the thickening dark, ears up. There's a sound, he said suddenly, and every motion in the cave stopped. Footsteps on the river flat's pebbles, many, jumbled, and a familiar voice, holding down excitement. They're back, Feng Yu cried, and the cave broke into a stir, women rising on the wall, old people shuffling forward, children boiling out of corners, eyes bright with firelight. Shihua strode to the mouth, all of them after him. On the flat, figures surfaced from the dark, Shia foremost, something heavy bundled in vine on his shoulder, the others behind likewise laden, their pace quick, near a trot, none of the dragging weight of empty-handed men. She was hard-eased, then tightened. No game. He saw it wasn't a beast on Shia's shoulder, but round vine-wrapped things, the others bundles the wrong shape for meat. Plants? Stones. Yet no anxiety in their faces. Shia was even grinning, smoke-yellowed teeth. Shia? Where's the game? Shihua called, a tremor in it he didn't notice. Shia dropped his bundle on the flat with a dull thud, straightened, wiped his face, and only then noticed the whole tribe gathered, every face turned up, every eye burning. Not with joy, with the worn look of forcing comfort over crushed hope. No game, Shia said, and added at once, but there's this. He undid the vine on a heap of dirt-caked yellow-brown tubers. Dead silence. Huapi pushed forward, pupils shrinking. Bitterleaf. She knew the leaf scraps on top, the plant that made you vomit. And her face went from hope to terror to fury. Shia, are you mad? This is bitterleaf. You'll kill us. It's not bitterleaf. He cut her off, louder, near rattling the pebbles. It's the fruit under the bitterleaf. It's edible. He tore one open with a nail, ate the white flesh, opened his mouth to show his tongue, no sign of poisoning. And this one, Linyi found it. He stepped aside, seating the figure behind him. He's a shaman's disciple. A big tribe shaman's disciple. Every gaze turned to the stranger. I stood at the edge of the firelight, in that strange hide with no fur and no seams, a hard shell on my feet of the same impossible material, a thing in my hand that flashed cold in the light. Not stone, like something only a god could forge. Whispers ran through the crowd like wind. Shihua said nothing, studying me with a near-greedy, near-despairing scrutiny. He saw my hands. No calluses, no cracks, nails trimmed neat. No hand that had ever worked or hunted. And my eyes. No hunger in them. None of the cornered animal look that winter beats into a man. Only a light that watched and weighed everything around it. The light both eased him and frightened him. Eased, because this truly wasn't an ordinary person. Frightened. Why had he come to the fire tribe? You can call me Shihua, chief of the fire tribe, he said, steadied, eyes fixed on me. Young. Too young. Not even 20 by the look. Linyi, I said. Then, after a beat, I'm lost. I can't get back. His throat moved. He looked back at the cave. Kuepi's hand on the spearhead, no longer clenched, her eyes on the earth beans on the flat like a drowner on driftwood. Fengyu in front, tilted by his bad ankle, but his back straighter than ever. Women with children, the babies no longer crying, small mouths open as if scenting the faint sweetness of the torn open beans. 35 people now, and winter coming. No shaman, not food enough, no goods to trade Blackwater for salt. The Stone Axe tribe ranging on the far side of the hills and bound to threaten them in time. Shihua turned back to me and went down on one knee. The fire tribe has no shaman. His voice low but carrying to every year. After ours left, we were driven here. We grow weaker. This winter, without a shaman, he didn't finish. Stay. He raised his head, firelight jumping in his sockets. Everyone will obey you, even if you ask for our lives. Dead silence. The tribe watched their chief abase himself, eyes reddening, low sobs starting. It felt unreal. I'd braced for some test, not for the man to beg me to be their shaman in that posture. But I understood. It wasn't generosity. It was a gamble, the whole tribe's future staked on a chance, because not to gamble was a settled end. And I didn't need a place. I had no cheat, no system, no chiming task prompts and rewards. A night alone in the wild? I'd already met a wolf. In a world without antibiotics, an infected cut could kill. No teammates, no gear. I might not last days. To be shaman meant a safe place, and command of their labor. Knowledge turned into survival. I'll stay, I said after a moment, quiet, and the flat went silent, then erupted into fierce cheering. People leaping, embracing, a child running on the pebbles and falling and crying then laughing again. Kuepi knelt and cupped a tuber to her forehead, lips moving as if to something unseen. I looked at them, these gaunt people with ribs plain under the hide, eyes burning with ecstasy, and sighed inwardly. Eat first, I said, trying to sound like a shaman's authority. Roast the earth beans through, roast the wolf too, the organs too, the ones who need it most. I'd meant the old and the children, but held it back. In the primitive age, the chief and the hunting men, their strength matters most. Survival outranks morality by far. The wolf's organs were brought to Shihua and me, heart and liver and a length of steaming gut on a broad leaf. Shihua bit into a piece of liver, half-raw blood running down his chin, and seeing me unmoving said, "You're the shaman, the best food is yours." I looked at the dark red organ, the rank reek, some indescribable foulness rising off it, my stomach lurching. I started to refuse, then caught the watching eyes, expectant and reverent. But I truly couldn't. Not squeamishness, a physical revulsion from deep in the throat. Wild organ meat could carry parasites, likely undercooked, 3 days to a fatal flux. I don't eat this. I refused more flatly than I'd meant, and pointed at the earth beans. My tribe, a shaman has rules. Some things may not be eaten, or it angers the gods. Shihua's chewing paused. He searched my queasy face, but the other thing won out. If I was a shaman's rules were the gods' rules. Give it to Shia. I pushed the leaf tray aside. He needs to eat more, to build his strength. Shia froze, took it as if receiving something more precious than food, and ate in great gulps, blood smearing half his face. I went to the fire, Turned an earth bean on 2 sticks at the flame's edge till the skin charred and cracked, the starchy sweetness steaming out, the flesh inside gone half translucent. I bit in, like cooked water chestnut, crisp going glutinous, denser, a little like potato, the faint sweetness of maltose freed by the amylase, magnified manyfold to a hunger-sharpened sense, every bite like tasting some treasure lost and found. I ate 3, half full, and noticed them watching, curious, wanting to copy. Eat them roasted, I smiled. Better than raw, and it fills you more. The skins crackled in the fire. I watched the warped shadows on the wall and understood that, in this wholly strange age, I'd become the fire tribe's shaman without quite meaning to. I sat at the fire's edge, charred earth bean skins on my knees, watching the food shared out. After the wolf's organs, Shia and the hunters each got bone-in meat and a fistful of earth beans. Then the tribe's other able-bodied men. Then those 2 leg-hurt or old to hunt. Plainly less, no complaint. Women came after. Huapi got 2 earth beans and a stub of wolf tailbone, gnawing the sinew off the meager meat while breaking an earth bean to give half to the girl beside her. The girls didn't queue. They stood at their mother's legs, faces up, like fledglings waiting to be fed. Last came the old and the smallest, a near-toothless old man working a softened earth bean skin against his gums, drool in his beard, eyes half shut, as if remembering something. The roasted beans dwindled visibly. The wolf was stripped to the bone, someone scraping the scraps from the joints with a flake. Without the earth beans I'd brought, tonight would have been crueler. I noticed the hollow bellies of several women, the nursing mother holding her baby, her front like 2 slack, empty skins. The sweetness filled the cave. Fengyu was first to exclaim around a mouthful of soft flesh. No bitter root, no mouthful of bark grit, but soft, sugar-rich natural food. Huapi ate slower, licking the charred skin, biting it to let the steam out, chewing each mouthful long as if to wring out every trace of sweet. The wolf meat roasted on another fire, fat dropping with a rank hiss, a reek that turned my stomach. I made myself watch it, my distaste the luxury of a man from a fed world. But I caught the other's eyes flicking to it, swallowing. Shia gnawing a rib, satisfied, and understood. Here, to want meat and not get it is the craving for it written in the genes, a rightful need. Yet I wasn't being precious. I couldn't force down a thing that would make me vomit and flux. Shihua watched me, his gaze sliding from my face to the earth bean in my hand, and murmured to Shia, who glanced at me with a queer mix of confusion and curiosity and murmured back. "Look at the shaman's face," Shihua said very low, but I was near enough to catch it. Like he ate something poisoned. What kind of tribe did he come from, that he doesn't even prize this food? I pretended not to hear. My face had given away too much, that uncoverable revulsion at the wolf meat, when in this world no one should be choosy. I put the last earth bean in my mouth, the air thick and hot, the smoke at my eyes, and leaned against the wall, eyelids heavy, and drifted off to the low murmur and chewing and a baby's sleep talk. What woke me was stone knocking stone. I jolted up, lost for a moment as to where I was. The cave mouth is dawnlight murky, but more primitive than any city smog, particled with burnt wood. Shia crouched nearby, grinding a spearhead, Fengyu beside him mending a tear in a hide bundle with vine. Awake! Shia looked up. The shaman needn't rise so early. It's cold out. I rubbed my eyes and stood, legs numb from a night against the wall, and went to the mouth into a knife-cold inflow of dawn, and stopped. The valley's trees were yellowing, leaves torn loose drifting to the pebbles. In the far brush the berries had shriveled to a dark purple rot. Winter was coming. I understood Shihua's eyes last night now, the desperate clutch at a last straw. In this world winter meant death and the cutting off of food. The fire tribe, driven here, had lost their hunting grounds and their shaman's knowledge, and were out of time. Shia. I turned, hoarse with the cold. Today I go out with you. He stopped, spear tip on the stone. The shaman needn't come hunting. Now we know there are earth beans under bitter leaf. We'll dig them. You rest in the cave. Not enough. I cut him off. Digging earth beans is nowhere near enough. Without new food you won't outlast winter. I went deep into the cave to Shihua, grinding a spearhead on a flat stone. I'm going out, I said plainly, to find more food, not only earth beans. He looked up, eyes sunk and heavy with weariness, and asked nothing more. Shia, you go with the shaman. Where he goes, you go. When he returns, you return. If he doesn't return, he paused. Don't you return either. We were 6, Shia, Fengyu, 3 more hunters, and me. Going up the valley along the river, the morning mist not yet burned off, the pebbles slick underfoot. I slowed the party plainly, stopping to part the roadside growth and check a leaf, a stem, a fruit. Shaman, shouldn't we go faster? Shia looked back, no displeasure in it. He remembered the order and how the earth beans had been found. I didn't answer. My attention was on a shrub, pinnate leaves, opposite, fine-toothed margins, a cluster of small red fruit at the top. I knew this, or might. In the modern world, some rose family wild fruit, rich in vitamin C, good for jam. But the leaves were a size larger than I remembered, the fruit darker, near purple-red, a variant, or a wholly different species. Not sure it's edible, I muttered, picking one. Hard flesh, no scent. Have to wait till we catch something alive to test the poison, and tucked it in my waist pouch. We went on, my frequent stops stretching a half-day's walk near to noon, but no one complained. Fengyu came last, clearing branches for me, and another man stood upwind when I checked plants, so my scent wouldn't spook game. They didn't know what the shaman sought, but they tried to help, and the trust moved me a little, since I wasn't any shaman. Only an agriculture student and outdoors hobbyist who'd watched too many documentaries and survival manuals. Ahead's where the bitter leaf's thick, Shia stopped low. A big patch, we never dared touch it before. A gentle slope, deep brown soil, loose and fertile, the leaf litter thicker than around, dozens of bitter leaves scattered on it, the leaves yellowing, but the tubers below should be at their fullest. I crouched, dug one with the knife. 7 or 8 earth beans hanging below, bigger than last night's, smoother. A good place, I said, the instinctive excitement of an AG student at good land. But I didn't order the digging. I stood, ears twitching, and caught what seemed running water. Is there a river near? Shia looked puzzled. The fire tribe's by the river. We came up it. I shook my head. A bigger river, the kind with lots of fish. His face changed. He pointed east, behind the hills. There's a big river there. We call it Roar Water. The current sounds like a beast roaring. Then warily. There are fish, but they jump about. You can't catch them. My eyes lit. I left the earth beans and gripped his arm. Take me now. He led me through the brush, over a low ridge, and there it was. The water flashing like broken silver, dense shrubs on both banks, a few water birds startling up and flapping to the far side. In the shadow of the shrub roots, fish moved in the shallows, an astonishing number, silver-gray backs flickering below the surface, tails stirring fine eddies, gathered in a back eddy where the current slowed, and the bottom held washed-down fruit and insects. I crouched, put my hand in the water, and broke into a real smile from somewhere deep. I need lots of vine, I told Shia fast, as much as you can get, and find me springy thin branches. They traded looks, but a morning's training had taught them. What the shaman wants, don't ask why, go get it. Fengyu ran back over the ridge for vine. 2 with him. Shia stayed, watching me cut and bend willow with the knife, crossing and weaving. Shaman, what is this? He finally broke. Why are you weaving a basket? It's a fish trap, I said, not looking up. It lets the fish swim in and not get out. His brow knotted into a lump. A funnel-mouthed thing of twig and vine. The logic of fish comes in beyond him. Fish were live, water's prey, a thing only the gods gave or took. How could one walk into a cage? Hours passed. Fengyu hauled back great bundles of vine, the others dragging thin branches. My fingers got cut, bleeding. I rinsed them in the river and kept weaving. The first trap was done. Ugly, the funnel mouth crooked, the gaps uneven, vine lashed at several points to force it firm. Will fish really go in? Fengyu pressed close, nose near the wall, dubious. Wait and see, I said, with no wish to explain. I needed time to build a food source enough to keep 35 people alive before winter came. I smashed some of their dug earth beans on the pebbles and packed the white flesh deep in the trap as bait, tied a long vine to the top, and flung it into the eddy. The splash scattered the fish, then they regathered. The second trap I set 10 paces upstream, at a natural stone channel scoured by the current where fish liked to run the wall. Now we wait, I said, sitting to rub my aching fingers. I wasn't idle waiting. I spotted tracks in the river mud, three-lobed, small, half an inch deep. Rabbit? Field rat? Following them, I found a patch of gnawed grass stubble and a few round black droppings, and thought of a useful tool: snares. I needed finer, tougher fiber cord, and found a tree whose bark peeled in strips, cut a long piece, and rubbed it in my hands. Come help, I told Fingyu, showing him how to roll bark fiber into rope. He learned fast, nimble-fingered, his hands not yet ruined by labor. The other two joined, the four of us rolling cord on the flat like some primitive workshop. With enough rope, I made snares, a loop on a slip knot, tied to a bent springy branch driven into the ground. The loop laid flat over an animal track and hidden with grass. I made four, spaced along the river flat to brush transition, each with crushed earth beans scattered beside it as bait. What's this catch? Shia watched the loop sway. Rabbits? Mice? Anything small that passes. Step in, the branch springs, they can't escape. His mouth opened slightly. His common sense protested. This wasn't hunting, it was some trick, near witchcraft to make prey kill itself. But he remembered the earth beans. Shaman, do these really work? He asked low, not finishing. I'd already turned to another problem, the efficiency of digging earth beans. Looking at the water-rounded pebbles, I flipped a larger one and found a river mussel shell beneath, ringed with growth lines, the edge sharp, the curve like a natural shovel. I bored 2 holes in its top with the knife, threaded vine, and lashed it to a straight stick, a mussel shell shovel. A test dig in the mud, not fast, but better than hands, and the edge bit into firmer soil. With a bigger shell and longer handle, a far better tool, the digging several times faster. Time to go back, I said, eyeing the westering sun. We'd spent too long at the river and dug little. Only a few plants Fengyu and another had pulled while waiting on the traps, under 10 caddies. On the way back the mood was subtle. Shia at my side glancing over, probing, expectant, an unvoiced worry in it. At the cave mouth the waiting crowd's faces went from hope to confusion. Too few earth beans, far less than yesterday, the tubers a pitiful heap. Shia? Why so little? Shia's eyes moved from the heap to my face to Shia's. Shia reported low. Shihua listened, expression unchanged, gaze past him to me. I was crouched grinding another shell's edge against a stone, vine round my fingers, trying to fix it into a shovel shape, absorbed, not noticing the chiefs watching. It's not enough food, someone said low. Winter's coming. The shaman's doing other things. Shia turned, his tone hardening. Shihua raised a hand to stop the brewing quarrel, came to me, looked at the half-made shell shovel, its shape clear, more efficient than a hand. What's this? A shovel, I said, not stopping. For digging earth beans, much faster than hands, and later for turning earth to plant things. Plant. Bury earth beans in the soil. I looked up into his eyes. Next year more earth beans grow here. His pupils shrank. He stood and turned to the crowd. The shaman is doing what a shaman does. No one spoke again. Night fell, and I didn't stop. By the fire, my shadow huge and warped on the wall, grinding shell on stone with a near-hypnotic rasp, lashing shell to handle, and shaving the half's edges smooth to fit the palm. The first true mussel shell shovel was done. I woke next dawn dull-headed, as if my skull were wrapped in wet cloth, the cave dim, the fire down to dark embers, the air thick with smoke and damp-hide reek, and the breath of 30-odd people. For a second my hand reached to turn a tap and wash my face, to pull a cold drink from a fridge, and closed on a rough, edged hardness instead. I looked at the crude shell shovel, blinked, gave a wry laugh, and sat up against the wall, my spine creaking complaint. People still slept. Huapi curled in a corner, Fengyu near the mouth, a leg sprawled out, vine round the bad ankle not yet healed. I stepped out quiet into the heavy mist over the valley, the cold biting, the air rust-tinged in the lungs, a shiver clearing the last of sleep. Shia was already at the mouth, spear on his shoulder, Fengyu and 3 hunters behind. Their spirits better than yesterday, the earth bean's fullness still in them, eyes no longer scattered. Let's go. I handed Shia the shell shovel. Try this today. He took it, swung it twice curious, the edge cutting an arc with a faint whoosh. looking from his hand to the curve as if unable to grasp how so fragile a thing could fight the earth. I didn't explain and headed for the ridge. On the way, Shia and Fengyu talked low, always about yesterday's traps, those near-childish loops of bark rope and springy branch. They couldn't grasp why a rabbit would step in, still less why fish would swim into that misshapen willow cage. Their confusion mixed with a primitive awe, as if I'd set out not tools, but charms only a shaman could understand. Shaman, those things, will there really be rabbits? Fengyu couldn't hold it in. You'll see when we get there, I said again. No explaining leverage and animal behavior. Here the catch was more persuasive than the principle. We reached the snare brush first. The first snare still set, the second sprung, its loop torn out of shape, claw marks and tufts of gray rabbit fur in the dirt, a shallow furrow kicked by hind feet. The rabbit had got loose at the last. It got away. Someone breathed sorry. But Shia's eyes lit. He crouched, touched the claw marks, sniffed the fur. It really works. This thing can really hold a rabbit. The others crowded, faces going from doubt to hot hope. If the first only just missed, then the rest? They hurried to the second. Before they neared it, Fengyu shouted, "There!" A gray-brown hare lay by the snare, neck twisted out of shape by the bark rope, tongue out, body stiff, strangled, struggling. The grass kicked flat all round, the snare knot unmoved. Shia reached for it, fingers trembling at the touch of fur, and looked up at me, full of awe. The third snare was empty, but the fourth shook them more. The rabbit was still alive, hung by a hind leg from the springy branch, whole body swinging, kicking desperately, a thin, near-despairing whine in its throat, the branch bouncing with it, the rope drawing tighter. They were stunned. Fengyu's mouth hung open. The three traded a worldview overturned blankness. To them, hunting was the chase, the contest of strength and speed. But here a rabbit had leapt into a loop and hung in midair, an eerie capture beyond all their experience. "Is this the god's knowledge?" one said, voice shaking. "Is it the shaman's magic?" said another. Shia said nothing. He gripped the live rabbit's nape, freed it, bound its limbs with vine, and carried it to me with a near-sacrificial gravity. "Take it to the river," I said, calm, as if all of it were expected, but I was relieved. In this lush, low-wariness country, the snares worked better than I'd hoped. The mood had wholly changed. If yesterday's earth being fined was a delight, today's proof of the traps was a near-fearful shock. They looked at my back now not with mere respect, but a deeper, worshipful gaze. The river mist was thicker than the valleys, but I could see the trap outlines bobbing in the eddy. I waded over, cold to the ankle, shivering, and lifted the first trap, a violent thrashing inside. 3 big fish, silver gray, slamming the willow, scales flashing, 7 or 8 caddies each, near filling the cage, a few palm-sized small fish darting in the gaps. The second was as full, 2 big fish and a mess of small ones. When I upended the traps on the flat and the fish bounced and slapped among the pebbles, the men behind me fell into dead silence again. Fengyu gave a strange cry, half ecstasy. "Fish! So many fish! We've never seen this many at once." But Shia's face went complicated. He stared at the dying fish, a shadow crossing his eyes. "Someone wants to catch fish," he said low, as if forcing it from his throat. "Walked into deep water and was swept away, never came up. After that we never went near the river's middle." I was silent a moment, looking at the deeper current, swift, maybe hiding submerged rock and whirlpools. To people who couldn't swim or only dog paddle, this river was a man-eating beast. "From now you needn't go in the water to fish," I said. "Use the traps." An older hunter suddenly laughed, a near-foolish laugh of sudden vast happiness. "If we trap fish like this every day, won't we have enough to last a lifetime? Meat every day." I shook my head, threading vine through the gills to string them. "Food rots, fish worst of all. A hot day and it stinks within one. Eat the rotten and your belly hurts, badly enough to kill. Have you ever eaten meat that went bad and stank, and then someone got belly pain, fever, and finally—" Shia's face froze. He nodded slow. "Before a winter we stored meat in the cave, and later," he didn't go on. All knew the end. "So we need salt," I said. "Salted meat keeps long. Without salt, at least smoke it, dry the water out, and it'll keep a while." "Salt," Shia frowned. Blackwater has salt. A black-gray lump trades for a good hide. Very dear, we can't afford it. Something moved in me. Black-gray salt meant impurities, but it was salt. Was there a salt source near? Important, very. Salt isn't only for keeping food. It's key to the body's electrolyte balance. In a long winter short on meat and fat, salt might be more life-saving than food itself. I see, I said, handing him the strung fish. When there's a chance, we'll go look at Blackwater. Then I taught them to set bait, sending Fingyu and 2 others to dig nearby earth beans and pack the crushed white flesh deep in the traps and scatter it by the snare loops. This isn't wasting food, I said to their hesitant faces. Isn't trading earth beans for fish and rabbits a good bargain? They half understood but did it, running off to the bitter leaf, clawing the soil by hand, clumsy and slow, nails packed with mud. I called Shia over. Try the shell shovel, and pointed to a dense patch. Under my guidance, he drove the edge in, stepped on the haft, levered, and a whole root clung clod tipped up, a string of full earth beans below, far faster than hands. He froze, looked at the shovel, at the turned earth, his face going from confusion to shock. Tried again, smoother, the soil parting like tofu. This, so much faster than hands. That's the power of tools, I said. A good shovel lets one man do several men's work. Make a few more, and we dig earth beans several times faster. He nodded, going smoother with each stroke, sweat rolling off his brow, his eyes burning near worship. Watching him swing the shovel, I was reckoning another thing. A grown man, the tribe's most precious labor, was wasted digging earth beans that wanted patience and care, not strength, work for women and children. But when I said so, Shia's hand stopped. No, he shook his head, a heavy certainty in it. There are beasts near the tribe, and worse, other tribes. If the stone axe people see our women and children alone, he didn't finish. The shadow in his eyes said it. So they can only move near the cave. I nodded, filing it away, the safety radius, the core constraint on a primitive society's labor. Not that I didn't want to free up production, but the cost of freeing it might be lives. Without real defense, walls and able men, women and children truly couldn't stray from the settlement. I'll find a way to solve that later, I said. While they dug, I searched nearby, scanning the bank growth for anything familiar and useful. An umbellifer, maybe wild celery, didn't dare touch. A shrub of small purple flowers, toothed leaves, unknown. Then a smell, sharp, pungent, seeping up from deep in the soil. My pulse quickened. I followed it behind a clump of half-dead thatch and found upright plants, purple-red stems, lance-shaped leaves, smooth margins. I crouched and dug carefully with the knife, and the root nearly made me shout. Ginger. Not the fat tuber of modern ginger. This was thinner, longer, yellow-brown skinned, clearly jointed, and the cut released a fierce pungency, unmistakably ginger. I cut a small piece, took it to the bound rabbit, held it to its mouth. It sniffed and gnawed. I watched 10 minutes. No vomiting, no spasm, no poison droop. If anything, the chewing perked it up. I took a small piece myself, smelled it. The heat shot to the crown of my head, then licked it. The ginger burn exploded on my tongue, a near-scalding warmth. Ginger. Hotter than the cultivated kind, coarser fibered, but ginger. What did it mean here? Seasoning to kill the gaminess of meat too foul to swallow. Warming, to ward off winter's chills and flux. And most of all, to spur circulation. In long hunger and cold, a little ginger broth might be the line between life and death. I dug a dozen roots, bundled them on vine at my waist. Then I looked at the slope Shia and the others were turning. The earth bean plants thinned a lot. The slope pocked from 2 days digging. At this rate, 2 or 3 more times, and the patch would be stripped. I stopped, frowning. Earth beans are tubers. They can be planted. Dig them all, and eat them, and next spring there'd be nothing here. I needed seed stock. The fullest, healthiest tubers, kept safe through winter and buried when spring warmed. That was sustainable survival, not stripping the resource bare like locusts. I went to Shia and laid a hand on his shovel arm. Today's digging is enough. We keep some of this patch. He looked puzzled. Keep some? Why? Winter's not here. Our food's not enough. Keep some for seed. I cut in. Bury them, and next spring more earth beans grow. His hand froze in the air. He looked at the tubers scattered among the clods, straining at the idea of planting. In his world, food was found, hunted, given by sky or gods. Bury food and let it multiply itself. It sounded like witchcraft, more incredible than traps and fish weirs. But my eyes left him no room to argue, a knowledge-grounded certainty in them. Listen to the shaman. He finally set the shovel down. The sun was overhead, the mist wholly gone. We started back with 2 rabbits, a string of fish, several pouches of earth beans, Shia in front gripping the shell shovel like a scepter, Fengyu and the rest carrying the fish, glancing down at the still gaping fish mouths, grins fixed. I walked the middle, the ginger at my waist, a seed earth bean in my hand, and looked back at the slope and the river, and out at the far hills where the Stone Axe tribe might range. This was only the beginning of the Fire tribe's change. Shihua stood on a jut of rock at the cave mouth, gazing past the valley to the far slope of dead yellow thatch. The dawn wind off the ridge carrying a dry, near-icy chill that snapped his hide cloak. He wanted to go out. The thought of Viper coiled in his head daily, to take a spear and hunt with the party. But the Fire tribe was too weak, and the valley never lacked beasts. Wolves, those gray-brown hungry ghosts, loved to patrol human settlements by day for a stray child. And last month the Stone Axe tribe's roars had carried from afar. They hadn't come, but the threat could fall any time. He clenched his fists, hating the helplessness, hating that he could only watch winter close in and his people thin by the day. Then footsteps on the pebbles, many, light, near skipping. He whirled, hand to the stone axe in the wall crack. Then Fengyu's voice, an irrepressible pride in it. "We're back. Come see." He leapt down too fast, blacked out a second, steadied on the wall, and strode to the flat, the cave emptying behind him, Huapi first out. They all stopped. I walked the middle, a string of vine-threaded fish on my shoulder, silver gray and wet bright in the sun. Shia carried 2 hares, one dead, one bound by the hind legs still kicking uselessly. Fengyu and the rest hauled pouches of earth beans, faces flushed near to showing off. "Fish," Huapi breathed very soft. "That's river fish." No one answered. Every eye was fixed on the string. To the Fire tribe the word carried a near taboo weight. 3 years back a man had walked into the river's deep middle to catch fish and been swept off by a whirlpool, found downstream the next day, belly drum tight, eyes full of silt, and after that none dared near the river. And now I carried 6 or 7, the biggest 7 or 8 caddies, gills still faintly working. "Rabbit," a child cried, pointing at the kicking gray-brown ball in Shia's hand. "Alive! Alive, rabbit!" The flap boiled, people crowding yet not daring too close, as if the fish and rabbits were sacred and untouchable. Fengyu dropped the earth beans, snatched the live hare, and raised it overhead like a war banner. "The shaman made this," he proclaimed, ringing down the valley. "With the gods' knowledge, those cages in the river, those rope loops on the ground, the rabbit leaps in itself, the fish swims in itself. We did nothing, and they came to us." A drawn breath went through the crowd. Huapi stepped back and near tripped. An old man knelt. Not to Fengyu, to me, lips quivering, a muffled near-sobbing prayer. I set the fish down, straightened, looked at the shocked, fevered faces, and knew explaining elastic potential energy was pointless here. The gods' knowledge was the most effective camouflage in this world. "This is knowledge the gods taught me," I said, calm and clear, then, sweeping the crowd. "These fish traps and snares aren't hard to make. I can teach the women and old people how to weave the cages, roll the rope, set the snares, and the men can go farther, set more traps, gather more food, so we have enough stored to last the winter." A breath of silence. Then, pushed by some unseen force, the crowd stirred. The kneeling old man bowed his forehead to the ground with a dull thud. Then Huapi knelt. Then the women, kneeling with their children, the children's heads pressed down, knocking blank against the pebbles. Last the able men, looking at each other, then kneeling one after another, knees cracking on stone. "The gods," someone murmured. "The shaman." I frowned, stepped forward, and reached to lift the nearest old man. "Get up. The gods don't need kneeling and kowtowing. The gods only need you to do your work well, eat your fill, and raise your children. Kneeling does nothing, work does." The old man looked up, his clouded eyes streaming, straining to understand. I lifted Huapi too and waved them all up. Now we share out the food. Today, everyone eats their fill. They rose slowly, the awe undispersed, thicker, if anything, and into their gaze for me came a new thing, gratitude and a near-fevered loyalty. I stopped a woman heading for the live rabbit. Eat the dead one first, pointing to the stiff hair in Shia's hand. Tie the live one and keep it in the cave. No one objected. The dead hair was skinned and spitted fast. I picked a mid-sized fish, went to the far side of the fire, and with the main blade scraped from tail against the scales, silver scales falling like snowflakes, bearing pink firm flesh. Then slit the belly, lifted out the dark red guts with the tip, carefully avoiding the gallbladder, scraped off the black membrane in the cavity, the worst source of the off-smell. The watchers stopped chewing, staring. Why throw the organs away? Those are good. Yeah, the organs are the fattest. I didn't explain. I took out the river ginger, crushed it on a clean stone, smeared the paste inside and out of the fish, the pungency flooding the cave and overriding the rank fish smell, ran a straight, thumb-thick branch through the mouth, propped it between two stones by the fire, and turned it slow. Fat dripped hissing into the flame, sparks flaring. The ginger's heat transformed under it from sharp to mellow, from pungent to warm, soaking into every inch of flesh. The skin shrank gold, then crisp charred with a mouth-watering crackle. The flesh went from pink to milky white to faint gold, the fat between the fibers drawn out to a clear sheen on the surface. I tore off a piece, blew on it, ate, and my tongue woke as if struck. A crisp char outside cracking under the bite, then the tender flesh parting, releasing a rich savor laced with ginger and fat, the innermost part by the bone finer still, near melting, naturally sweet. I tore 2 rabbit legs, smeared them with ginger, roasted them, coarser fibered than fish and gamey, but the ginger sank in and beat the off-taste down. The others began roasting fish too, but not my way. Whole fish, scales, guts, gills and all, over the flame, the organs swelling in the heat to a reek of char and rot mixed. Some couldn't wait for done and tore off blood-streaked flesh raw, sometimes biting the gallbladder and screwing their whole face up, but swallowing it down rather than spit. The smaller children got tails or heads, cracking the thin bones on stones and sucking the marrow with satisfied slurps. I sat eating my own, and spitting bones noticed a few watching me. No malice, only pure confusion. Why throw bones away? I felt suddenly awkward and wrapped my fish bones in a leaf behind me, knowing that without the shaman's mantle this waste of food would long since have earned a lecture. Here, any food is precious enough. A few more bites and I couldn't go on. Too rich. Roast fish without salt cloys after a few mouthfuls. The ginger no match for the pure animal fat greasiness. I'm full. I pushed the half fish and my untouched food to Shia, and Fengyu. Try these. Shihua took the fish I dressed, hesitant, eyed the gold char on the belly, smelled the pungent fragrance, and tore off a careful piece. And his chewing stopped, his eyes flying wide. He swallowed, didn't reach for a second, just sat stunned. This is the taste of fish. Shia and Fengyu each bit in. Shia gave a low groan and tore at the flesh, crunching even the crisp skin. Fengyu nodded as he chewed, eyes terrifyingly bright, shouting muffled, "Good." Completely different from the fish we roast. Different indeed. There's roasted whole with scales, gallbladder and all, eaten only to live. Because I used this. I held up the leftover ginger, the dark brown root like an ordinary stone in the firelight. This is ginger. Smeared on meat it kills the gaminess and makes it better, and I weighted my voice. It cures sickness, a chilled body, a flux with fever. All can be treated by boiling it for a drink. I passed it to Huapi to circulate. People leaned in smelling the sharp heat, faces full of wonder. A child scraped a bit of skin onto his tongue and stuck it out at the burn, then laughed, showing broken teeth. If you find any special plant or stone nearby, or anything strange you've not seen, bring it to me. Maybe it's another thing that can keep us alive. They nodded, eyes burning with a near-greedy hope, and fell to eating in great mouthfuls, the cave warm with ginger and firelight, a primitive feast. At last the children were full, for the first time not crying in the night but curled at their mother's breasts, breathing even. The fullest meal of their lives. Not the richest, but enough to make them sleep wanting tomorrow. I didn't join the revel. I sat at the fire's edge reckoning another thing. Roast fish was too rich. No salt, no soy, no lemon, and the yield too low. If I could boil soup, whole fish in water with ginger and wild greens, that would truly use everything. Drink the broth, eat the flesh, chew the bones, and boiled then cooled water besides, since in this world the flux and parasites are unseen killers, and a bowl of boiled, cooled water might do more than any herb. But I had no pottery, no metal vessel, not even a decent bowl, only one mussel shell, barely a shovel. I needed pottery. Maybe that was the next goal. Before that, a bigger shell or some natural water-holding vessel. The fire sank. People slept one by one, the cave full of snores and satisfied sighs. Next dawn, the stir in the cave woke me. People already moving, but no one eating. In the fire tribe's custom, you don't eat in the morning, food saved for noon and night, when the body works hardest. I sat up, voice flat and unarguable. You must eat in the morning. Everyone take some roasted earth beans, eat, then go out. They hesitated, looked to Shihua. He nodded, and no one objected, lining up for earth beans wrapped in leaf or held in hide, gnawing as they walked, the sweetness sharper in the cold morning air. I took a few myself and followed Shia out. The mist had gone, the sky a clear, near-transparent blue. I bit an earth bean, the faint sweet melting on my tongue, and strode for the flat. Today I meant to find bigger shells, teach the women to roll rope and weave cages, and turn this tribe, before winter truly came, into a thing that produced its own food, not one that lived on the luck of the hunt. After leaving the tribe, I handed the day's details to Xia and Fengyu. Today's party was leaner. Xia, Fengyu, 3 men, and 2 women learning the cage weaving, Huapi among them, her long handling of hides giving her a near instinct for Vine's temper. I deliberately slowed and fell to the rear, eyes no longer only on the path, but sifting the roadside growth. A vine climbing the rock with clusters of blueberries, shrubs scattered on the sunny slope with small pale yellow flowers. I sampled each, leaf, fruit, root, wrapped separately in hide and stowed at my waist, but dared not eat them. They looked like species I'd known, yet everywhere had the air of mutation, and in a world without serum or stomach pumping, a single wrong poison test could mean death. Those harmless-looking berries might be a nearkin of deadly aconite or belladonna. Shaman, can't these be eaten? Fengyu couldn't help leaning in, swallowing at the blueberries. Not sure yet. I wrap them tight. Back home, I'll feed them to the rabbit. If it's fine, then we taste. He nodded half understanding and dropped back to the front. At the flat, the work split. Xia took 2 men to lift the traps. Fengyu and one checked the snares. Huapi and another gathered longer, tougher vine. I needed plenty to carry back and teach the cage weaving. I stood on a high rock directing. The traps came up with even more thrashing than yesterday. The first packed with 4 fish, a black-backed brute near filling it, tail booming on the willow, the second with 3, and a greedy crab jammed in the funnel mouth waving its claws. From now pack fish guts in, I told Xia, better than earth beans. He did, the rank smell flooding the surface. The snares yielded 2, 1 sprung but empty, 2 with a gray hair each, 1 strangled, 1 alive, and the 4th, to Fengyu's delight, had caught not a rabbit but a fat pheasant, gaudy-feathered, long-tailed, hung inverted and flapping with angry clucks. This catches birds too. Fengyu marveled, hefting it. As long as it walks, it steps in the loop. I jumped down. Reset the traps. We go back early today and gather more shells, the bigger the better. They spread out among the pebbles. River mussels were commoner here than upstream, the slower current. Maybe they found one big as a wash basin, thick-shelled, sharp-edged, deep enough to hold water, and 3 or 4 fist-sized ones for shovels or bowls. On the way back, I carried the big shell, reckoning how to use it as a pot. In a pottery-less age, this natural calcium vessel was the best stopgap, but it couldn't sit on open flame. The shell would crack. It needed stones beneath, indirect heat. Back at the cave, the crowd, used now to our early return, still cheered at the string of fish and the gaudy pheasant. I set the big shell on a flat stone deep in the cave and cleared my throat. They hushed. From tomorrow, when you can, Boil your water and let it cool before drinking. Low murmurs. Huapi frowned. Shaman, water's water. Why boil it? The gods told me there are evil things in water we can't see. I pointed at my belly. Drink them and your belly hurts, even kills, but boil it and the evil things die. Didn't drinking the river water used to give you belly pain? They looked at each other and nodded. That's the evil things in the water. For now, boil it in this shell. Later when I teach you to make pottery, it'll be easier. I left out germs and parasites. Then supper. I'd try cooking in the big shell, closer to a boil stew hybrid. I propped the shell on 2 stones over red-hot charcoal, not open flame. Poured in river water I'd let settle to drop the silt, and at a faint warmth added diced rabbit, which sizzled and rendered fat. Then crushed ginger, the pungency bursting through the cave and chasing the damp must. Then the wild greens the women had gathered, and roasted then mashed earth beans, all of it tumbling and merging. Fat and ginger juice soaking into every bit of rabbit and earth bean paste. I stirred with a stick, the broth thickening, going from gray-white to gold to an oily sheen. Done. I lifted it off the coals, the rim wrapped in leaf against the heat. Fengyu was first, taking a spoonful, a gluey thing, green greens, white earth bean paste, brown rabbit. No looker, but he blew and ate, and his eyes went round. Good, he shouted, broth at his mouth. This is even better than roasted. The others crowded. Shihua as chief got a full spoon, tasted careful. Tender rabbit, crisp greens, dense earth bean, the warm ginger burn, a layered savor, and his chewing slowed, not from dislike, but from not wanting to swallow it down too fast. Huapi got a spoon too, cradling it in her deformed fingers, sipping a little at a time, her eyes reddening. To her it was not only a meal but dignity. Old and hurt-handed, she'd been edging toward the tribe's margins, and now she ate the same as everyone, even more. I tasted it myself, by modern standards barely passing, no salt, no oil, the greens faintly astringent, the rabbit a bit dry, but here, a rare delicacy. After, I didn't rest. I had Huapi and several women spread the gathered vine by the fire and began teaching, taking up thin willow, fingers flying. Weave the bottom of the trap first, then the body, then close the mouth. The funnel mouth faces in, the gap's not too wide, so the fish goes in but can't get out. I wove slow, breaking down each step so they could see my fingers. Huapi sat foremost, eyes unblinking on my hands. When I held out the half-woven trap, she didn't take it, but quietly picked up willow and copied. Stiff at first, the willow twisting, then after a few minutes catching some rhythm, her fingers threading and folding fluent. The trap she made came out finer than mine. Even gaps, a better fitted funnel curve, the closing knots tighter. I stopped, surprised. You weave better than I do. She looked up, pride in her eyes, and turned the trap in the firelight, its shadow throwing a fine grid on the wall. From now the trap weaving is yours. You lead the women in it, I announced before all. As a reward, Huapi gets an extra share of food each day. Her traps will catch us more fish, and that's worth it. No one objected. Her fingers trembled as she hugged the trap to her chest. From now, I told the men, you needn't risk the water. Drop the traps and bait in the river. Come back a day later and collect. Men trap, women weave. Old people teach the children to roll rope. Everyone has work. Everyone eats their fill. A breath of silence, then a hopeful chorus of agreement. Next dawn, mist not yet gone. 3 fire tribe men set out. This round's trap and snare crew. Yinpi, Shizhua, and Fengyu, spears on shoulders, steps light. The shaman must be sent by the gods, Shizhua said, eyes shining. You saw that pheasant? All my life, I've never seen a pheasant caught without a chase. The traps are better still, Yinpi agreed. My father near drowned trying to catch fish. Now you drop a trap in, and they swim right in. Fengyu walked foremost, glowing with a chosen pride. The shaman says he'll teach us more. Soon the fire tribe will be greater than Blackwater. They reached the snares first, the first empty, the second with a stiff gray hair, the third another rabbit, and the fourth a delight, a fat pheasant, neck snared, body still warm. Lucky today, Fengyu cheered, pouncing on it. And just then a rustling came from the brush nearby, the rhythmic crack of heavy feet on dead wood. Fengyu's hand still on the pheasant. He looked up slow as the brush was wrenched roughly apart, and 6 big men stepped out, in hide more complete than the fire tribes, some large beasts pelt, rough and fierce, each gripping a stone axe, the black blades honed sharp and cold in the dawn. The leader was taller than the rest, an old scar lying across his face from browbone to cheek. He eyed the pheasant in Fingyu's hand, then the rabbit at Yinpi's feet, greed kindling. Fire tribe, his voice arrogant. Bold, hunting on our ground. Fengyu went white at once. He knew the scar. Haisai, the Stone Axe chief's brother, a plunderer infamous on the far side of the hills, who last winter had led men to rob the fire tribe's game. This isn't your ground. Fengyu tried, voice shaking past control. We've always hunted here. This is fire tribe land. Haisai scoffed, swung his axe through an arc to stop just short of Fengyu's nose, cocked his head, the scar twisting. Whoever's fist is hardest, the ground's his. Drop the game and crawl back, or the 5 behind him stepped forward together, axes raised to chop or throw. Yinpi and Shizhua went pale too. 3 against 6. The stone axe is better for close killing than their wooden spears. A clash meant death or grave wounds. And in this world without medicine the two are near the same. Then Fengyu remembered what I'd said yesterday. If you meet danger, don't mind the game around you. Our food will only grow. No need to throw your lives away for a few fish and rabbits. Coming back alive matters more than any catch. He gritted his teeth, looked down at the pheasant still twitching in his hand, at the gray hair at his feet, and slowly opened his fingers. The pheasant fell with a dull thud. Yinpi and Shizhua traded a look and set their game down too. Let's go, Fengyu said low, humiliated, and the 3 backed out of the ring step by step, then turned and walked fast, Haisai's wild laughter rasping at their ears like sandpaper, and his deliberately raised jeer. Fire tribe trash. Can't even keep a few rabbits. Fengyu didn't look back, fists clenched, nails biting his palms. Back at the cave, Fengyu told it, and the whole tribe boiled. Able men snatching spears, eyes blood red, roaring to go fight the stone axe to the death, the children shrinking into corners at the grown-ups' fury, a baby starting to cry. Quiet, not loud, but it pressed down all the noise at once. I came from deep in the cave, the shell shovel still in my hand, no anger on my face, only a cold, near indifferent calm. Lost game can be caught again, my gaze sweeping the heated faces. A dead man doesn't come back. Fengyu did right. But an able man surged a step forward, face purple. They went too far. That was our game. Our traps caught it. So we charge over. 3 wooden spears against 6 stone axes? I asked blunt. And lose a few more men? And let the women and children in this cave starve this winter? He froze, his spear sinking. I turned to Shihua, standing aside, jaw tight, a suppressed agreement in his eyes. He understood. As chief, he knew better than any the fire tribe couldn't bear a single loss. And besides, my tone level. We've a more urgent matter. A bear's been found to the north. The cave went silent a breath, then a hiss of indrawn breath ran through it. A bear here was a walking killing machine. One swipe to crush a skull, one roar to scatter the game of a whole hillside. If it denayed or foraged near the tribe, that was a more direct, more deadly threat than the stone axe. Where's the bear? Shiwa asked, hoarse. North, over the low slope, in a pine wood. The messenger, a young woman, still trembling. I saw it clawing an ant nest, a brown bear. I thought a moment. The stone axe was a chronic threat, the bear an acute one. Both needed solving, both with the fire tribe's present means. The bear has to be killed, or it'll scent us and come to the cave. We deal with it before it comes. How? Shia worried. We've 7 who can fight, but a bear, we don't fight it head on. I went to the cave's center and set the shell shovel down. We dig a deep pit with the shell shovels, cover it with branches and leaves, lure it in, and then I mime to throw. Finish it from above with stone spears. They traded dubious looks, but the shaman's word was order. I picked up a vine, weighed it, and I'll teach you a new thing, with a longer reach than a thrown spear. I had Fengyu gather a heap of fist-sized pebbles and found stout forked branches, tied one end of vine to the fork, the other into a shallow pouch of small hide to hold a stone. This is a sling. I set a pebble in the pouch, gripped the fork, arm hanging natural, and swung the first time. The vine arced, the stone slipped early, struck the ground 10-odd meters out with a dull thud. Someone muttered low and was hushed. Expressionless, I adjusted my grip, angled the pouch mouth slightly up, swung the second time. Smoother, the stone flying 20-odd meters into a shrub, the foliage thrashing. I paused, feeling the vine's weight and the air's drag, drew a breath, turned slightly, and let the sling whirl, faster and faster, the pebble pressed tight to the hide by the centrifugal force. My arm snapped, fingers loosed at the top of the circle, and the pebble fell away at a speed near too quick for the eye, a gray streak shooting straight for the open flat. Bang! A heavy, shocking impact from 40-odd meters out. A boulder big as a millstone on that flat struck, splinters spraying like hail, a shallow crater opening on its face, white stone dust sifting down. My arm still in the follow-through, I lowered it slow. Fenyu's mouth hung open, forgotten to close. Shia's spear slid from his hand to the ground with a faint sound he didn't even feel. Even Shihua, no stranger to fights to the death, stood frozen, pupils tight. That millstone of a boulder, which the tribe's strongest man with a full-force stone axe blow could only mark with a white scratch, and their shaman, standing 40 paces off, had cratered it as if in passing. They stared, eyes moving between the crater and me, unable to grasp it. Never mind a thrown spear. Even a thrown stone couldn't go that far. I picked up another pebble, tossed it idly, and looked at them. First throw a stone by hand, then try with this, and handed Shia the sling. He took it doubtful, gripped a like-sized pebble, stepped back, set the strongest stance he knew, drew a breath, twisted waist and belly, and hurled. The stone tumbling out to land 20-odd meters off with a thud and roll to a feeble stop. He frowned. He was the hunting captain, one of the fire tribe's strongest, and the stone had plainly failed his strength. Now this, I motioned to the sling. He set the pebble in the pouch, copied my stance, gripped the fork, swung. The first time off rhythm, the stone slipping early, barely past a hand throw. I came up and fixed his grip, angled the pouch mouth a touch up, taught him to feel the tremor when the centrifugal force peaks and the thing strains to break loose. Let it fly itself, don't rush the release. He tried again, sinking his stance, the sling whirling, stiff at first, the vine humming low, then faster, the pebble heavy in the spin as if no longer stone but compressed wind. His arm snapped, fingers loosed at the top, a shriek of torn air, the pebble shooting far past a hand throw, a gray streak crossing 40 meters to crack against a tree trunk on the flat, bark bursting, splinters flying, a clear, deep dent left, the whole tree shivering. Shia stood stunned, looking from his hand to the tree, mouth working soundless. The same stone, the same strength, and for one vine and a hide pouch, the world had changed. Fengyu tried too, weaker than Shia, his first stone only 15-odd meters. But once he had the trick, the pebble flew near 35 meters to strike a rock dead on. The splinter spray ringing in the valley, and he leapt up waving the sling. This is far further than our spears. They crowded round, taking turns, each comparison cruelly proving the one fact. Hand-throwing couldn't touch a slung stone. They didn't grasp why vine and hide let a stone fly so far. Only the gods' knowledge, a shaman's secret art. I'll teach you all to use this weapon, my voice cutting through their excitement. Anyone who can swing an arm can learn. From now, meeting danger, you needn't charge in with spears. You stand far off, high up, and knock the enemy down. The cave seethed. Even some older women eyed the sling with a never-before hunger. But we still need practice. I raised a hand to damp the overexcitement. The distance is enough now, but the aim isn't. We'll be facing moving men and animals. They nodded, the excitement settling into serious study. I said no more and went to the cave mouth, looking at the darkening sky, already sketching the next thing. The sling was a fine offensive weapon, but offense couldn't solve everything. The stone axe had sharp axes, and if they closed the distance, the sling's edge would be erased. Like a sword in old times being one thing, but armor of iron marking you for rebellion in the state's eyes, or in the modern world body armor being harder to get than a gun. I needed vine shields, tough vine woven into a disc, a wooden strut frame within, able to block an axe job, yet light enough to carry. With sling and shield, the fire tribe would finally have a real attack and defense frame. Meanwhile, 2 ridges over, In the Stone Axe tribe, Haisai sat on a jut of rock tearing at roasted boar. The fire tribe's pheasant and rabbits long since shared out, and the bones cracked for marrow. But his haul went further. On the way back they'd had luck, met a stray young boar, and the six had hacked the half-grown beast into tonight's main dish. Those fire tribe trash. Haisai crammed a greasy strip of skin in, chewing loud, fat running into the fur on his chest. Can't even keep their game. I told them to put it down, and they put it down, didn't dare a peep. The Stone Axe men guffawed. One mimicked the fire tribe's humiliated shoulder-hunched crouch, exaggeratedly bent, setting a stone down gently, and scurrying off head clutched. The rest doubled over laughing, axes waving. Tomorrow we go round there again. Haisai tore off a leg and bit hard. The fire tribe must be weeping now. See them and keep robbing. They won't dare hit back anyway. Next dawn, mist not gone, Haisai took 5 men out, deliberately along the ridge's east side, drifting toward the fire tribe's valley. No longer hunting, but open contempt for a weaker tribe. They found their mark fast. By the river flat, 3 fire tribe men checking the snares, one holding a gray hair, 2 seeming to argue. Haisai's eyes lit. Fire tribe, he strode out of the brush, voice loud and swaggering, a cat-and-mouse mockery on his face. You again. What good things did you bring today? Put the rabbit down, and whatever's on your backs, all of it, down. The 5 men behind him stepped out, stone axes shouldered, blades cold in the dawn. Same as yesterday, outnumbered, outmatched, and Haisai was already reckoning what else he could squeeze out of these people today besides rabbits. But the 3 fire tribe men didn't move. They didn't go white as before, didn't back off or set their game down. Only turned calm and looked at him, something in their eyes almost like pity. Haisai frowned. That look made him uneasy, the way a hunter eyes a beast about to step into a trap. Then a rustling from the brush, and 3 figures sprang out and fanned wide, each gripping a forked branch, vines swaying in the air, 6 in all with the front 3. His heart sank a notch, then steadied with contempt. His tribe were taller, stronger, their stone axes sharper. What? He sneered, raising his axe. Numbers count for something? Those sticks of yours can stop my blade. No answer. They raised their arms and began to swing, the vine cutting circles in the air with a low whoosh. Haisai froze, squinting to make it out, but instinct sounded the alarm first, the hair on his nape standing up. Get th. One word, and he was cut off. 2 pebbles came at once out of the air with that fabric-tearing shriek. He had no time to react. Only 2 gray streaks, then a dull crack at his left collarbone. Bang! Pain forked like lightning through half his body. He screamed and stumbled back, the axe near slipping from his grip. At nearly the same instant a man on his right howled, thigh struck by another stone, the leg bone snapping under the load, the whole man toppling like a felled tree. Haisai clutched his shoulder, vision blacking with the pain, and before he could even rage to find the source, he saw the fire tribe men swing again. Terror flooded his reason like cold tide. Run, he rasped, voice cracking. The stone axe men broke, dropping everything, turning, fleeing. Dignity and game both nothing before that death whistling out of the sky. Haisai ran foremost, the shoulder pain making every step a dance on a knife edge. He heard another dull thud behind, then a third man's scream. An arm struck, a stone axe clanging to the ground. But the man hadn't even the nerve to look back, just clutched his arm and ran on. Haisai didn't look back. He didn't dare. That witchcraft that could shatter a man's bones from far off had broken his nerve utterly. They'd come swaggering and went off wretched as dogs, scrambling over the ridge and vanishing into the dead yellow grass. On the flat, the fire tribe men went quiet a beat, then erupted into shaking cheers. Fengyu leapt highest, his sling still swaying, face flushed, eyes terrifyingly bright. I hit them. 2. I hit 2 of them. He turned to Xia, voice cracking with excitement. Did you see? That Haisai, that swaggering Haisai. I hit him. Xia laughed too, then reined it in, stooped, and picked up the dropped stone axe, black blade, honed keen, the haft wound with tough vine, heavy and balanced in the hand. He waited, his face going grave, and looked back. I'd been watching from behind the whole time, and only stepped out now that it was over. Shaman, should we chase? They won't get far, Xia said, hesitant. I shook my head. looking toward the ridge where the crack of their fleeing feet still echoed. No need. And if we truly kill, the stone axe will come out in force for revenge. We can't bear a full clash yet. For now their fear serves us better than their deaths. He nodded and handed me the axe. I ran a finger over the blade. Far better quality than the Fire Tribe's own. The stone axe might hold a richer stone vein. And in this metal-less age, high-grade stone is a strategic resource, the lifeblood of weapons and tools. A thought flickered. If the Fire Tribe could absorb that vein, plus the edge of sling and shield. I snuffed it. One rash misstep would only crush the hope just kindled. Well done, I said, looking up. From you especially, good aim. But they ran from fear, not because you're truly invincible. If Heisei brought more men, if bad weather blocked your sight, it could go otherwise. They chorused agreement. Back at the cave near noon, I didn't plan to go gathering. The daily fishing and trap checks could go to Shia's and Fengyu's crews now. I stowed the captured axe deep in the cave and set to work on a heap of gathered vine. Thumb-thick old vine, supple green-skinned thin vine, a few straight finger-thick shrub branches. I cut the old vine to equal lengths and soaked it soft, then bent the branches into a ring frame, lashed with the thin vine. Shaman, this is... Fengyu leaned in, curious at the disc taking shape. A vine shield, I said without looking up. Woven of vine. When a stone axe chops down, the vine gives and bleeds off the force. Xia and Fengyu traded a look, the familiar awe in it, eyeing the half-made disc, its cross-hatched vine a great tight, springy net, trying to picture whether yesterday a man holding this would have come through unhurt. That afternoon I didn't rest. I called everyone able and took several shell shovels, made over days from the river shells, mismatched in shape but edge-sharp, the halves firmly bound, and the fish guts I'd kept from yesterday, wrapped tight in broad leaves yet still rank through the layers, the best bait. We headed north to where the bear's tracks had been found. At the pine wood's edge the soil was looser than the valleys, the leaf litter deep and springy. I looked a while and found what I wanted. Clear bear paw prints, brush broken around them, black hairs left on a trunk where the bear had scratched. Dig here. I pointed to the open ground ahead of the prints. Deep enough that the bear falls in and can't climb out. They raised the shovels and dug, the edges biting far easier than fingers or sticks. Xia could lever up a whole root-clung clod and flick the soil to the rim, Fengyu and the rest right behind. The earth turning up in sheets, the pit widening and deepening visibly. The others' eyes were full of astonishment. They'd never seen such efficiency. By hand and stick a pit took a whole day and shredded your palms. Now the hard soil parted like tofu, faster, lighter, and no torn hands. So this is tools, someone murmured at the rim. By dusk the trap was done. Round, 2 meters across, near 3 deep, the walls deliberately undercut, smooth and steep so no claws could climb. At the bottom I had them plant sharpened spears point up, then laid fine branches over the mouth, covered with leaves and soil, blended seamless with the ground. Last, the bait. I took out the leaf-wrapped guts, the reek flooding the pines, buried some on the inner edge of the pit. A bear's nose is keen. It would scent it and come, circling the rim, and scattered the rest over the camouflage layer as the final lure. Enough! I straightened, stepping back to study the death trap. From outside, only a slightly raised, leaf-strewn patch, no different from the wood around it, but 3 meters of sharp stakes below. I waved them back, sure that a bear fattening for winter wouldn't pass up any chance at food. Next dawn I woke in an unbearable fog, sweat sour, mold, smoke char, and the sharp reek of fermented human waste. The cave was dim, only a little gray light at the mouth. I tried my shoulder. The skin under the hide felt slimy, glued. I hadn't washed in days, sweat drying and wetting and drying again. My tongue was furred thick as felt, sour with rotted food scraps. In the modern world, I'd have stepped into a shower, let hot water carry off the weariness, brushed my teeth clean with mint paste. But here I didn't dare even gulp cold water, never mind bathe. One chill. In a world without fever medicine, and an ordinary cold could turn to pneumonia and take my life easily. I sighed and pushed myself up. I had to move pottery up the list. With it I could boil water more easily and improve these basics bit by bit. Outside I grabbed handfuls of dry wood ash, snapped off a soft twig, and chewed one into splayed fibers. A crude toothbrush, smeared on ash and scrubbed, the ash gritty with an astringent alkaline tang, rasping faintly on my teeth. After, my mouth was at least cleaner, the heavy slime held down a while. Back inside, Shihua was awake on his polished stone, gnawing a roasted earth bean in small bites. He nodded as I came. I sat by him, blunt. Chief, the cave reeks, and I paused, glancing at the dark corner. People relieve themselves anywhere. In winter it's one thing, but otherwise it sickens people easily and spreads to others. He frowned. He knew the smell, but was used to it. Every inch of the cave was steeped in human living. The ancestors had lived so. The cave sheltered from wind and beasts. That was simply how it was. Then what? He asked, hesitant. We dig a deep pit away from the cave in the water, and everyone uses it there. I said, no room in my tone. And when fetching water, take it upstream, not from this stretch near the cave. He was quiet, then nodded slow. I went on. Don't set too many traps in one area. 3 or 4 fish traps at the river is enough. No more than 5 snares on the flat. Too many and the rabbits there get caught out and the fish thin. Shia came up just then and thought. Shaman, like keeping seed when we dig earth beans? Yes, same principle. I nodded, pleased. And too many traps get spotted by other tribes. If the Stonak see our fish traps, they'll steal the method or take them outright. More than that, we've no salt yet. Catch too much and we can't eat it before it rots. Don't be greedy before we can salt cure. They nodded, new ideas to them. But the shaman had proven himself right time and again. Then my eye fell on a boy of 7 or 8 at the cave mouth, head down, fingers searching his hair, and he pinched something out and put it in his mouth without hesitation. My stomach lurched. Stop. I strode over, sharp enough to startle everyone. He looked up blank, a suspect crumb at the corner of his mouth. Don't eat that anymore. I crouched, softening my voice, but leaving no room to argue. That's a louse. Eat it and your belly may hurt. You'll get sick. The tribe isn't short of food now. No one eats the bugs off themselves again, understand? Frightened, he nodded dumbly. The adults traded looks, but no one objected. The shaman said don't, so don't. I straightened and breathed the revulsion down. Hygiene had to be pushed hard. Not comfort, but the line between life and death. In a primitive society, a parasite-driven dysentery or a cholera from fouled water could erase a tribe. I went deep into the cave for the half-woven shield, found some spare branches, and kept weaving. Women crowded round, Huapi among them, curiosity and awe in their eyes as the cross-hatched vine became a neat disc under my hands. Done. I held it to the firelight, 60 centimeters across, 3 fingers thick, the vine tight and springy, the wooden frame within keeping it stiff while the edge could give a little. I went out to Shia. Hit this. He blinked. Huh. With a spear and a stone axe. Attack it. I stood it on the ground and crouched behind. Let me see if it holds. He raised the spear at half force. The tip caught in the vine. Most of the force shed, only a shallow mark left. I had him switch to the axe, full force this time, the blade sinking in, the vine dishing like a net to trap the axe, then springing back, the blade stuck a moment. He wrenched it free. Only a fine white scratch on the shield, the structure whole. I stood satisfied and handed it to Huapi. See? A vine shield can block a stone axe. From now, everyone carries one out. I showed the women the weave in detail. Huapi learned fastest, weaving one tighter and neater than mine in under 2 hours. The shields are yours to make, I announced. Everyone needs one. It's a lifesaver. Watching them settle to it, I felt steadier, but there was another thing. I found Shihua checking the day's fish traps outside and came straight to it. Chief, I want to build a wood house outside the cave. His hand stopped. He turned, confusion in his eyes, a faint resistance. A wood house. Living outside. Yes, of wood and thatch. But, he frowned low. The ancestors lived in the cave. It blocks wind and beasts. Outside you'd be carried off by wolves. No one has ever lived outside. I'd expected it. I went to the mouth and pointed in. The cave does block wind, but it's too dark. You light a fire even by day to see. The smoke can't clear. Breathe it long and you cough. The damp molds the hides and sickens people. He wavered. I'm not saying abandon the cave, I added gentler. The cave stays. In danger, everyone can shelter in it. We try one wood house first, and change it if it's no good. He was long silent, looking from cave to flat, the sun on the pebbles, the wind off the valley sweet with grass, far more comfortable than the cave's fug. All right, he nodded. I let out a breath. Changing where a tribe lives is harder than changing what it eats. But before I could plan the structure, hurried footsteps came pounding up the flat, a young sentry, red-faced, voice cracking. Shaman. Chief. The trap. The north trap. Something's there. Something big. Shihua and I stood as one. The bear. I said. Go. Shihua snatched a spear, a tremor in his voice he couldn't hold down. I took Xia, Fengyu, and 4 more slingers, and we ran north to the pines. Before we neared, we heard it. A low, furious, pained roaring like thunder from underground, shivering pine needles loose. We closed in careful. The camouflage ground had wholly caved, the black pit gaping below, and at the bottom a huge black bear thrashed in a frenzy. Bigger than I'd reckoned, shoulder 1.20 meters at least, well over 300 caddies, one hind leg run through by an upturned spear, blood reddening the mud, its belly slit by another spear, the guts faintly showing. Even badly hurt, it was terribly fierce, slamming the walls so the soil fell in slabs. 2 spears already snapped, trying to claw its way up, each attempt with a deafening roar. Up, I said low, spreading them round the rim. Don't get close to the edge, spear down from above. Go for the eyes. Xia charged first, 2 hands on his spear, driving it at the bear's spine. Thok, into flesh, but the hide and fat were so thick the tip went under half a foot. The bear roared earth-shaking, whirled, foreclaws swinging up, near taking Xia's hand. All together, I shouted. Don't stop. Fengyu and the rest closed in, 5 or 6 spears stabbing down at once. Trapped in 3 meters with the rim bristling, the bear had nowhere to dodge. A spear took its eye, and it shook its head wild. Blood fontaining from the socket, tried to bite the shaft as more came down. The roars sank to whimpers, then to panting, its motion slowing, the huge body twitching at the bottom. At last Xia found his chance, two-handed, all his strength, drove the spear into the bear's nape, the tip through the neck bone. The body stiffened and crashed down, still. A breath of silence in the pines, only the wind in the tops, and our heavy breathing. Then Fengyu gave a strange cry, ecstasy and disbelief in it. Dead. It's dead. We killed a bear. The news raced back, and when I led the party home, the whole tribe poured out onto the flat. 7 or 8 men together had hauled the bear from the pit, its body leaving a long dark red smear over the pebbles all the way back to the valley, and the tribe ringed the great beast in a dead silence. It was huge. Even dead, it gave off a suffocating menace. The fire tribe had only ever seen bears from afar in the woods. The first reaction then was to run and pray not to be noticed. In their minds, a bear was near unkillable. To ring one with spears and axes, the best outcome was the bear escaping wounded and a few corpses left in the tribe. But now it lay before them, killed easily under the shaman's power. No savage struggle, only a pit dug, some stinking fish laid, men stabbing down from the rim. Gods, Huapi murmured, knees going weak, near kneeling. I didn't waste time marveling. I went to the carcass, drew the Swiss knife, and began to butcher. The hide, the most precious resource, for a cold-warding cloak and bedding. The fat to eat and to burn for light and warmth. The meat course, but, in a hungry winter, every piece life-saving protein. But I hit a problem at once. The hide was too thick, the back and neck layered with fat. The blade got pinched in the dermis and fat, needing force to drag. I adjusted angle, cut in along the belly wound, found a breach, pulled, the thick hide parting to bare the muscle and fat beneath. A hiss of indrawn breath round me. Xia, eyes wide, the captured stone axe still in his hand, scraped its edge against the hide edge on reflex, the keen obsidian only leaving a shallow white line, unable to cut in, while my weapon parted it with ease. Shaman. Fengyu's voice shook. What is that in your hand? I held the knife to the firelight, the metal sheen near wholly in their eyes, the edge keen enough to seem to cut light itself. This is metal, many times sharper than stone. Metal. She was stepped up, eyes fixed on the blade. Where's it from? Refined from a special kind of stone, I said gravely, sheathing it. That stone looks unlike ordinary stone, maybe a different color. If you see any odd stone outside, bring it to me. If we can find metal, I swept the crowd. Then one day, every fire tribe person can have a weapon 100 times better than now. The crowd seethed. People who'd never cared about stones now had a near-mad hunger in their eyes. A knife that cut bare hide. A half-grown child asked suddenly, curious, "Shaman, your old tribe, did everyone have a knife like this? Did you eat meat every day?" I was quiet a moment. "More or less," I said calm. Everyone had sharp metal tools and ate meat every day. Dead silence, then shock and longing on their faces, then a worldview overturned blankness. Meat every day, surely a life only the gods could live. The fire tribe ate their fill of meat only the few days after a good autumn hunt. The rest of the year they lived on wild greens, bark, wild fruit. And the shaman's tribe ate meat every day? Huapi looked down at her shaking hands. Shihua drew a long, long breath, as if inhaling an unreachable dream. I didn't let them dwell, and crouched again to the butchering. "Help me. Take the hide off whole if you can, collect the fat into the shells, cut the meat into strips. We start smoking tonight." They woke as from a dream and crowded in, but the work was harder than imagined. No metal knives, only stone flakes to cut and scrape and tear, the flakes skidding on the thick hide, chipping on the tough fascia, agonizingly slow. Most of the fine work I did with the Swiss knife. At last the hide came off whole, spread on the flat like a vast black carpet, reeking of blood and beast, clotted blood and dirt, and fat caking it stiff as bark. Worn straight, it wouldn't warm but chafe, and the stench kept you off. "It can't be worn like this." I straightened, rubbing my back. "It needs tanning." "Tanning?" Huapi leaned in. She knew hides best, but only to skin and dry and drape them stiff. "A way to make the hide soft and warm." I pointed at the caked fat and blood. "First, scrape all the fat and flesh off the inside, down to the bare skin board." I paused for them to hear. "Then work in wood ash or mashed brain, and finally, after drying, beat it over and over with a stick until it softens." I took a palm-sized shard of shell and crouched to demonstrate. The edge sharp enough. I tilted it and scraped along the inner board, layers of dull yellow fat coming off to bare the dense milky dermis below. Huapi crouched beside me, unblinking, her fingers unconsciously copying the motion, a craftsman's pure fervor in her eyes at a new technique. "You try." I handed her the shard. She scraped careful, stiff but steady-handed, the fat coming off, a light in her clouded eyes at the white board revealed. Once it's scraped clean, I told all the women, "I'll teach you the next step. Every hide will come out soft and clean. This is very important knowledge." They crowded in, a shell or flake each, and crouched round the great hide, scraping in earnest. Soon the women had the hides inside scraped clean of fat and flesh, but the work was only half done. I had them carry the great hide into gathered river water. The water flushed pink with blood at once. "Now we wash it again and again till the smell's gone. Then use this." I scattered a handful of wood ash on the board. "Rub it in and rinse it off. Wash till the water runs clear and the hide isn't slick anymore." They pressed the hide on the pebbles, rubbing ash and rinsing as I did. After washing came the beating. I found arm-thick straight sticks, spread the hide on a flat rock outside, and said, "Beat with full force, every inch, to soften it." Fengyu and Xia joined. The sticks fell with dull thuds, the hide hard at first, jarring the palms, but over time taking on a subtle give, not dead stiff like board but slow rebounding like thick cloth. Everyone's arms ached, sweat rolling off Xia's brow, Fengyu panting and switching hands. The beating ran a whole afternoon, and when the last light died behind the ridge, the hide was at last spread on a dry patch deep in the cave, propped board up, fur down, on branches. Over the next days I wasn't idle. I watched the meat smoking, which I needn't teach. The fire tribe had bitter experience in preserving food. Makeshift smoking racks of branch and leaf rose by the river, slow fires beneath, damp brush pressed on to force thick smoke, strips of bear, rabbit, and fish hung in layers, the water drawn out bit by bit, the surface smoked to a dark amber-brown shell. I turned the strips now and then, checking dryness. Bear meat was too thick and had to be cut thinner or it would rot. I told the smoking women, and they quietly recut the thick strips to thin slices. After 3 or 4 days the hide had wholly dried. No longer dripping but light and dry, a vast black blanket, and most of all, soft. I took it down and, before everyone, pinched a corner and folded it gently. It bent obedient, like thick cotton cloth, no white crease, no brittle crack of something stiff snapping. I needed it. It balled in my palm and, released, opened slow, unbelievably soft. I passed it to Huapi nearest me. Feel it. The instant her fingers touched it, she shivered. Not the old stiff hide. The black fur slid between her fingers, smooth as flowing water. So soft. She breathed. The hide passed through the crowd, everyone reaching to touch and squeeze that overturning feel. An old man pressed his face to it, his eyes reddening, remembering past winters draped in stiff hides that neither warmed nor kept out wind, the edges cutting skin when he turned in the night, the children huddled cold, their crying ringing in the cave. Before, a woman choked up suddenly. Before, in winter, my mother wore stiff hide, chafed raw, took fever and left. If we'd had soft hide like this, she couldn't go on. Others remembered kin who hadn't survived a winter, the long cold nights. I stood aside, saying nothing. That grief needed release, and needed remembering. Behind every step forward was blood once shed. That night, more fires were lit in the cave, not from sudden cold, but from a near festival air that wanted warmer fire to carry it. The soft bear hide was laid in the deepest part as a symbol. Other hides were tanning too. Even rabbit skins and old stiff hides long abandoned in corners, all brought out and run through the same process. After supper, the roughly finished soft hides were handed round. Half done, but even so 10 times more comfortable than the old stiff ones. Children draped in them no longer cried at the chafing, but curled at their mothers' breasts, breathing even, and the old laid them under to cut the grounds damp and cold, their stiff joints easing a little in the warmth. Shihua watched it all, stood, his voice ringing in the cave. When the soft hides are done, the old and the children who need them most come first, and the hunting party who go out in winter, so no one's frozen again. No one objected. The hunters traded looks, a light of being valued in their eyes. In this world, resources always went to the strongest, but the chief's word meant the most fragile, the most in need of protection, would be considered first too. Huapi didn't sleep. She sat by the fire holding the bear hide, marking it with a sharp flake by firelight, cutting careful arcs along the grain, a shoulder's curve, a hem's length, then boring holes at the edge with vine fiber, threading, stitching. When I found her, it was past midnight, her fingers trembling, her eyes smoke-reddened, the work unstopped, the cloak already taking shape. "This is for you." She handed it over, hoarse. I took it, a little tanning warmth still in it, unbelievably soft, the black fur a deep, oily sheen in the firelight. I draped it on my shoulders. Oddly, it fit, Huapi having cut to my frame by eye and skill alone. "Thank you," I said, moved. In this world, a carefully made hide cloak might be more precious than any modern luxury. Shihua came, looked at the cloak and the piled soft hides, a light I'd not seen in his eyes. "These soft hides," he said low. "Could we trade them to other tribes for things?" I blinked. I hadn't thought he'd reach that far. In a barter economy, a monopoly on technique meant a vast trading edge. Blackwater had salt, other tribes maybe stone or herbs. Everything the fire tribes sorely needed, and soft fur, with winter near, was hard currency among hard currencies. "We can," I answered, a touch of surprise and approval. "But don't let them know how the soft hide's made. That's the fire tribe's secret, never taught to outsiders." A new day, and I began counting the tribe's stores. On the smoking racks deep in the cave hung row on row of smoked fish, the silver gray gone near rust brown under the long smoke. 40 or 50, palm-sized to 7 or 8 caddies. In a corner, earth beans on dry leaves heaped into a small mound. 200 or 300 caddies, the gather of days plus the earlier dig, but I knew we couldn't eat them all. At least a third had to be kept for seed. The snare and hunt-caught rabbits and pheasants were mostly smoked, strung on vine on the wall. The bear was most striking, its strips cut thin and even, smoked dark red, hung on the highest rack, its fat collected into big shells, the half-set grease giving off a faint sweetish reek at room warmth. I reckoned, eaten sparingly, the stores might last a month and a half to 2 months. But that was only food, still no salt, not enough vitamins, not enough fuel against the deep cold. And once house building started, labor would be eaten up and hunting and gathering would slow. Shihua came behind me, low. Before you came, we never had this much food. By now, we'd long since be rationing. Adults 1 meal a day, children on thin broth too hungry to sleep. And now, he swept the food, moved. Now we even eat our fill. No, even now it's barely enough. I shook my head, not too hopeful. Winter may be longer and colder. I'd meant to build wood houses, but on thinking it over, living outside has its risks too. Children and women could be attacked by beasts. I paused, a thought flickering. A wall fenced the cave and the house area, a solid barrier against outside foes. But a wall, rammed earth, mud brick, or stone, was an astonishing amount of work for the fire tribe's hands and tools. No metal picks, no carts, only stone axes and shell shovels to dig foundations and stack the body. Months, maybe half a year, and winter was perhaps not far off. I shook my head. Too much. Better to wait till winter came, when no one could work outside and everyone was holed up, to do it slowly with nothing else to do. I'd go in 2 steps, find pottery clay, and meanwhile scout timber for the woodhouse. Soon I took Xia, Fengyu, and 3 more down the valley, aiming for the clay belt by the river. Pottery needs fine, plastic clay, usually in river deposits or pond bottoms, while eyeing both banks for straight, stout, relatively fellable trees. We came to a bend where the slow current had laid fine silt. I crouched and rubbed a little. Fine, faintly sticky, but too sandy. Pottery from it would crack and seep, no good for pots. A few hundred steps on, at another channel, I found darker, near gray-blue clay, stickier, but with a faint sulfur smell, likely too many impurities. Keep looking. I stood, brushing my hands. Meanwhile, Xia and Fengyu took 2 men to fell trees. The captured stone axe was sharp, but against trunks over half a meter across, agonizingly slow. One stroke a shallow crescent, chips flying, then pull the axe, reset angle, strike again. Felling one fit for a roof beam might take a whole morning, and the hauling was worse, several men shouldering the heavy trunk back. I looked at the felled tree and the spent men and reckoned the math. At this rate, one house would take half a month. Back at the tribe, I gathered everyone. Don't bother with big trees, gather these. I pointed to a shrub common in the valley. Arm-thick branches, as many as you can, and all the vine you can find. Puzzled, they did it. Men spreading to both banks, cutting shrub with axes and vine with shovels. Women and children gathering thinner branches and grass rope. On the open ground outside the cave I dug, with a shell shovel, a half circle of shallow holes about a foot deep, 2 feet apart, ringing the cave mouth, set the cut branches upright in them, tamped them with my foot, back filled with the dug soil, watered it to settle and fix, then lashed adjacent branches crosswise with vine, 1 band at top and 1 at waist. A crude fence over a head high. This is a fence, I explained. A beast charging has to stop, find a way round, or jump it. That gives us time to react, to attack with sling or spear. I had them wind a layer of thorny grass along the top and outer face, thorns out, a natural bramble barrier. The making was slower than imagined. No metal tools, digging by shell shovel, fixing by foot, binding by hand-rolled vine rope. A whole week, and the fence barely ringed the cave, only chest high. But even so, when that crooked barrier of branch and vine and thorn stood up, everyone felt an unprecedented safety. Children could play inside it without fearing a wolf bursting from the flat. Women could process food at the mouth without watching the far ridge for other tribes. Shihua stood inside it, hand on a branch still bark fragrant, gazing past the thorns at the valley's entrance, and remembered what I'd said. The evil things in water, keeping waste from the cave, the trouble with living in the cave. He turned to me as I checked the fence. What you said before, boil the water, air the cave, live clean, I'm starting to understand. I smiled and looked at the yellowing woods. The fence was only a start, pottery still unsettled, the woodhouse only logs lying on the flat, a wall far off. But at least the fire tribe was no longer a prey laid bare in the wild for the taking. And deep in the cave stood a thing. A cylindrical kiln of fire clay mixed with wood ash, a vent at the base, the top drawn to a round hole. The The pottery kiln I'd been trying to build, standing at last by the fire after 3 cracks, 2 collapses, and endless adjusting of the clay mix. Days before, the stone axe cave reeked of blood that wouldn't lift. Haisai lay on a hide deep within, his collarbone bruised and swollen, a buried coal under the skin, every breath a tearing pain. Beside him another big man curled, his thigh wound beginning to give off a faint rot, more gravely hurt. Lucky the temperature had dropped, or in summer the wound would have rotted through. The chief, Haishi, sat on a jut of rock, a stone axe in hand, his face like Haisai's but fiercer, written now with rage and confusion. The 6 of you, beaten like this by the fire tribe, his voice forced through his teeth. Haisai struggled to sit, gasped at the collarbone pain, fell back. Not beaten, he panted, voice cracking. We hadn't even closed. The stones flew from far off, dozens of paces. Haishi's brows knotted. He knocked the axe on the ground. You take me for a fool? How far can a thrown stone fly? 10 paces. 15. The number was past all their knowing. In their experience, a thrown spear was the longest reach, a strong man casting it 30 paces with a run-up and full coordination. A stone, heavier and irregular, capped at 15 by hand, and beyond that losing aim and force. That a stone from dozens of paces could crack a collarbone and break a leg bone defied the most basic instinct. Murmurs ran through the cave. Did they mistake it? Maybe another tribe hidden, helping. Right. How could the fire tribe beat us, with no real weapons? Haisai, were you scared witless, took spears for stones? Haisai raged, lying there shouting. The others saw it too. Not spears. Stones falling from the sky. The named wounded nodded, the unfaded terror still on their faces, one clutching his arm. They stood far off, holding a strange thing, swung it a few times, and the stone flew. We couldn't see it all. Haishi went quiet, staring into Haisai's eyes, pain there, and a fear he knew. Haisai was no coward, had once faced a boar alone and split its skull with an axe. To put that look on him, it was no ordinary enemy. Everyone, Haishi stood suddenly. Let me see who can throw a stone 40 paces. The men traded looks, but filed out. The flat was heaped with pebbles. Haishi picked a fist-sized one and handed it to Taizo, the tribe's strongest, who weighed it, stepped back, set the strongest stance he had, drew a breath, wrenched waist and belly, and hurled it like a spear, the stone tumbling out in a clumsy arc to land 20 paces off, spitting a little dust, rolling twice, stopping feeble. Haishi's face darkened further. He tried smaller stones, lighter ones, a run-up. The best a bare 25 or 6 paces, and at that range the stone was spent, a bruise at most, never a fracture. He walked back and stood over Haisai, voice low as muffled thunder. No one can throw that far. What you meant wasn't a thrown stone. It's a tool. Haisai said urgent. They've a strange tool. If we could get it, how? Haishi cut him off. Charge and grab it. They'll break your bones at 40 paces. You're a dead man before you're close. Dead silence, the fire crackling on their white faces. Someone offered low. Then, reach out to Blackwater? They've numbers. Let them deal with the fire tribe. Rubbish. Haishi whirled, a near-mad fury in his eyes. Blackwater has a bigger tribe behind it. And they say that tribe has a shaman too. Let them know. And they may swallow the fire tribe first, and then turn and swallow us. His chest heaved with envy. The fire tribe, the trash tribe he'd trodden under for years, what right had it to such power? Power to kill at 40 paces should belong to the stone axe, to him. But he forced himself calm. He was chief. He couldn't let rage rule. Looking at his wounded, weakened, frightened people, with winter coming, to send men to die at the fire tribe now and lose a few more would leave too few to hunt or gather, and the stone axe would be a heap of frozen corpses before spring. Get through winter first. His voice went suddenly calm, a worse thing pressed beneath it. When winter ends, the fire tribe will let their guard down, think they've won, that they're safe, and when spring comes and they leave the cave. He crouched to Haisai's eyes, a cruel curve to his mouth. We ambush them. Rush and unawares. Take the tool. Take the one who knows how to use it. He stood, a seductive fervor in his voice. Then even Blackwater must bow to us. The autumn wind sharpened by the day. The valley's trees had shed their yellow leaves. and a thin white frost lay on the morning flat, cracking faintly underfoot. I stood at the cave mouth in Huapi's bear-hide cloak, a shell shovel in hand, looked at the gray clouds, and told Shihua, checking the fence, "Chief, today we fire pottery too." His hand stopped on the fence. "Pottery," he repeated, careful, probing. "The kind you can cook in? Hard, holds water, sits on the fire." "You've seen pottery?" I asked, surprised. He nodded, remembering. "Years ago at a tribe's gathering for trade, I saw one at Blackwater. Their chief Hyan had a piece he treated like treasure, given, they said, by the tribe behind them." Something moved in me. The tribe behind them had basic pottery, meaning at least some regions had crossed past the most primitive no-pottery stage. But it also told me pottery here was an absolute luxury, a power symbol only a chief could own. "We can make it," I said, calm, with unarguable confidence. "And better than theirs. Soon everyone in the tribe can use it, even big jars to store grain." His pupils shrank. He stared 3 seconds, then whirled and strode to the cave, his voice ringing down the valley. "Everyone out. The shaman's making pottery." A stir within. People came out blank. Most had never heard the word. But when Shihua added it was the thing the Blackwater chief hid as treasure, every face changed. Surprise, confusion, a near-fevered hope. I wasted no time, sending them for the clay I'd found. The bin's gray-blue silt, sandy, needing more work. Men hauled basket after basket back to the open ground before the cave. The pottery making began. I tipped clay onto a flat rock, picked out the obvious pebbles, roots, shell bits with a shovel, had river water poured on bit by bit, and began wedging, folding, pressing, slamming like dough, working water and air through evenly, the clay going from loose lumps to a smooth, springy mass, its surface a wet near-metallic gray-blue. "Wedge it through, drive the bubbles out," I called. Then I split it into pieces and showed how to build a body. No wheel, no tools. Only the oldest hand pinch and coil methods. Roll a piece into a rope, coil it round and round like a mosquito coil, pinching and smoothing each ring to bond to the last. A bowl shape slowly forming, rough but regular. "You try." I handed clay to Huapi and the women. They crowded curious, copying. Huapi's first bowl was crooked but thick-bottomed, not leaning. Fengyu tried too, nimble but impatient, his jar's wall uneven, half of it collapsing soon to good-natured laughter. I didn't scold. I guided each, trimming rims, patching cracks with wet clay, smoothing inner walls. The ground soon held all manner of crooked, uneven blanks. Then drying. I had them carried deep, away from open flame, onto dry grass. No direct sun, dried too fast it cracks, dry it in shade, let the water leave slow. 2 days on, the first blanks had hardened, gray-blue gone pale gray, the wet sheen gone, cold as stone to the touch. I culled the badly cracked and set the passable blanks carefully into the rough kiln, laid dry branches at the base, stouter shrub roots above, set the blanks in with gaps between for the flame to wrap them even, laid more branches over, and lit with burning dry grass. The flame started small, orange tongues licking the base branches with a faint crackle. I worked the vent, letting air seep in, the fire growing, the chamber heat rising, the blanks taking on a dull near-earth yellow glow. I fed fuel to keep it fierce, watching the smoke. Thick smoke meant incomplete burning, too cool. Pale blue-green smoke meant high heat. Time crawled, every eye fixed on the kiln as if it cradled some sacred life. After 2 hours, I damped the fire, letting the chamber cool slow. I couldn't open it at once. A sharp temperature swing would burst the wear. I waited till the wall no longer scorched the hand. At last I tonged out the first jar with 2 sticks, rough gray-brown, the surface a web of fine cracks, and worse, a clear split at the base running to the belly, cracked and firing from uneven heat. The second bowl was a little better, but missing a piece of rim, as if gnawed. The third, fourth, much the same, warped, cracked, blistered. Of 15 blanks, not one was whole. The cave's air froze a beat. The expectation drained from their faces like tide, bearing the disappointment and confusion beneath. Fengyu kicked a pebble, muttering, "How? Are they all ruined?" I crouched and checked each reject. I broke open a cracked jar's base, still earth yellow inside, not fully fired. Heat too low, time too short. A warped bowl, thin parts fired through, thick parts still raw, clay not evenly wedged. The heat's not enough, I said calm. Wedge the clay more. Make the walls thinner, fire it longer. I stood and faced them, the disappointed faces dim in the firelight. Failure is a good thing. Each failure tells us how to change. For a first firing, this is already not bad. No dejection in my tone, only a near stubborn certainty, and it loosened their faces by degrees. Over the next days we began again. Clay sieved finer through a screen of fine twigs to filter the sand. Wedging time doubled. Wall thickness controlled strictly with a carved stick as a gauge. Shade drying lengthened to be sure the water was wholly gone. The second batch of 15 was neater, more even, smoother. The firing was more careful too. I lengthened the low heat preheat so the bodies warmed slow, avoiding sharp expansion and contraction, then raised the fire step by step, the chamber climbing, and stayed by the kiln a whole day adjusting the vent and feeding fuel, my throat baked dry and hoarse. When the chamber finally cooled and I tonged out the first bowl, my palms were sweating. An even, deep gray-brown, no cracks, no warping, no blisters. I tapped it, a clear ring. Held to the firelight, the wall smooth, the rim round. Hand-built marks still there, but with a real vessel's regularity. The second, good. The third, a fine base crack, but no leak. The fourth, fifth, of all 15, 8 whole and usable, 3 with slight flaws but serviceable for wholly wasted. Over half. Kuapi took the first whole bowl, cradling it like a holy thing, her finger over the wall drawing a sharp breath at the smoothness. Shia took a jar, scooped half a jar of river water. No leak. The sun through the wall staining the water warm amber. It doesn't leak, he shouted excited. It really doesn't leak. The cave erupted in shaking cheers. Shihua stood in the crowd's center, a jar in his palms, an unprecedented feel against his skin. He looked up at me, his lips moving, but said nothing in the end. I leaned on the wall, watching, and breathed out at last, looking at my hands, clay-stained, ash-smeared, trembling faintly from the long work. But in this primitive wild, I'd kindled at last a small spark of modern civilization. A new day, woken by the clear knock of pottery. I reached to the bowl by my head, the best from the kiln. Carried it out, scooped half a bowl of river water, propped it on 2 flat stones by the fire. The flame licking the base, the water soon bubbling, rolling, the rising steam carrying a long mist reassuring warmth. I stared at it a few seconds, an everyday nothing in the modern world, here an age-crossing luxury. When it cooled, I rinsed my mouth with a mouthful and a pinch of wood ash, spat gray and murky, repeated till the heavy slime eased, then wiped my body with a hide dipped in the rest of the cool water, far short of a hot bath, but far better than the glued-in paste feel of days past. I looked down at myself, skin dull from long want of cleaning, grime in the pores, hair matted in clumps and stinking sour. I badly needed a real wash. A big vat, I muttered, eyeing the jars. To fire one holding tins of caddies of water was a vast labor. Huge clay, a bigger kiln, finer heat control, and even with a vat, heating it was a problem, since pottery, though slower to conduct than metal, set straight on a fierce fire cracks at the base from uneven heat. I frowned, fingers tapping the bowl's rim, then stopped. Idiot. I cursed myself low. Why fire clay? Fell a thick enough tree, make a wooden tub, less durable than pottery, but fine for holding and heating water, even a quick soak. I clapped my forehead, trapped by modern thinking, always reaching for kilns and smelting and industry, forgetting the most primitive craft. About to call for a suitable trunk, I heard hurried feet from the flat. Fengyu, panting, flushed with excitement. Shaman, north, over the low slope, a whole stand of fruit. I tried one, so sweet. My mouth watered on its own. I truly hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. No salt, no sugar, no spice. The same food cycling daily. Earth beans, smoked meat, the odd fish or rabbit. My tongue had gone half numb, and in this long want of vitamins and trace elements the body's craving for sugar was near instinctive. I stood at once, threw the cloak on. Let's go, bring Shia and 2 baskets. Soon Fengyu led me through dead yellow thatch and over the low slope, and the air changed. Into the dry, biting autumn wind came a rich, near-heady sweetness, the complex fragrance of ripe fruit laced with ferment and honey. Then I saw the grove. Only 20 or 30 trees, scattered on a sunny valley slope. Not tall, leaves yellowing and falling, but the boughs hung heavy with fruit like apples, a touch smaller, skin pale red and dotted with fine white speckles like a lychee's shell. Some, dead ripe, had dropped to the leaf litter, the split flesh giving off a stronger sweetness, drawing swarms of wild bees and fruit fly-like gnats. Feng picked one and handed it over. It held the sun's leftover warmth, smooth-skinned, faintly springy. I bit, juice bursting in my mouth, a taste between apple and lychee. An apple's crisp tartness, a lychee's rich near-tropical sweetness. I chewed near greedily, not sparing even the tart bit round the core. Good. I swallowed the last and breathed deep, feeling the body watered. But reason soon outran appetite. I scanned the grove fast, fruit aplenty on the trees, but nowhere near enough for a tribe's long use. And more, it wouldn't keep. The ground already had a layer of split, fermenting flesh, the sweet air taking on a faint wine and rot edge. Untouched, the grove's value would zero out in days. We make dried fruit, I decided fast. Pick the good ones, slice them, smoke and sun them dry. They'll keep long, fruit even in winter. I went to a tree, picked up a dead-ripe split one, flesh gone dark brown, faintly wine-smelling. Don't toss these dropped ripe ones. Bring them back, mash them, seal them in a jar. Seal them for what? Feng asked, curious. To ferment them into wine, I said. Wine keeps long, and I stopped. The worth of alcohol in this age was more than drink. A jar of wine could trade for more than a basket of earth beans. They spread out, climbing the low boughs or gathering windfalls. I picked a few myself, eating as I went, juice running down my chin into my collar. Careless, the long-missed sugar making my mind run quicker, the very light seeming brighter. On the fourth fruit, a sound came from down the slope, not Fire Tribe. I froze, raised a hand in a press-down gesture. Everyone stopped, holding breath. Feng slid from a tree and snatched the spear leaning on the trunk, eyes wary toward the sound. The brush parted, and 5 or 6 figures stepped out, their hides more complete than the Fire Tribe's. Not simple draped pelts, but roughly cut and stitched with finer vine. The leader was burly, broad-backed, hair-bound with a bone pin, a stone axe at his waist finer ground than the stone axe. His gaze swept the grove and settled on us, his brows knitting at once. Fire Tribe, a condescending scrutiny in his voice. Our Blackwater tribe found this grove first. What are you here for? Feng face changed. He gripped the spear and stepped half forward. We've always gathered here, never seen you. The Blackwater men came up, hands on their axes, the air taut at once. I reached out and pressed Feng shoulder, studying the man calm. His hide was finer made, but untanned. His face ruddier than the Fire Tribe's, his muscle fuller, a steady food source, very likely the trade edge salt gave. I'm the Fire Tribe's shaman, I said, cutting the tension. The grove's big. Why not each take what we need? He blinked, his gaze turning to me, noticing now this young man's difference. The bear hide cloak's black fur smooth and oily. No ordinary tribe could make it. And the strange-colored clothing beneath. A flicker in his eyes, greed mixed with wariness. The Fire Tribe's shaman, he repeated, his contempt drawing back a little, still probing. Never heard the Fire Tribe had a shaman. Weren't you driven over there because you'd none? Feng flushed with anger, but my fingers pressed his shoulder, telling him not to. We do now, and I turned it, a meaningful curve to my mouth. I'd ask whether Blackwater's interested in trade. Trade, he scoffed. What could the Fire Tribe have? Pottery. I cut him off, one word. The air seemed to freeze. His sneer stuck. The men behind traded shocked looks. You say you have pottery? I didn't answer straight. I turned and murmured to Feng who blinked, then turned and ran toward the valley. In the waiting, a strange silence fell, the Blackwater men's eyes fixed on me as if to find a flaw, while I leaned calm on the trunk, took another bite, chewing unhurried, the ease deepening their doubt. In under a quarter hour, Feng was back, carrying a thing wrapped tight in a whole soft hide, cradled in both hands, careful. At my nod, he slowly lifted a corner, a warm gray-brown sheen showing. A pottery bowl, bigger and neater than the one Chief Hyan treasured, smooth-walled, round-rimmed, a fine matte glow in the sun. The Blackwater men's eyes went wide. The leader stepped forward unconsciously, craning his neck, his face from doubt to shock to disbelieving greed. He'd seen pottery, never pottery like this. Is this really? I signaled Fengyu to wrap it again, letting the bowl show just long enough to stir hunger, not long enough to be read in detail. It's very hard to make, I said flat. It needs special materials and a long prayer to the gods. We've only a few for now. I stressed the scarcity and the prayer deliberately, nailing the rarity and mystery into his mind. I'm Heishan, captain of Blackwater's hunting party. He introduced himself, the contempt wholly gone, replaced by a near-grave scrutiny. What do you want to trade for? Salt, I said at once. And any special crop or stone your tribe has, or anything you've not seen, bring it. He nodded. Salt was Blackwater's chief resource, traded for other tribes' grain and hides. I can't decide this, he said low. I have to report to our chief, but we can bring things over. You're in the valley? I nodded. Welcome anytime, but pottery's precious. Not just anything trades for it. He looked at me long, then waved his men back. Move, we're going. They left fast, near hurrying out of the grove without a second glance at the fruit, pottery far outweighing the grove in their eyes. When they were gone, Fengyu breathed out, hugging the bowl, a smug grin. Shaman, did I act it well? Not bad. A smile touched my mouth too. Wrapping the hide so tight, walking so careful, it did look like treasure. Will they really fall for it? Shia leaned in, worried. Not falling for it, I corrected. Letting them know we've the confidence to show pottery. Telling them the fire tribe isn't the weak tribe of before. Hide it furtive and they doubt. Show it open and they dare not move rashly. I picked another fruit, the sweetness melting on my tongue. When they come to trade, we hide the real good things. Never let them know pottery can be mass-made, so every bowl trades for more. Fengyu and Xia traded a look, awe at the shaman's wits in both. Back at the tribe, Xihua was inside the fence checking new shields. Seeing us return, he eased, then caught the grave, thinking look on our faces and tensed again. What is it? He came up. Trouble. Met Blackwater. Fengyu set down the basket and reported the grove. Shihua's face sank as it went, nodding at the news I'd shown the pottery. Blackwater, if they want to rob us, then let them try, I said calm, setting the bowl on a flat stone. Later I'll make a better weapon, a bow that shoots farther than the sling. If Blackwater dares come hard, let them taste it. A bow. Shihua repeated the strange word. Yes, but it's hard to make, it'll take time. Then the whole tribe threw itself into work. First the fruit. The good whole ones picked out and sliced thin, even thickness being the key to good dried fruit. Too thick won't dry through. Too thin crumbles to powder. The women learning to cut with flake or shell, slow but catching the knack. The slices spread on clean hides or strung on twigs and racked under the smoking meat, where the heat was lower and the smoke thicker, drawing the water out and lending a preserving smoke flavor. Another part laid on the sunny side of the fence to dry in the autumn sun and wind. Keep turning them, I told Huapi. Both sides dry through, not sticky, snapping with no moisture inside. They'll keep months. The dead-ripe windfalls I had collected into jars, washed and mashed to a cloudy, fermenting pulp, poured to 2/3, the mouth covered with hide and tied with vine, but not wholly sealed, a gap left for gas to escape so the jar wouldn't burst. Put them deep in the cave and don't touch them, I said. Uncomprehending, they carried the jars to the coolest corner. Night fell, the cave full of fruit sweetness and smoked meat. I sat by the fire, idly turning a straight shrub branch found near the grove, hard, springy. A bow. I sketched the design in my head. The stave needs this tough wood. The string, sinew, or the toughest vine fiber, rubbed and stretched over and over. The shaft, a straighter, lighter branch, shaved smooth and fledged. The head, obsidian, or a fire-hardened wood point, or even bone. But the hardest part isn't material. It's making the stave's tension even and the arrow fly true. The sling had proven the power of ranged attack, but it had limits. Unsteady range, aim by feel, and a throwing motion too large, easily read by an enemy. A bow was different, drawn and loosed hidden, accurate and lethal at far greater range. One trained archer was worth 3 slingers. But its making was hard. The stave's curve needs precise reckoning. The string's tension repeated tuning, the arrow's balance adjusting. Not a thing of days. Weeks, maybe months. When Haishan's party crossed the last ridge into Blackwater's valley, the sun was already westering, their pouches full of grove fruit, but the mood wholly unlike the way out. No one spoke of the fruit's sweetness. In every head echoed that hide-wrapped, warm, glowing vessel. Haishan walked foremost, near trotting, past the outer sentries straight to the deep caves. Blackwater's settlement was far grander than the Fire Tribe's. Not one cave, but several large grottos linked along the valley cliff, the ground before them busy with dozens of men and women working hides, grinding axes, a few children chasing round a fire. Haishan went straight to the largest cave. Hyan sat on a flat boulder at the mouth, a bone-hafted stone knife cutting a slab of smoked venison, half a head shorter than Haishan but thicker-necked, a few pale scars on his face from old beast fights. "Chief." Haishan's voice held a tremor he couldn't hide. Hyan looked up, brows knitting. He knew the man steady. Only no small thing would put that look on him. "We met the Fire Tribe," Haishan panted, picking fruit at the North Grove. Hyan's brows eased, a faint disdain showing. "The Fire Tribe?" he scoffed, the knife not stopping. "That trash tribe, worth your hurrying back? Just drive them off." "It's not," Haishan swallowed. "The one leading wasn't Shihua, a stranger. He said he's the Fire Tribe's shaman." The knife stopped. Hyan's face turned grave. He set it down slow and sat straight. "A shaman? Didn't the Fire Tribe's shaman die long ago?" Haishan drew a breath, as if the next words took great force to speak. "I don't know, but he has pottery, and better than yours. I swear it was real pottery." Dead silence at the mouth. Hyan's pupils shrank. His gray jar, a gift from the great tribe behind them last spring, hidden deepest in the cave, brought out carefully only once at a past gathering to cook a meat broth. That show-off display had won him face before every nearby chief. It was a power symbol, a proof of tie to the great tribe, the bedrock of his unshakable standing. And now Haishan, said the Fire Tribe, without even a shaman, had pottery too, and seemingly better than his? "You're sure you didn't mistake it?" Hyan's voice low. "I'm sure, and a size bigger than yours." Haishan gestured, greed and danger mixed in his eyes. "Chief, shouldn't we, before they've gone far, take men and seize it? The Fire Tribe's only 30-odd. Shut up." Hyan raised a hand. He'd not been free of the thought to rob, but one detail in Haishan's account had alerted him. The shaman had shown the pottery as if with some strong backing. A rash move might call down ruin. "Tell me the meeting, word for word." Haishan recounted it in full. The bare-cloaked young man, the strange clothing smooth as godcloth, and last that calm, near-arrogant tone. Hyan listened long in silence, the autumn wind spinning dead grass at his feet, and at last turned, decided. "Ready a trade. Tomorrow I'll go myself and see their depth, and this shaman." He went deep and dragged out hide pouches from a boulder-screened corner, opened one. Coarse black-gray salt lumps, the worst batch brought in, most impure, darkest, with a thick, earthy, bitter off-taste. Blackwater didn't eat this themselves, of course, keeping the better part and trading the poor stuff for others' fur and food. He grabbed a fistful, let it sift through his fingers. "Bring the dried greens and smoked meat too, and those yellow beans." Haishan's face shifted. "Chief, those beans bloat the belly and make you fart. Last time the donkey tribe traded for them and had 2 days of bad stomach. Just right." A cold curve to Hyan's mouth. "We don't eat them anyway. Perfect for the Fire Tribe. Trade what we scorn for their pottery. That's a trade." He packed salt, greens, smoked meat, and a sack of beans into pouches and tied them, then straightened, gazing toward the Fire Tribe, his look subtle. "Tomorrow I see for myself just where the Fire Tribe's shaman comes from." Next dawn, mist not gone, footsteps came up the valley. Hyan with 8 men, Haishan and the tribe's strongest among them, pouches shouldered, axes at the waist, their pace steady and wary. Crossing the low ridge to the Fire Tribe, the party stopped on its own. Hyan's pupils shrank. The Fire Tribe of his memory was a huddle of wretches in the valley without even a fence, but what he saw overturned it. Outside the cave mouth, a fence of arm-thick branch and vine wound with thorny grass, crooked but firmly ringing the area. And more shocking, inside it stood the frame of a wood house, stout posts up, a beam laid across, the roof thatched in layers, unfinished but dizzying. They live outside the cave, a warrior muttered, disbelieving. Hyan forced himself calm. The fire tribe, unknown to him, seemed to have transformed. The people inside spotted them. Figures came out, the leader not Shihua, but a young man. My calm gaze fell on Hyan. Blackwater's chief? Welcome to the fire tribe. I'm Lin Yi, the shaman here. Hyan stepped forward, forcing the reserve and authority a chief should have. The fire tribe's shaman, he answered. I hear you've pottery. I've brought salt and food to trade. I nodded and pointed to a flat rock beside us, the makeshift trade table. Hyan had Heishan set the pouches down and open them one by one. Coarse black-gray salt lumps shot with silt and mineral grit, faintly bitter, dried greens with a rotted edge, a few middling smoked meat slabs, white mold on the surface, and last the belly-bloating beans, the tie loosed, a fistful of round pale yellow grains poured out. My eye swept the salt, cold laughing inwardly. By modern standards not even fit for industrial salt, but hard currency here. My gaze passed the greens and meat without pause, but when the yellow grains caught the dawn light, my heart skipped a beat. Soybeans. Not the plump cultivated kind, but a smaller, more irregular wild relative. The skin pale yellow, some with dark brown mottling, like wind-dried pebbles. That shape and that distinct beany smell I knew too well. Soybeans were protein, oil, soy sauce, the seed of a whole future agricultural civilization. Here they could do so much, pressed for oil, made into tofu, rotted into fertilizer to improve the soil, and most of all sown in spring for more beans. In a sense, even more precious than salt, the key that could lift the fire tribe from surviving to developing. But I forced my eyes away, let him see my need, and there'd be trouble. I pinched a black salt lump, rubbed it, flat. Lots of impurities. We have greens and meat too. My fingers moved to the beans and nudged them, as if inspecting some trivial pebbles. These beans are a bit interesting. Where'd you get them? Hyan had been watching my face. When I went cold on salt and meat, his heart sank. It meant the fire tribe wasn't short of food just now. But when my fingers lingered on the beans, he caught the slight pause and, not knowing its meaning, decided to raise the stakes. Traded from far off. Eaten, they give strength, but he paused on purpose. Some get a bad belly. If you want them, you can have them all. But I see the pottery first. I straightened and signaled Feng Yu, who ran in and came out cradling a hide-wrapped piece, his movements exaggeratedly careful, as if holding a holy thing that would shatter at a touch, and stopped at the table. At my nod, he lifted the hide. Sun fell on the ware. A jar, bigger than the bowl, one of the best of that batch, even gray-brown, the surface rubbed smooth by hand near to fineness, round-mouthed, full-bellied, thick-based. Feng Yu set it on the stone and poured a little water from a waterskin down the wall, no seepage, pooling in a clear, trembling mirror at the bottom. Hyan's breath caught. His treasured jar hidden deep was all gray, rough-surfaced with obvious bubbles and uneven walls. This was neater, more a vessel. His fingers trembled unconsciously. He reached to touch the wall and stopped in midair, as if afraid to defile it. This, his voice dry as not his own, this is better than my pottery. I marked his words and look, confirming Blackwater truly had a piece, treated as private property, confirming she was a count, and my sense of pottery's strategic worth. It's very hard to make, I said calm. It needs special things to pray to the gods with. Every success is a god's blessing. I stressed the rarity and the sacredness, watching his reaction. His eyes were glued to the jar, the greed near solid. This jar, I smiled, trades for everything you've brought, and I'll take these beans too. Hyan's brows knit. One jar for all of it? But the jar's worth. He glanced back at his salt, moldy meat, bloating beans, and saw it. Trade this junk for a real pottery jar was a bleeding bargain. I can give you more salt, he tested, but the beans, I only want half a sack of beans. I cut in, no give in it. The salt's this poor. Next trade, I want better salt. His face shifted. The salt was indeed poor, but the fire tribe shaman saw it at a glance. It meant the man had truly seen better. He dared not play tricks more, and nodded. Fine, take it all. Next time we bring better salt. Done. Feng Yu and Heishan counted goods and swapped pouches. The beans handed to me were about 10 caddies, a solid weight. Haiyan wrapped the jar careful and hide, and turning to go let his gaze rest a beat more on the fence and the house, the greed in his eyes now replaced by a deeper wariness. When they were gone, I turned at once, voice tight with held excitement. Put these beans in a jar, deep in a dry place. No damp, no heat. These may matter more than pottery, understand? Shock crossed Huapi's face. She nodded hard. Then I took the sack of poor salt to the fire. The purifying began under everyone's curious watch. I tipped the black salt into a jar, added clear water, stirred with a stick. The salt dissolved, but the impurities showed at once. Silt, mineral grit, a dark brown rust-like suspension, turning the whole jar a cloudy, near-mud gray-black. I let it settle, the grit sinking slow to the bottom, then carefully tipped the clearer upper brine into another jar, leaving the thick silt behind. I repeated 3 times, each pour more careful, then set the filtered brine on the fire to boil down. The flame licked the base, the brine rolling, white steam rising, the water shrinking, the level dropping, white crystal forming on the inner wall. I stirred constant against scorching, the salt crystal thickening as the water thinned, until the last drop was gone and the base was carpeted with a thick layer of fine white grains. This is... Shia's eyes went wide, leaning in. Salt. I gave him a pinch. Taste it. He licked it, his face twisting at once. Pure salt, but far too fierce. He snatched his hand back, coughed. What? What a strange taste. Too strong. Others tried, much the same. Shaman, can this be eaten? Feng Yu asked, careful. I smiled. Not straight like this. It goes into food, cooked with earth beans and meat. Wait and see. I took a smoked fish from the rack, cut it into chunks with the knife, diced some earth beans, took a little of the white crystal, and put the fish, earth beans, and crushed ginger all into the largest jar, added water, set it on the fire tribe's first true cooking. The broth rolled, the fish fat forced up to float gold on the surface, the earth bean starch melting in to thicken it milky, the ginger heat spreading in the steam to chase the fishiness, and, the key, the salt dissolving and seeping into the fish fiber, fusing it all into a harmonious, soul-shaking savor. The fragrance burst through the cave, seeming to draw out the belly's most primitive craving. Every eye pulled to the bubbling jar. I ladled a spoon, blew, tasted, my eyes near wet. The fish's tenderness, the earth bean's density, the ginger's heat, balanced perfectly by salt. I felt at last like a living man, not a machine barely running in the wild. I set the spoon down, hoarse, a bowl each, no rushing. Feng Yu took the first wooden bowl, copied me, scooped broth and a piece of fish, blew, ate, and his chewing stopped, time seeming to freeze, his eyes flying wide. The firelit broth mirrored in them, a taste overturning all he'd known. His throat worked, the fish down, but he didn't reach for a second spoon, just sat stunned. This, he said, soft as sleep talk, this is what? Shia took a bowl, scooped a big spoon of broth and fish into his mouth, and the next second gave a near groan. Then scooped a second, third, unable to stop, broth running into his chest, careless. Huapi cradled her bowl and sipped, her eyes reddening at once, remembering a winter's night long ago when the fire tribe was still strong. A soup like this. So long ago she'd thought it only a phantom. So good, a woman said, trembling, tears welling. So good, is this the gods' food? It's salt. My voice held a gentle pride. Purified by the gods into white salt. We'll live like people, not beasts. The cave erupted in shaking cheers. Shihua sat in the chief's place, the fish broth in his palms, drinking mouthful by mouthful, as if to carve the taste into his marrow. The new day began in a clamor of talk, the cave thick with an excited, near-restless air. Women sat round the fire weaving shields or working hides, the talk circling last night's salted fish broth. The men were blunter, Shia slapping his thigh, boasting to Feng Yu how many bowls he'd had. When I came out, Shihua was crouched by the fence scratching at the ground with a twig. He stood, brushed his knees. Shaman, how much salt is left? Not much, I said honestly. Blackwater's black salt, purified, is under a third left. Used like last night every meal, it won't last 10 days. His brows knit. He glanced back at the cave, the laughter still going, but the chief already foreseeing the drop when the salt jar bottomed. Then what? Use it sparingly, enough to taste each meal. More important, we find our own salt. Blackwaters came from the tribe behind them, but if we find a salt source, we needn't watch their faces. A salt source? He repeated, blank. Yes, a special kind of stone or special ground. I said in words he could grasp. It tastes very salty, maybe white. Sometimes, if you see animals licking a certain rock or patch of ground over and over, mark the place and tell me. He nodded grave and went in to pass it to everyone. The gatherers and hunters were told several times over, and it became the fire tribe's second most important search after food and timber. The morning went to the wood house. Posts up, beam laid, but the thatch was harder than imagined. With no rope, only vine to tie bundles of thatch to the beam, layer overlapping layer like fish scales to shed rain. As I tied the last bundle, the traded goods came to mind, the soybeans. I brushed the grass off my hands. I badly wanted tofu, remembering modern breakfasts, soy milk, fried dough, tofu pudding. After a moment I called Shia, find a few smooth flat big stones, and a stout wood club to use as a hammer. Puzzled, he did it, hauling back a river-rounded green stone and an arm-thick hardwood stick. I'd meant a stone mill, 2 grooved discs to grind grain to flour easily for tofu and soy milk, but it needed quarrying suitable stone and roughing it out and chiseling grooves. With the fire tribe's tools and hands, a usable mill was too poor a return. Make do with these for now, I muttered, and fetched 2 caddies of beans carefully from the deep jar, tipped them on the flat stone, and pounded with the club as a pestle, the beans cracking with a clear snap, a faint raw beany smell rising. Feng Yu and Xia watched curious as I pounded them to fragments, then to coarse meal. I gathered the meal, tipped it into a jar, added water, stirred, the cloudy liquid swirling with suspended powder, then set it on the fire to heat slow. As it warmed, the bean protein dissolving out, the water turned cloudy and thick with a rich, warm, near-roasted nut fragrance. I had a clean, fine hide brought, poured the hot liquid slow onto it, the liquid dripping through the leather's fibers into another jar, the dregs caught on top in a pale yellow wet heap. The filtered liquid was milky, a soft near-jade glow in the firelight. Soy milk. I scooped a little, blue, tasted, very faint, no sugar, none of a modern machine's smoothness, a wood ash astringency to it, but the soybean fragrance made my eyes warm. I gave a spoon to Feng Yu. Taste. He sipped careful, his eyes lighting at once. Good. Xia, Xihua, and a few women and children got a little spoon each. Only a touch, the jar's milk being scant, but all were caught by the strange taste, a flavor never known. Then I had wood ash gathered, mixed in a jar with water and left to settle, the potassium carbonate-rich ash water sinking, the upper clear liquid a pale yellow with a strong alkaline tang. I poured this lye bit by bit into the hot soy milk, stirring gently, and the miracle came. The milky liquid changing, first fine flocks forming like snowflakes into warm water, the flocks multiplying and linking. I pressed it gently through hide to drain the water, the curds gathering, heaped into square white blocks. Gods! Huapi's voice shook. She knelt, watching solid conjured from liquid. I poked it, the tofu dished under pressure, then slowly sprang back. This is tofu. It tastes very good. I cut a small piece and gave it to the nearest child, who bit it shy, then went wide-eyed and gave a muffled cheer. Others tasted, the melt in the mouth, faintly beany tenderness stunning them all. They couldn't grasp how smashed beans, cooked with water and dripped with ash water, became this magic thing. I stood and clapped. Tonight, I'll make you a dish. I took the largest fish head from the rack, cut a big block of the new tofu into 2-finger squares, poured water into the largest jar, set it on the fire with the fish head, ginger slices, and the precious salt. The water rolled, the fish head's fat forced up gold, its savor seeping in with the ginger heat into a rich, near-overpowering base broth. Then I pushed the tofu in gently. The white blocks, meeting the hot broth, drank it full, swelling faintly, their pores flooded with the fish's savor. I capped it with a flat stone and let it simmer low, steam stealing out with a compound fragrance that dragged every eye in the cave to the bubbling jar. Children stopping their play, adults setting down their work, all looking at the jar. After a while, I lifted the stone. The sight drew a collective gasp. The broth gone rich milky white, the tofu floating full and translucent, edges faintly gold, the fish head's bones bared but the flesh stewed soft enough to fall at a touch, ginger flecking the surface. I ladled a bowl each. Fengyu drank the broth first and near wept. The tofu melted in the mouth, no chewing, dissolving at a press of the tongue. The fish head's flesh stewed tender, the gelatin-rich skin and soft flesh clinging to lip and tongue. This is even more than last night's fish broth. Shia cradled his bowl, hands shaking. Huapi said nothing, only murmured, "If we could eat this every day." It's simple. My voice rang in the cave, every head turning up. These soybeans aren't only food. Next spring we bury them in the soil. One bean plant yields dozens of beans, a few dozen plants or thousands. Then we'll have not only soy milk and tofu but pressed oil and more besides. Next winter we can drink soy milk every day, eat tofu every meal. I woke frozen, threw off the bare cloak, sat up, and found a thin white frost over the ground at the cave mouth. The air rushed sharp in the lungs, the pebbles iced over and cracking underfoot. The dead thatch on the far ridge bent under frost, a clear cold mist over the valley. But the fire tribe didn't lie under their hides. In this world, winter was a death clock, every grain of sand that fell may be a death. Men shouldered axes and shovels to shore up the wood house, packing the beam gaps with wet mud and thatch. Women sat at the mouth weaving shields, fingers flying, breath smoking. Children were set hauling dry grass and branches into little mountains deep in the cave. I just finished the warm water in my bowl when a sharp cry came from the river. Alive! The snare caught another live one. I went out in my cloak and met Fengyu hurrying up, a gray-brown hair in hand, hind legs bound, belly swollen, teats out, kicking uselessly. "Shaman, look, a doe," he panted, holding it up. My eyes lit. I thought of the rabbit kept in the cave corner, the one meant for poison testing, fed by the children in turn, still alive. This doe opened a possibility in my mind. "Don't kill the rabbits. Take both back and keep them together," I said, a held excitement in my voice. Two men cut branches by the valley. "Fengyu, take some children and cut grass. All the tender grass and dry leaves you can find, dry it and store it. Keep them." Shia froze, spear butt down. "Not eat them. Rabbits tender. Killed now it's a full meal for two. Killed now, it's one meal." I cut in, sweeping the gathering crowd. "But if we let them breed, a doe births 5 or 6 a litter, several litters a year. The young grow and breed more. Next year we may have dozens, 100 rabbits. Want meat? Just come catch one here." They traded looks, confusion plain. Huapi came up with a bundle of vine, frowning. "Planting is burying seed in soil." The rabbit, buried in soil? Not buried. I couldn't help laughing, taking the dough, trembling faintly in my palm. Only earth beans get buried. A rabbit's an animal, so it's kept. Understand? Shia scratched his head. "Fengyu got it first," eyes lighting. "You mean, let the rabbits keep birthing little rabbits?" "More or less," I nodded. "Go cut branches. We'll build them a pen so they don't freeze." Shia took men for shrub. Fengyu called half-grown children for grass, and I chose a spot. A sheltered corner inside the fence by the cave, relatively dry, an overhanging cliff to keep off rain and snow. I had the ground cleared and tamped, the grit and weeds scraped off, dry grass laid from the cave. "The fence goes like this." I crouched and scribed a 2-meter circle with the shovel. "Branches set in the soil, not too far apart or the rabbits get out. Bind the tops crosswise with vine so they can't jump." Shia hauled back arm-thick straight branches, the men trimming the side twigs and sharpening one end with axes. I showed how to drive the points in and tamp them with a stone. 1, 2, 3, branches ringing the circle dense as a stockade, then bound with old vine, 2 bands top and bottom, a tight barrier. Cover the top too. I had Fengyu bend longer branches into arches, each end tied to opposing posts like a frame for a half-dome, fine twigs laid across, a thick layer of thatch pressed on and fixed with vine, a half-enclosed pen against wind and snow. Huapi and the women brought more dry grass, laying it soft and thick inside. I had a jar of clean water set in a corner and fresh-cut fodder scattered. Bring the mail, too. They recalled the cave corner rabbit, thinner than the doe but in fair spirits, grown used these days to human scent. I set both in the pen and freed their hind legs. The buck landed and snuffled everywhere, nose twitching, then dove into the fodder. The doe was warier, circling the edge, pawing the grass to check for an escape gap, and only when she found it firm went to the trough to nibble. That's it. Shia lay on the rail, eyes fixed inside. They won't run. They can't. I patted the firm rail. Feed and water them daily. In winter, when there's no fresh grass, they eat the dried. Let the doe birth young. I didn't finish, but the others slowly straightened, looking at the crude but solid pen and the two gray-brown creatures chewing calm inside. The confusion in their eyes giving way to a slow-forming thought. Fenyu spoke up. We keep 2 rabbits here, and later get a heap of rabbits? Yes, I looked at him pleased. Then, a child asked shy, do we get rabbit meat every day? If kept well, later we can keep chickens, goats. No more relying on luck for food. We'll have meat we can't finish, soup we can't drink dry, and a future, I said soft, near to myself. They looked at the pen, where the doe had pawed a shallow hollow and curled in, the buck nosing close, the two nestled together, noses touching, faint contented rustles between them. The snow thickened from dusk, first scattered grains like salt shaken from a gray sky, melting on touch on the pebbles, but within an hour the wind came off the hills and drove the flakes dense and fast, goose-feather snow burying the fence tops, the thatch roof, the dead grass. The whole world died a stark white before the eye. I stood at the mouth in the bear cloak, a fresh sling in hand. Shia came out of the storm, a thick layer of snow on his shoulders, frost on brows and beard, his face worse than the weather. Shaman. He shook the snow off, voice broken by the wind. The snares, 3 days, only 1 mouse. The rabbits won't come out. I nodded, expected. Winter is always a cruel call for hunter-gatherers. Animals hibernate, migrate, or hole up. Snares depend on animal paths, and with no prints the loops are mere ornaments. The salt source, still nothing? Everyone's watching for it. He rubbed his red hands, then hesitated. Shaman, Fenyu saw something special. Not sure it's what you wanted. What? He called into the cave and Fenyu ducked out, neck hunched, cradling a few shriveled dark red fruits. On the way back I saw some low bare trees with these on the branches. I broke one picking it and the juice splashed my hand. He held up a finger with a faint red mark. It burned like fire. I thought I was poisoned, but it eased after a while. I took the shriveled red fruits, my heart leaping, sniffed, a faint woody, scorched pungency, and nicked one with a nail, bearing pale near-translucent seeds in a thin orange-red flesh. The juice on my fingertip burned like a small flame licking the skin. Chili. Small fruit, plainly wild, but unmistakably one of the great discoveries in the history of human food. This isn't poison. My voice shook with excitement, my eyes fierce. It's even better than ginger. It warms you in ice and snow, makes foul food good, even saves lives. Saves lives. Shia frowned. But Fenyu said his hand burned. It burns because you used it wrong. I wrapped the rest in dry hide. Take me there, before the snow buries the path. Fenyu led, Shia and I and 2 more with spear and shield following up the valley, across a snow-buried meadow, and over a stony slope to a sheltered sunny hollow where the chili trees stood, chest-high, gray-brown bark, leaves long gone, but the bare branches hung with chilies, some half-pecked by birds, some split to bear the seeds. I had every reachable chili picked and searched the leaf litter below for unrotted windfalls too, and broke a long branch to plant beside the low tree as a marker. When the snow melts in spring, we transplant this near the tribe. The way back the snow was heavier, wind driving grains at our faces. I tucked the wrapped chilies into my chest, fearing the dry little fruits would wet. The cave was wholly dark by the time we returned, the fire bright. Everyone round a jar of salt and ginger fishhead soup, the tribe's standard now. I came in trailing cold, all eyes turning. Shaman, what did you find? Huapi set down her bowl. I went to the fire, took out the chilies, spread them on a clean hide. A dozen shriveled red fruits dark as clotted blood in the firelight. This is chili. I held one up loud. Another gift the gods give us. Tonight you'll learn what real heat is. I had a smoked rabbit cut into dice, ginger crushed, a little precious white salt scraped out, and into the largest jar water, rabbit, ginger, and, last, a crushed dry chili into the boiling soup. The change was near instant. A fierce, near-violent reek exploding from the jar, sweeping the cave like invisible fire, the pungency like countless needles wetting everyone's eyes, the throat clenching on instinct, and then a deeper, near-greedy craving woke. What is that smell? Fengyu sniffed, coughed. I stirred. The soup had turned from milky to a faint orange red, the color of capsaicin meeting fat, the rabbit dice trembling in it with a deadly lure. I threw in cut earth beans to let the starch soften the too sharp heat, and 10 minutes on set the spoon down. Done. A small bowl each, fine red chili skin and gold fat floating, the steam thick with a heat that wouldn't disperse. Fengyu took his bowl first and sipped, and his whole face twisted. SSSS, huh? He flung his mouth open, panting hard, tears flooding. Hot, water. I want water. The others startled, a few children shrinking back. But I stopped him from drinking. Not water. Drink a mouthful of soup. Then chew a piece of meat. Doubtful. He sipped again, this time with a piece of rabbit, and froze. The chili had thrown his taste buds open. The burn slid from mouth to throat and spread like a warm river to every limb. And in the ice-cold winter night, that inside-out heat made him sigh long. He scooped another spoon, and this time no frown, eating with relish, unable to stop. The others tried. The first mouthful drew the same reaction from nearly all, but on the second and third, gathering nerve, they were conquered. I feel a fire burning in my belly. Shia slapped his stomach, sweat beading on his brow, talking loud with the rest. I ladled myself a bowl and drank, the heat shooting to my crown, recalling the rolling red oil hot pot of the world I'd left. I shut my eyes and could near hear the modern crowd noise, smell coriander and garlic paste and beef tallow chili. I opened them to the rough stone wall, but this bowl gave me a thread of real connection to that far world. I set the bowl down, hoarse with the heat. Chili. In winter it can save lives. When you shake with cold, a bowl of this warms you. Next spring we plant it with earth beans and ginger, and by autumn we'll have a whole field. A warmer chorus of agreement rose. The children, sticking out burnt tongues, still held out their bowls for more. Next day the snow still fell, lighter. The first thing the tribe asked each other became how many bowls they'd had or whether their tongues still hurt. Chili, called for now the fire fruit or hot fruit, was overnight the hottest talk in the tribe. I took Fengyu and Shia to check the rabbit pen. Standing in the snow, posts and vine dusted but the structure firm, the two rabbits curled deep in the dry grass, ears twitching at us, but not bolting. They were adapting. A boy crouched at the rail feeding grass through the gaps. The watch rotation I'd set, to be sure the rabbits couldn't dig out and always had food. How is it? I asked. He looked up, face red with cold. They didn't run. The ground's too hard to dig, and when I come close they shrink back. I nodded. Rabbits do burrow, but the frozen ground and dense rail kept it near impossible. Come spring softer soil, I'd need stones buried at the base, or a shallow trench. Leaving the pen, my eye fell on the working tribe. Fengyu stood by the fence practicing the sling, bare feet on the snow, toes frozen red. Shia shouldered a log, hands bare in the wind, knuckles scarred with cracks and chilblains. I stopped, struck by a grave problem. The fire tribe had no shoes, no gloves. They went barefoot year-round, hide bound to the soles at most, hands unprotected through butchering and weaving. In autumn bearable, but in this frost and snow winter bare skin lost heat fast and chilblained, and a badly frostbitten hand might never hunt or work again. A burden on the tribe, even death. Fengyu, Shia, come here. They gathered, puzzled. My eyes on their split hands and feet, my voice sank. Doesn't it hurt? Fengyu wriggled his toes, grinned. I'm used to it. Winter's always like this. Used to it doesn't mean it should be. I went in and pulled 2 tanned rabbit skins from the bottom stores, snare-caught rabbits, processed by Huapi as I'd taught. I'll make 2 things, gloves, to cover the hands against wind, and shoes, to wrap the feet from the ice and snow. I took bone needle and tanned fine vine sinew, spread a rabbit skin on a stone, and cut shapes with the knife, not the complex finger-split kind, too hard for a bone needle to fit. I'd make mittens. A larger oval for palm and 4 fingers, a smaller long triangle for a thumb sleeve. I held the big piece to Shia's hand. Cover the back from the wrist, then seal the 4 fingers together in front. Simplest. I bored holes with the tip, set the thumb sleeve at the palm's side, and stitched with the bone needle and vine sinew, line by line, till a pocket-shaped mitten took form. Try it. Shia slid his hand in hesitant, the soft rabbit skin hugging the skin, fingers curling, dexterity limited but the cold wholly shut out, oddly warm. Try this one. I handed another to Fengyu, who put it on and at once raised his hands to his mouth and breathed. The warmth trapped within, an unprecedented warmth. He tried a fist, the seam creaking faintly but not splitting. Then I had dry soft rabbit fur and thatch mixed and stuffed inside as extra padding, to warm and to soak hand sweat against damp on long wear. This is a lining, I explained. Wind and snow outside, dry and warm within. Huapi had come round at some point, watching, that craftsman's fervor in her eyes, and picked up another skin. Shaman, let me try too. I handed her knife and needle. She copied the cut, lines crooked but the shape right, then stitched, her stitches denser than mine, and in under an hour made her first mitten, a little smaller, better for a woman's hand. She gave it to a young woman weaving a shield. Put it on. The young woman slid her hand in and gasped, turning it before her eyes as if it weren't her own hand. So warm, my hand doesn't hurt. Watching more and more crowd in. Shia and Fengyu high-fiving in their rough rabbit mittens, Huapi teaching the women to cut and stitch. A complex feeling rose in me. Only the crudest fur mitten, no split fingers, no waterproofing, no looks to speak of, but in this cold, snowbound winter it meant a hand that wouldn't crack, a hunter who could still grip a spear tomorrow, a weaver who could keep making shields and traps. I paused, raised my voice. Tonight, those with rabbit skin make their own gloves first. Those without use other tanned soft hide. Later I'll teach you shoes, to wrap the feet so the toes aren't frostbitten. The fire tribe didn't sleep. Deep in the cave the fire burned higher than usual. Everyone busy in the corners the light could reach. The women taking the best spots, tanned rabbit skins on their laps, even half-processed scraps off the bare, bone needles threading, vine sinew drawn taut with faint squeaks. Huapi sat nearest the fire, her own mittens done, teaching a young woman and showing how to add rabbit fur at the wrist cuff and thicken the palm so it wouldn't wear through gripping a spear. The men joined the all-night work too, but their hands fit axe and spear better than needles. Shia threading clumsily, jabbing his own fingertips several times to good-natured laughter. Fengyu nimbler, but his mitten crooked enough to redden his own face. I'll fix it. Huapi took his half-done piece, picked out the bad lines with the needle, and restitched. I didn't stop the all-nighter. Heavy snow had sealed the hills, game gone. Better the tribe make their own things than sit idle. I leaned on the wall, eyes over the firelit faces, the air recalling certain overtime nights in the modern world. Not forced, a busyness shared with hope. I called Huapi over and dug out special materials from the stores, flat thick softwood, tanned strips of hide, coils of rolled vine. Huapi, let's make shoes. I set a softwood block down and cut a foot shape with the knife, wide front narrow back, rough-edged, bored 2 holes front and back and threaded vine. Cut a rectangle of hide to cover the top, stitched it round the wood's edge with vine sinew, and left 2 ties on each side of the upper to bind at the ankle. The result was ugly, a flattened, malformed raft topped with crumpled hide, the sole uneven and a bit crooked, the ties unequal. I tried it myself. The softwood sole on the cold stone was far better than bare feet, shutting out the biting cold, but walking felt like treading 2 boards, no fit, the vine ties cutting the ankle. I took it off and passed it round. Far better than bare feet on snow. This is the rough idea. See how to make it more comfortable. Huapi took the ugly shoe and studied it long, fingers over the softwood edge, pinching the hide, pulling the ties. Then didn't start at once, but set it on her lap and finished the mitten in hand, though I marked her glancing at the shoe now and then, fingers tracing something unconsciously. Go rest, I told them. No hunting in this snow. Finish the gloves. The shoes can wait for tomorrow. But Huapi didn't sleep. When the cave filled with snores, she still sat by the fire, fresh-cut softwood and hide on her lap, 3 women beside her. eyes red too. Talking low, they shaved the softwood thinner, carved a curve into the edge to fit the sole, added rabbit fur inside the upper like the mitten's warming layer, and changed the ties to adjustable slip knots. I woke to a held excitement. The snowlight at the mouth brighter than usual, broad day outside. The fire was down to dark embers, but Huapi and the women still sat there, 6 or 7 pairs of shoes and a dozen pairs of gloves before them. You were up all night? I sat up alarmed. Huapi looked up, eyes sunk and bloodshot, but grinning, and raised a pair of shoes. Shaman, try these. I took them, worlds apart from my last night's effort. The softwood sole shaved to a smooth curve, wider at the ball, thicker at the heel, the edge wrapped in fine vine against chafing, the upper soft rabbit skin lined with thick fur, warm to the touch, the ties crossing at the ankle with adjustable slip knots. I put them on and walked, fit and warm, the sole still hard but no longer board-like, the fur lining wrapping the whole foot in a soft warmth, the toes no longer curling. I stamped, the seams unmoved. This. I looked at Huapi, sincere wonder in my voice. Remarkable. She smiled, broken teeth showing. The others held up their gloves and shoes too. Uneven in quality, but every pair more practical than the prototype. I woke everyone at once, and when the tribe put on Huapi's gloves and shoes, a wave of cries broke out. Shia in the thick-soled shoes walked the snow, then leapt up shouting. Not cold. Like walking on dry grass. Fengyu in Huapi's fur-cuffed gloves clenched and opened his fist, grinning. This is Huapi's doing. I announced before all, holding the shoes up. And these women who stayed up, they've kept everyone's hands and feet from freezing this winter. As a reward, I looked to Shihua, who nodded. Their food is doubled today, and from now, anyone who helps the tribe grow gets more resources. That's the fire tribe's rule from here on. A stir, nods all round, envy and a hunger for clear goals in their eyes. In a hidden hollow about a half-day from the fire tribe, the mouse tribe settlement was being swallowed by the snow. They had no fence, no wood house, only a few natural grottos of varying size, mouths to the southeast, barely blocking the northwest wind, low and cramped, but the easier to keep warm in the snow. They didn't worship mice, but were named for hunger. Many years back, their main food was the field rats overrunning the place. Those quick gray things nesting in the rock. The mouse tribe's nimble fingers and small bodies could squeeze into cracks no adult could, killing the rats with sharpened sticks and bringing them back to roast. In time, the skill became their mark and their name. Shorter than the fire tribe, averaging only to a fire tribe man's shoulder, but better proportioned, long-fingered, and nimble, the best climbers in these hills. But now the snow had sealed every way out. The chief, Shuer, crouched in the warmest corner deep in the cave, back to a boulder warmed by his body. Under 30 this year, but looking a withered old man. High cheekbones, eyes too big, ears truly larger than most, like 2 cold reddened leaves at his head. His fingers tapped his knee unconsciously, his anxious habit. This year's snow came earlier, didn't it? He rasped. An old woman nodded. By now we could still catch rock rats, the mouths buried. How much food left? Dried rat for about 5 days. The greens, gone 3 days ago. Shuer said nothing. His gaze passed the people lying jumbled across the cave to the figure deepest in. His daughter, Qinghua, who'd inherited his small frame and nimble fingers, now curled under a ragged hide, her body heaving with each breath, every cough seeming to tear something from her lungs. And worse, each cough leaving a thread of dark red at the corner of her mouth. Shuer knew what it meant. In this world, coughing blood was death's herald, the evil force in the body taking hold. Qinghua wouldn't outlast this winter. Not without food, a lot of food. He stood suddenly, his decisive voice breaking the gloom. Everyone eat. After, the hunting party comes with me. Out, someone's eyes went wide. It's snowing. Just because it's snowing, the beast can't run far. He snatched a sharpened spear. And we're not the only ones starving. Pheasants and rabbits, finding nothing, will come out scrambling. This is our last chance. They shared the dried rat. Rank, sour, hard, moldy from long storage, but heaven now. Shuer pushed his share into Qinghua's mouth, watched her chew and swallow with effort, then cough out blood-flecked spittle. Wait for me. He touched her brow, frighteningly hot, and led the party out, 7 of the tribe's strongest, nimblest men, in ragged hides, barefoot on the snow, scaling iced rock, ducking into brush, hunting any sign of animal life. Their luck that day was strange and good. First a pheasant pawing the snow, feathers ragged, sluggish. Shuer sprang from behind a rock, and his stick pierced its wing. Then a hare lost in the snow, knocked senseless by a thrown stone. But the real prize, beyond a low ridge, was a young boar, not yet grown, maybe 50 caddies, brown coat snow-muddied, rooting at tree roots in sheltered brush, plainly starving, its guard at its lowest. Shuer's pulse quickened. That pig was several days' food. Catch it, and Chingwa was saved and all could hold on longer. Ring it, he murmured, gesturing fast. Drive it toward the cliff. They spread, closing on it, steps light, faint hiss on the snow. The boar sensed something. Head up, nose twitching, gave a terrified squeal and bolted. Chase! Shuer ran flat out, his small body bursting with startling agility, leaping rock, rounding brush, hooking jutting roots like claws for leverage. The others flanked, trying to drive it to a dead end. But the boar was too fast. Even starving, its four stout short legs powerful in the snow, kicking up sprays, breaking the ring, running for the open slope. Shuer could only watch it pull away, despair flooding his marrow like cold snowmelt. And just as the boar neared vanishing into the storm, a gray streak, tearing the air with a shriek, flew from the brush ahead left. Bang! It took the boar's hind leg, a dull bone crack, and the boar crashed screaming, rolling in the snow, blood fontaining from the wound, reddening the white. Before Shuer could react, 7 or 8 figures stepped from the brush, tall, a full head over the mouse tribe. The young leader in an impossibly smooth black bear cloak, hands and feet wrapped in some strange thick hide covers, an unimaginable garb to Shuer. One held a forked branch wound with vine, the thing that had loosed the killing stone. Fear coiled cold round his heart. He shrank back, his stick sinking, his men frozen too, a clutch of field mice marked by a beast. But Shuer thought of Chingwa in the cave, gritted his teeth, forced a step forward, voice shaking in the wind. I'm Shuer, chief of the mouse tribe. This boar, we found it first, we've been chasing it. He couldn't go on, seeing the young leader watch him calm. No hostility, not even contempt, which frightened him more, unable to read what the man would do. You can't catch it, I said. A few dozen steps more, and it's in the woods. His face flushed red. True, but said so flatly it slapped his chief's dignity. He opened his mouth to argue, to plead, but his throat was too dry for sound. And then my next words froze them all. This boar, it's yours. The storm seemed to still. Shuer doubted his ears, looking up, disbelieving. Give it to us. I nodded, Shia and Fengyu behind me trading a look, no objection. I stepped to the still twitching boar, confirmed it bled out past threat, and stepped back. Take it. Dragging it leaves a blood trail in the snow, so deal with it and get back quick. After making the gloves and shoes I'd meant to use this trip to test their warmth and our mobility in the field, and had met the mouse tribe. I didn't care about the small boar. What I wanted was people who joined the fire tribe willingly. Shuer's mouth worked soundless. In all his years, through countless tribe meetings, in plentiful seasons big tribes ignored them. In lean ones they robbed, sometimes killed those who resisted. He'd never seen this. In a starving winter, a tribe plainly far stronger, handing over a catch already in hand. Why? He forced out at last. Horse is not his own. Because you can't catch it. Let it run and it's wasted. I said flat, then turned grave. Remember, we're the fire tribe, in the valley over there. I looked at his gaunt frame and the small, frightened people behind him. If you're ever in trouble and can't survive, come find us. Remember this path and our faces. He stared dumb, his people stunned behind him, disbelief in their eyes, one pinching his own thigh to be sure it wasn't a hunger phantom. I waved and turned the fire tribe off the other way. Heavy snow, get back soon. The snow eased a little, but the wind still howled outside, driving fine snow through the cave mouth to mottle the outer ground white. The mouse tribe huddled deep, pressed close for shared warmth. No one speaking. Speech spends heat, and heat is life. Chingwa sat deepest, cheeks hollow, lips cracked, each breath a labor, someone beside her testing her brow now and then, very hot. They'd seen this fever pattern many times in the mouse tribe. It usually became a small mound in the snow outside the cave. "Chief, will he come back?" a child finally ventured. No one answered. The answer may be cruel. Hunting out in such weather was a gamble. Then footsteps outside, quick, urgent, charge-like, and the cave's people jerked up like startled beasts. The chief's back. The mouth light darkened with figures, Shuer foremost, his frame taut under his hide, joy on his face, the men behind dragging something. "We caught a boar." The cave erupted, corpse-still people scrabbling up, children rushing from corners, even Chingwa opening her eyes, a faint light in them. A boar caught, in the mouse tribe's memory, that happened only in some abundant autumn long ago. "Make fire. Quick." Shuer heaped the kill on the central stone. "Bring out the last dried rat. Today everyone eats their fill." The fire was relit, dry moss and shrub root crackling. The boar quartered, the meat racked over the flame, fat dropping into gold sparks, the rich smell drawing every empty stomach. Waiting for it to roast, a near festival air filled the cave. Children circling the stone, throats working, old people leaning on each other with dazed, disbelieving smiles. "Chief," a young man leaned in, a fire-poking stick in hand. "Why such luck today? Did you alone bring the boar down?" By custom, on any decent catch the chief told the tale by the fire. A rite, turning the hunt's danger into shared memory, the glory and joy spread to all. But this time Shuer didn't speak at once, sitting with a wandering gaze, his face hard to read. "We didn't catch it," he said at last, low but heard by all. The clamor stilled. Every face turned to him, confused. "We chased that boar, couldn't catch it. It was about to escape." And a group of people appeared. He told it through, his tone going dry and disbelieving. "Stronger than any tribe I've seen. They stood there, didn't rob our catch, only watched us." "And then they gave you the pig?" someone gaped. He nodded. The man said letting it run was a waste, and said, "They're the fire tribe, in the valley over there, and if we're in trouble with no food, we can go to them." Dead silence, then murmurs. "The fire tribe? Never heard of them. Not short of food. They must not be short, to give a boar away." The word turned over and over in the cave. In this world, tribes had three relations: ignore, plunder, or be plundered. Gifting food was wholly outside the frame. "Do they want us as slaves?" a middle-aged man said warily. "Food first, then make us obey?" Shuer shook his head. He didn't sound like he was commanding. "I don't know what they want." Chingwa's cough cut the talk. Shuer surged up, grabbed the tenderest roasted loin, and went to her, holding it to her mouth, voice gentle as not his own. "Eat while it's hot. You'll have strength after." She opened her mouth weak, bit a small piece, the juice melting in her mouth, the fullness of fat and protein she'd long not known. She chewed slow, each bite spending all her strength, but after swallowing a little life came into her eyes. Shuer crouched watching, two boars warring in his chest, the cloaked young man's words, and his tribe's plight. Even with this catch, if the snow kept on, if they caught nothing more, the mouse tribe would become, like the vanished small tribes of past years, a few mounds in the snow, clawed open by spring's beasts till not a bone was left. Join the fire tribe? The thought dropped like a seed. Then a heavier force pressed it. The ancestors. How long had the mouse tribe lived in this hollow? 3 generations? 4? Every crack, every rat nest, every green-yielding slope was the ancestors' memory. To leave and join a strange tribe. Would the mouse tribe's name remain? Would the ancestors' spirits follow them? He wavered long, then gritted his teeth and pushed it down for now. Maybe the snow would stop soon. Maybe tomorrow they'd catch something. The others still talked of the fire tribe, comparing them to the wolf tribe in the same region. The mouse tribe's nightmare, many and wolf-cruel, often crossing the ridge to rob their hard-won food, sometimes hurting people. The fire tribe could beat the wolf tribe, a young man said, a near-dreaming light in his eyes. They have stones that fly far. The wolf tribe would be knocked down before they closed. Not sure. Another shook his head. The wolf tribe has 20-odd warriors, cunning, they ambush. But the fire tribe gave us the boar, a child said suddenly, near longing. The wolf tribe only takes our meat and beats us. The fire tribe's different. By then I'd led the others back up the valley, the snow lighter but ankle-deep, every step pulling a foot from a snow hole. But no one complained of cold feet. Fengyu walked ahead, light-footed, hopping now and then to test his overnight improved rabbit shoes, the softwood soles thudding dull on the snow, his gait still clumsy, but the comfort splitting his face in a grin. "Shaman," he called back, breath smoking. "These shoes really work. My feet aren't cold at all. Before, on this kind of path, my toes felt bitten." Xia nodded, gloved hand on his spear, palm no longer red and cracked on the cold shaft. I nodded. This was the point of going out, to test the gear in real use, and the result beat my hopes. Gloves and shoes warm, and offering real protection in fast movement. Back inside the fence, the women who'd stayed met us, puzzled at first to see the men empty-handed, but caught up at once by Xia and Fengyu's excited account of the gear in the snow. Huipi was crowded in the middle, several women hearing how she'd shaved the soles to fit the foot and sewn fur inside. Her face tired but proud, her first time the tribe's focus in years. I smiled and didn't join the cheer, looking toward the mouse tribe's direction, hidden by storm, only the gray ridgeline showing. Shihua came with a bowl of hot soup against the cold. "Back? Did something happen?" I drank, the warmth sliding to my stomach, set the bowl down, calm. "We met a tribe to the north, the mouse tribe, out of food, driven to hunt in this. They chased a boar, couldn't catch it. We killed it, and I gave it to them." Then, not waiting, near to myself, "The fire tribe's only 35 now. Too few. The stone axe watch us hungrily. Blackwater's held by pottery for now, but who knows? We need more labor. But if we invade other tribes, they won't truly work and will betray us. And once we start that, the whole spirit rots." Shihua fell to thinking. "Winter's actually the best time," I went on. "Outsiders are short of food, easy to take in, though we vet their character, not just anyone. It's a long plan, but we can prepare." I gave him time to think and turned to the just-finished wood house. The first, wholly done. Posts, beam, pitched roof, all firmly bound with vine and hide sinew. The roof thick-thatched, edges weighted with stones against the wind. No door but a hide-curtained entry. The inside far roomier than the cave, well-aired, dry grass on the floor, dry herbs hung on the walls giving a faint insect-warding scent. I went in. Far warmer than outside, the thatch shutting out wind and snow, the wood walls blocking the cold, body heat gathering in the closed space. The smoked fish and meat moved from cave to a multi-tier rack here, well-aired and easy to reach, no longer mixed with the cave's smoke fog. "Food stores here from now," I said. "And once there are more houses we can live in them." The sky darkened, the snow thickening again, hissing on the thatch, but inside the fence the fire burned high, everyone round the jar waiting for supper. I went to the jar and took a small hide pouch of dried chili from my chest, set aside on purpose, the seeds already removed and stored, crushed the chili into the boiling soup. Already holding smoked rabbit, earth beans, ginger, pheasant. And the moment it hit, the fierce fragrance burst out, everyone sniffing, eyes sharp in the firelight. They remembered this taste. "Fire fruit," Fengyu shouted first, ecstatic. "It's fire fruit." Xia gripped his glove as if already feeling the heat. I stirred, the soup gone faint orange-red, rabbit and pheasant trembling under the chili, gold fat on top, and ladled a bowl each, more than last time. A hard day's work and heavy snow outside. They needed the heat. Fengyu sipped at once. In a sub-zero night with snow falling through the thatch gaps, that inside-out warmth was worth a sigh. "So good," he mumbled, tears from the heat, mouth already grinning. The others ate, and when the heat fused with meat, bean, ginger in their mouths, none could stop. Xia gulping, soup down his beard, careless, many sticking out burnt tongues yet drinking on. I watched satisfied. Chili was limited, no daily dish. But no matter, sometimes scarcity is itself a memory, and this soup's taste would be branded in every mind, the warmest thought in deep winter, and one of the reasons they'd want to stay and give to this tribe. Farther off, the wolf tribe's cave hid in a steep cliff cleft, the mouth so narrow only one could sidle through, but opening wide within, the walls weathered black-brown and hung with smoke char, the air thick year-round with a near-sickening blood reek and a sour rot of fat. They dragged kills straight in to butcher, flinging guts and bone anywhere. only crudely burying it near the mouth. In summer it steamed and drew green flies. In winter froze to dark red ice crusts. The chief, Langway, sat on a boulder deep within, his face foul. 30-odd this year, but looking past 40. Not age, but the marks of long gorging and unchecked hunting. Strong, broad-backed. Eyes a muddy yellow-brown faintly reflecting in the dark, never meeting a gaze straight, but eyeing askance with a predator's cold appraisal. The cave was a roiling quarrel now. "We've half a side of deer left." A one-eyed man kicked the frozen hard meat, restless. "Even with a few baskets of greens, all spoiled." Eked out, 2 weeks at most. 2 weeks, another yelped. "Winter's just begun. Last year snow fell to spring, this year longer." "Then what?" "Eat dirt. It's because you lot are useless. In autumn I said store more food. You wanted roast meat every day. Now you know hunger? Who are you calling useless?" The quarrel escalated to shoving and curses, someone snatching an axe. Langway didn't stop it at once, watching his men savage each other, his eyes grim. The wolf tribe had over 40, and the more mouths, the more spent. Not careful like the fire tribe, not salt-rich like Blackwater. Their survival creed was crude. Find prey, eat it, find more. In autumn they'd caught plenty, but the unchecked gorging drained the stores fast, and this winter came near a month earlier than usual, catching them off guard. "Enough," Langway said, killing every voice. He rose, went to the half-side of deer, glanced at it, turned, swept the crowd. "Someone saw the mouse tribe," he said cold. "Yesterday they dragged a boar back to their cave." "A boar?" The one-eyed man's eyes lit, then flared to rage. "That's our hunting ground. The boar should have been ours. What right have those shrimps? Right? Those rat things. Only good for burrowing and stealing eggs. They get to eat boar." Langway said nothing, the grimness deepening. He thought of the mouse tribe. Few, weak in a fight, but always able to find odd foods. Rock rats, eggs, even roots the wolf tribe didn't know. "Attack them," he rasped. "Take all their food. Take all the people. Men to work, women." He paused, a cruel curve to his mouth. "Women and children, if food's still short, their food." A breath of silence, then near beastly greed tore it apart. In the wolf tribe's logic the weak were food. They murmured eager, checking axes and spears, tying their cloaks. Some women began filling waterskins for the long trek. "Eat this meal full," Langway tore raw meat. "Then move. Light snow's good for travel, and before those mouse shrimps react we'll be at their mouth." Meanwhile, a near-suffocating silence filled the mouse tribe's cave. Shuer had gone out again with his men. The snow lighter, the cold still ear-biting. But they had to seize the chance, even for one rock rat. Chingwa leaned deepest in, 2 patched ragged rat skins over her, her breath light. Since her father's boar meat her spirits had lifted a little, the fever down a touch, but the cough unstopped. Then footsteps outside, fast, charge-like, and her eyes opened. She thought at her father and struggled up, looking to the mouth, a faint smile on her lips. Then it froze. The figures pouring in from the snowlight were not the mouse tribe's small, nimble shapes. Tall, strong, the leader in a whole wolf pelt, the wolf's jaws over his head like a monster grown from a beast's belly, a stone axe in his hand, the blade dark with unfrozen blood. The wolf tribe. A fierce strangled gasp caught in her throat. "Mouse tribe," Langway's voice burst out, cat cruel. "Out. Everything's ours now." Someone snatched a sharpened stick to stand before the children, shrieking, "Run! Out the back!" But there was no back. The mouse cave had one mouth, the ancestors' reason for choosing it. Easy to defend, now a fatal trap. The wolf tribe surged in like tide, axes swinging in the firelight, sticks snapping, screams ringing. A resisting mouse man took an axe to the shoulder, blood spraying the wall, falling underfoot. Another stabbed a stick at the one-eyed man's belly, but the man only sneered, gripped it, and chopped off his wrist. Chingwa watched it all, frozen, the women shoved down, the children hauled up like chicks, the last sack of dried rat and boar meat in the corner stuffed greedily into wolf pouches. Last, Langway came to her, eyeing her from above like meat quality. "Take her." But the word broke off as she coughed violently, suddenly, her body folding, her hand to her mouth, but dark red still seeping through her fingers to drip on the hide. Langway stopped, frowned, stepped back. Sick, disgust crossing his eyes. The evil thing. Take her, and she infects the others. A wolf man came up. This sick one. Leave her. Langwei spat, the spittle striking the ground before her in fine ice crystals. Bad luck. Keep off. Let her die here. He raised a foot and stamped it hard down on her. A wrenching pain and dizziness took her, the world like a stone-struck pond, her mind sinking to dark. In the last instant she heard her people dragged off weeping, and the storm outside rising to a sudden howl. Shuer came back, carrying 2 pheasants, knocked down with sticks in the brush, his cheeks frost-red, ice on his nose tip, but oddly glad. He hurried for the cave, and slowed the nearer he got. Too quiet. By now he should hear voices. Only the storm wailing through the rock cracks. The snow at the mouth was churned with jumbled prints, not made by small mouse feet. His face went white. He and the others snatched sticks and rushed in like madmen. The cave was empty, the fire dead, a few wisps of smoke rising in the dark, the ground a wreck, blood frozen dark brown on the wall. Then he saw Qinghua, fallen deepest in, face white, dried blood at her mouth, a great purple bruise swelling on her body. Qinghua, he flung himself down and held her. Her lids flickered, opened, the pupils slow to focus, tears welling without warning. Wolf, wolf tribe, barely audible. They took everything. Her body shook violently. He went rigid, looking round. The cave where all his people had lived, now only the few of them, the floor a bloody ruin. I'll go fight them, he set her down gently, a mad light in his eyes. No, she gripped his wrist, a sick woman's grip impossibly strong. We can't beat them, going is dying. He fell silent. The wolf tribe over 30, stronger. A charge might wound a few, but the end was all of them dead in the snow and Qinghua frozen here alone. Yet staying, no food, no fire, was a dead end too. Then a figure surfaced in his mind, the cloaked young man. The fire tribe. Qinghua seemed to think it too, her eyes bright in the dark. Go to the fire tribe. Maybe they can help, can get the others back. He looked at her, torn. Go to the fire tribe? But which valley exactly he didn't know. Still, staying was waiting to die. Taking her gave at least a thread. All right, he forced through his teeth. We go to the fire tribe. He looked at his 6 remaining people, as spent as he, the same fire in their eyes, rage, despair, and a faint hope. Will you come? We may not find them and die on the road, but if we find them, maybe we live. They traded looks, nodded silent. No kin left here. He cracked the frozen ground for the dry inner soil, lit a small fire with hide and moss, roasted 1 pheasant, fed Qinghua the tenderest meat, wrapped the other in hide for the road. The men sharing a little, they needed strength. They gathered everything warm, Shuer draping his thickest hide on his daughter and binding it tight with vine. Can you walk? She nodded weak. They went out into the storm, barefoot on the snow, every step a blade. But no one stopped, death behind them. And ahead, unknown, at least a thread called hope. They went by remembered bearings, but the storm blurred every landmark, all alike, all edges lost in the white. Over one slope, another, through dead woods, more brush. The sun moved in the gray sky, but Shuer felt no time pass, only his legs softening, his toes gone numb, 2 sticks swinging mechanical in the snow. Qinghua, on his back now, coughed. The men were spent, falling, rising, no one complaining, since stopping was death. How long? Half a day? A day? He didn't know, his mind blurring, only endless white before him. Her faint voice from his back. Put me down. Go on yourself. Shut up, he panted, the smoke of his breath torn off by the storm. Live together or die together. Over one more low slope his foot caught something, and he stumbled near to falling, a half-buried stake. No, not a stake, a fence. He jerked his head up. The storm seemed to thin a moment, and through the flakes he saw it. A fence of branch and vine, a woodhouse not far inside, thatch-roofed, smoke rising from a cave. His legs gave. He knelt in the snow. Qinghua slid from his back into a drift with a faint moan. He tried to crawl to her, but had no strength. Lying in the snow, fingers clawing the cold, and toward the fence loosed a last hoarse cry. Help! Help! Then dark took him. Inside the fence, I stood before the wood house watching the storm, wrapped in the bear cloak, the cold still finding every gap. I didn't expect the mouse tribe to come. That boar had only sown a seed, maybe months to sprout. In this weather they'd be holed up, not crossing unknown country in a storm to find people met once. Shaman. Fengyu's voice, urgent, near stunned. People. People outside. I whirled. He stood at the lookout, the openable window we'd woven into the fence. I went and looked out. A dozen odd steps off, a small man lying in the snow, a smaller figure beside him wrapped tight in hide, and behind, a few staggering shapes. Open the gate. I shouted. Quick, bring them in. Xia and Fengyu rushed out through ankle-deep snow and dragged them inside. The crowd gathering, torch and fire lighting their faces. The man's face gaunt to deformity, lips purple, fingers frozen white-blue. But I knew him at once, the Mouse Tribe's chief. Shu'er woke in warmth. His last memory was endless storm, Qinggua's breath fading on his back, the despair of kneeling senseless in the snow. In the Mouse Tribe's belief, the dead go to a place forever warm, no hunger, no storm. So when he opened his eyes to leaping firelight, his first feeling wasn't relief, but a dazed, near-reverent calm. Then a face at the firelight's edge, young, hard-angled. His pupils shrank. This was the one who'd given them the boar in the snow. You're awake, I said calm. Your toes are frostbitten. Don't move, they're still recovering. He didn't take it in. A fear worse than frostbite gripped his heart, and he surged up. Where's my daughter? Voice near breaking. Xia pressed his shoulder to keep him from rolling off. She's fine, I said gentle, pointing. All 8 of you were brought back. She's over there, cared for. She's come round after ginger broth. He looked, deep in the cave, across the fire, Qinggua wrapped in a thick hide, only her pale face showing, her breathing far steadier, a fire tribe woman beside her spooning something to her mouth. He went boneless, sinking. Eat first. I brought a steaming bowl of milky soup, torn smoked rabbit and ginger floating. Drink it. Then tell me why you came through that storm. Any farther, and you'd all have died on the road. He looked at the soup, throat working, hunger gnawing like a beast, but a stronger feeling beat it. He thought of the blood across the cave floor, didn't take the bowl, but pushed up on his elbows, shaking. The wolf tribe came. Our people were taken, all the food robbed. His small body shook hard. Please, he struggled to kneel, but his frozen legs failed, and he could only half sprawl. Please save them. We'll do anything. A thin, choked weeping came out of him, a plea wrung from the soul, dignity wholly cast off. The cave stilled. The fire tribe stopped their work, watching the man curled on the hide. I crouched, took his shoulders, eased him back down. Don't kneel. Still gentle, a little warmer. Strain your legs more, and you lose the toes. Looking into his bloodshot, near-mad eyes, word by word. Eat first. Get your strength back. We'll need you to guide us. His weeping cut off. He stared. Then a near collapse of relief swept him, the suffocating boulder crashing down at last. Eat. I put the bowl in his hands. He cradled it shaking, and the moment his lips touched it, the meat and pungency flooded his nose. He drank, eyes going round. Not the rank sour hardness of dried rat, not the thin bitterness of greens and bark, but a savor that seemed to seep straight into the body. He drank in great gulps, the scalding broth stinging mouth and throat. Careless, tears welling again into the soup, running down his chin, sobbing low as he drank. I stood, leaving him the rest, and went to the mouth where Xihua stood, plainly having heard. I lowered my voice. It's worse than I thought. The wolf tribe hit the mouse tribe. Only these few escaped, the rest in wolf hands. His brows knit. The wolf tribe. I know them, fiercer than the stone axe. I nodded. I checked them. Frostbite and weakness, no fatal wounds. The chief's daughter is better after ginger broth. I looked out at the storm, then back, my eyes sharpening. I think we'd best go free those people. He didn't answer at once. As chief, he had to weigh it. For a few mouse tribe people, is it really worth it? My voice calm and clear. First, if we save them, the mouse tribe will be wholly devoted. Second, a tribe that cruel living nearby is a permanent threat. Better to strike first than wait for them at our gate. Third, if we let them die, what small tribe would ever dare come to us after? For the fire tribe to grow, people must know that with us, there's a way to live. He was quiet, recalling what I'd said, not to grow by plunder but by shelter and acceptance. I went on. From the others I've learned the wolf tribe leans on axe and spear. Their edge is cruelty in numbers, but winter drains them. They're short of food. Their morale may be low. Weave slings to strike from afar, shields to block their axes, and gloves and shoes to move faster than them in the snow. If we don't go, the captives won't last days. The wolf tribe's short of grain, and the old, the weak, the women and children, he understood. Shihua breathed out long, a white cloud in the cold. All right. How many? Me, you, Xia, Fengyu, and 6 of the strongest. The rest stay to guard the others. If the snow keeps easing, it's good for moving. Drag too long, and the wolf tribe may already have dealt with the captives. Decided, we prepared. Xia and Fengyu were called, told of attacking the wolf tribe. Fengyu's eyes lit, his fingers stroking the sling's vine. 6 more warriors fell in, donning gloves, checking shields, loading sling pebbles. I had dried meat, earth beans, and dried fruit packed in hide at the waist. Then took the big shell of bear fat and dug out the half-set white grease for each man. Smear it on your face. I showed it on my cheekbones, nose tip, ear rims. This layer wards off frostbite. They copied, the grease a rank-smelling barrier on the skin that did block the wind. When Shu'er was helped over, seeing the warriors smear bear fat and check gear, the uniform busyness shook him, as if all knew the task, all trusting the one giving orders at the center. Can you guide us? I asked. His legs still shook, but he gritted his teeth and nodded hard. I know the way. The wolf caves in a cliff cleft, and there's a hidden path round from the north. Put these on first. I had Huapi bring rabbit shoes and gloves. He took them hesitant, long barefoot, fingers always bare in the wind. When the soft fur-lined shoes went on his feet, a flood of comfort, the size just right. The softwood sole stiff but cutting the grounds cold, like walking on dry grass. This. He looked down, shaking. These are our shoes and gloves, I said. Warmer worn, now bare fat on the frostbite. Then guide us, please. He did, the grease's oily chill covering the sting, and walked a few steps. Weak still, but far steadier than wading the snow before. Next dawn the storm shrank, the flakes from goose feather to fine salt, the wind from howl to low moan, the window to strike. Too heavy a storm and movements hard, too light and tracks show. This much snow masked us without blocking us. We set out, me in the middle, Shu'er guiding at front, Xia and Fengyu flanking with slings ready, the rest with spears and shields, like silent ghosts risen from a swamp in the gray. Up the valley round the ridge, through dead brush, Shu'er's path was truly hidden, not the hunting roads but rock clefts and dry stream beds. About 2 hours on he raised a hand to halt, crouched behind dead brush, pointed at a cliff cleft ahead, very low. There's the wolf cave, but we go round the east. There's a high slope to look down from. We crept up and lay in the snow on the slope top, looking down through the brush. The wolf cave was even more hidden than the mouse tribes. 2 steep cliffs like great stone doors with a narrow cleft between, a wisp of smoke rising above it, clear under the gray sky. The fire within, meaning people inside, and surely many. I counted the sign at the mouth. Many large, deep prints, a few discarded bones flung to the sides, some gnawed white, some with dark red shreds. My stomach clenched. Those bones were thin, not a beast's. There inside, Shu'er's voice shook. I read the ground. The mouth narrow, easy to defend. A frontal assault, and they'd only hold the mouth and make us live targets outside. Better to lure part of them out to open ground where the sling's edge told. I laid it out. How do we draw them out? Shihua murmured. Shu'er gritted his teeth, looking at the mouth that had so terrified him, a near-mad courage rising in his small frame. I'll go. His voice no longer shaking, decisive. I'll curse them out. I don't fear death. Only being too late. I looked at him, so thin in the snow a gust might fell him, but with that fire in his eyes I knew. The last and hottest flame of the desperate. I nodded. Don't get too close. Curse them from 50 steps off the mouth, and run this way when they come. We'll cover you. He drew a breath, took a spear, and strode down the slope, not hiding, deliberately snapping deadwood and kicking stones, loud, and stopped on the open ground off the mouth, planted the spear, and screamed with all his strength. Langwei, you shit-eating beast. What you robbed, Today I take back piece by piece. Come out, you cave-cowering trash. You like killing, come kill me." His voice drove straight into the cave. A beat of silence, then a stir of offended fury within, the mouth light darkening, tall figures spilling out, foremost a wolf-pelted man. Langway, axe in hand, yellow-brown eyes reflecting in the snow glare. He saw Shuer, the mouse chief who should have frozen dead, standing outside his mouth cursing, and blinked, then split a cruel near-pleased grin. "The mouse is back," hoarse with contempt. "You alone come to die?" For big men behind him, axes and spears, all sneering at the lone Shuer. "Kill him," Langway waved careless. "Skin him and hang it at the mouth. Show the other mice what resisting earns." The four strode at Shuer, axes turning, snow crunching. He watched them near, palms sweating on the spear, drew a breath, and made to turn and flee for the slope. Behind the brush on the slope top, I slowly raised my arm. The others gripped their slings, the vine cutting a low whoosh in the air. Seeing Shuer stumble fleeing, the wolf men wore that cat and mouse smirk. "Run, little mouse. Weren't you cursing loud just now?" One strode foremost, snow spraying. Three more spread laughing, ambling to flank. In no hurry now, savoring an easy kill. Shuer, warm rabbit shoes notwithstanding, ran more and more raggedly with frostbite and weakness, looked back, screamed shrill. "Langway, you're just the trash who eats his own cubs." The words lit their rage like powder. One darkened, quickening. Sharp tongue. "Caught. I'll pull it out." Shuer ran flat out for the slope, his strength wholly spent, a snow-buried branch catching his ankle, and he pitched forward into a drift, the spear flying loose, cold snow down his collar. He struggled to rise, arms shaking, no force in them. The four closed round. A gap-toothed man doubled over laughing. "This is the mouse chief. Can't even walk straight," and raised his axe, mocking. "Tell us, which leg do we chop first?" The other three raised their weapons too, cruel near-board expectation, to them only a diversion. Then the shriek, like some great insect's wings, like metal-tearing cloth, diving from above. The gap-toothed man looked up on instinct. A fist-sized pebble, near too fast for the eye, spinning, swelling in his pupils too quick for any expression, slammed his face. Bang! A dull melon-burst sound. He flew backward, axe gone, rolling twice, face up, blood and gray-white brains spattering the snow. Almost together, four more stones arrived. The second took a man's chest, a clear rib crack, folding him backward. The third a thigh, the leg bone snapping on the spot. The man howling and rolling, clutching the twisted limb. The fourth grazed the last man's shoulder, tearing off flesh and hide. The man shrieking and stumbling back. All in under 2 breaths. Shuer lay in the drift looking back dumb. The laughing pursuers now routed, several down in the snow, his mind blank, forgetting to rise. Ambush. Longway's roar from the mouth, astonishment in his eyes for the first time. On the slope top, a row of figures rose from the brush, forked branches in hand, vines still swaying. I leapt down, the bear cloak flaring, calm. "Take the ones who came out first." Xia and Fengyu charged foremost, the rest behind, steady on the snow, gloves letting them grip without slipping, shoes letting them run without freezing, and swamped the few pursuers. Xia's spear took the broken-legged man's throat, ending his howl. Fengyu looped his sling strap round the shoulder-hurt man's neck and wrenched, a loud joint crack. The other 2 were finished by Fire Tribe warriors, leaving only stiffening corpses. Longway's face changed. He turned to fall back into the cave, but I was faster than he'd reckoned. Slings. Loose. The Fire Tribe halted 30 steps off the mouth, fanned out, swung together, several pebbles up at once with that air-tearing shriek, into the narrow cave. Inside, the wolf tribe crowded the mouth, about to follow their chief out. Before they reacted, stones fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Into the press, no room to dodge in the narrow cave. One took a woman's skull, and she dropped without a sound. Another a big man's belly, folding him shrimp-like, blood from his mouth. 2 volleys poured into the narrow entry in under 10 breaths. The cave turned hell, screams, bone cracks, terror howls echoing the rock into a hair-raising roar. The wolf tribe jammed together, front wanting back, back wanting in, trampling in the chaos, the stones still flying in. Out! Charge! Langway roared, his face cut by flying stone, blood down his chin. He grabbed an axe, shoved past the men blocking him, and rushed the mouth first. The still able wolf men pouring after, red-eyed, cornered beasts swinging axe and spear at us. Mind the axes, Fingyu shouted. One spun at me. I raised the shield on my left arm, the axe striking with a dull thud. The vines give shedding most of the force. The axe bounced off with only a faint white mark on the shield, my arm feeling only a light tremor. Block the stones they throw. Shihor raised his shield against another. Back, I ordered calm. Keep distance. Don't let them close. Keep throwing. The fire tribe stepped back in order and swung again. A third volley. Aim now at the wolf men out on the open snow. Fingyu was best, his release perfectly timed, every stone to chest or head. By the fourth volley the wolf tribe broke. They'd never met such fighting. Charge and the foe retreated. Stop and the stones came. Axes couldn't reach, and what reached bounced off the strange shields. Every step forward dropped a comrade. Devils. A wolf man halted, looking at his fallen comrades, a worldview-shattering terror on his face. They're devils. Run, someone cried first, and the wolf tribe broke apart, no longer heeding Longway's roar, no longer charging, scattering like fire-tailed curs, some into the cave, some up the cliffs, some down the valley. Pursue, I said cold. Kill all you can catch. No survivors. The fire tribe poured out. Shia with 3 down the valley, Fingyu for the cliffs, 2 with me into the mouth. The snow chase was no contest. The wolf tribe barefoot, the fire tribe shod, faster and surer. Shia ran down a fleeing man and spear pierced his kidney from behind. Fingyu slung down a man scaling the cliff, who fell and broke his neck. In the cave Shihua finished 2 hiding in shadow, spear clean into the throat. Langway hadn't run far, his strides stumbling with pain, trying to fall back deep, but I'd blocked the mouth. He turned, axe in hand, a cornered beast madness in his eyes. Who are you? Panting, blood from his shoulder. The fire tribe. I swung the sling and struck. He raised the axe to block, but the stone came from the side and took his temple. The huge body swayed and crashed into the snow at the mouth, twitched, and lay still. The fight was over at last. The cave reeked of blood, dung, and sour sweat. I went deep. Firelight lit the corner where the mouse tribe were caged, bound together at ankle and wrist with vine, a strung row of fish, jammed under the inner wall, most gaunt, bruised and bloodied, eyes scattered as if resigned to death. I counted 15 alive, a few children eyes shut in women's arms, asleep or senseless, a few middle-aged men marked from beatings. But more were gone, bones scattered on the floor. My stomach turned, but I didn't look away. Cut them loose, feed them something. The fire tribe came up and cut the vine with flakes. At first the captives didn't react, as if not believing they'd been saved, until warm water reached their mouths, and their eyes slowly focused and tears came. Shuer rushed in, saw his living people, crouched and held a small, bloody-faced girl shaking, then looked at Longway's corpse at the mouth. Head askew, temple caved, blood frozen black. His eyes reddened. He snatched a spear and stumbled over, driving the tip hard into the cold body's belly. Ah, a mad howl, pulling out, stabbing, pulling, stabbing, ice-flecked blood spattering his face. Other freed mouse people fell on the corpse too, tearing and beating. I stood aside and didn't stop it. Necessary hatred needs venting. Enough, I said at last calm. He's wholly dead. Now we go back. They slowed and stilled, blood on their faces, but the dazed terror no longer holding their hearts. The fire tribe gathered spoils, 7 wolf axes of varying quality, all sharper than the fire tribe's, a dozen odd hides, bloodied but usable tanned, sacks of dried rat the wolf tribe had robbed from the mouse tribe, now returned, and deeper in, 2 sacks of the wolf tribe's own stores, half a side of smoked deer and baskets of frozen roots. The column set off, the freed mouse tribe and the fire tribe near 30 strong, dragging spoils, helping the weak, moving slow in the snow. On the way back the wind surged, the flakes thickening from salt to goose feather, near blinding. The temperature dropped, the once sweating men feeling cold needle through hide to bone. The freed mouse people were weakest, starved for days then spent in their rage, staggering now. I urged loud, faster. Don't stop. Stopping freezes you. Shaman. Shia's voice came in shreds. The storm's too big. Find shelter? I looked round. All white. No cliff. No woods. Only endless rolling snow veil. We were in the open. No cover. No chance of a fire here. Keep going. I gritted. How far? Shia panted, his face unreadable under fat and snow. Over this slope is the valley. But each step the storm grew fiercer, the snow past the calf, pulling free a torment. The mouse children began crying, the cries swallowed by the wind. My heart sank. I'd underestimated this storm, thought we'd beat it home, but nature was crueler than I'd reckoned. If it went on, even unkilled by the wolf tribe, they'd freeze in this snow. And as it worsened, I saw a thread of firelight, faint at first, flickering in the storm like a distant dying star, then more, swaying and leaping, from the valley, from the fire tribe's direction, a few torches piercing the storm toward us, halos of warm orange-red spreading in the snow veil. Fengyu cried first, hoarse with joy. It's the fire tribe. They've come to meet us. The lights neared. I saw it now. The remaining fire tribe, torches up, hides on, faces red with fire and snow, eyes anxious and longing. Huapi was foremost, torches and steaming jars of soup in their arms. Shaman, her voice through the storm. You weren't back? I saw the snow worsen, feared trouble, so I had everyone come find you. I stood in the storm, looking at the swaying fire, and a faint smile rose at the corner of my mouth. I didn't waste time on feeling. Give them the soup. I pointed at the shivering mouse survivors, my voice clear even in the howl. Everyone drinks first, then we move. Huapi waved her people forward at once, the jars still steaming with smoked fish and ginger soup. Crude, but the warmth and pungency enough to revive frozen bodies. The women spooned it to the mouse tribe's mouths. An old mouse man took a bowl shaking, his lips flinching at the heat, but didn't stop, drinking greedy, the warmth spreading fast from belly to limbs, his eyes reddening, drinking too fast, soup down his chin into his ragged collar, careless, mouthful after mouthful. Slow down, a fire tribe woman said soft, mind the burn. The tone froze the old man. In the mouse tribe, food was shared by strength, the old getting least and last. He looked up at the woman's blurred firelit face, lips quivering, only a muffled sob coming out. The others got soup too, the children spooned in their mother's arms, coughing at the ginger then warmed deep within. One drinking suddenly bowed his head, shoulders shaking, faint weeping torn off by the storm, only tears mixing with soup. Shuer got a bowl too, but didn't drink at once, looking at me and the fire tribe, hoarse. Why did you come out? In such snow. I was wrapping a frostbitten child in hide and turned, snow thick on my cloak, frost on brows and lashes, my eyes calm and firm. People of the same tribe help each other. The fire tribe doesn't abandon its own, however heavy the snow, however far the road. I paused, sweeping the ragged, bloodied survivors. You came through the storm trusting us. We came through the storm to answer that trust. Let's go. He stared, then bowed his head and drank the rest in one, the heat rising from his belly mixing with the tears, his whole body shaking. In all his years, his first knowing that in ice and snow a person could shake not from cold, but from a thing called trust. The column set off again, the fire tribe helping the mouse tribe, torches a swaying river of fire in the storm. Someone fell, and hands at once pulled him up. Someone couldn't walk, and arms at once took his weight. The wind still howled, but no one despaired now. Not alone, fire beside them, silent, reliable backs walking the snow at their side. Over the last low slope the valley appeared, the fence dim in the storm, smoke rising, firelight staining the snow warm orange-red. Stepping inside the fence, a wave of heat met us, the cave fire higher than ever, dry root and branch crackling glad in the hearth, the whole cave baked warm. I gave orders, ringing in the cave. Everyone able, into 3 groups. First, the biggest jar, fish soup, ginger, and chili in. Second, the old and children to the fire, off with the wet clothes, frostbite rubbed with snow, first then bare fat. Third, clear space and lay dry grass for the hurt to lie on. The fire tribe moved at once. Women to the jars, men settling the hurt in the warmest spots wrapped layer on layer, children clumsily hauling grass. Shuer stood at the cave's center watching the busy ordered figures, heat and fragrance rising, and made a decision. He walked to the flat stone where Chief Shihua sat, and before everyone, knelt. Shaman of the Fire Tribe, Chief of the Fire Tribe, his voice thin but clear. I, Shuer, am no longer the Mouse Tribe's chief. From today there is no Mouse Tribe. He turned to his shaken people, wish to join the Fire Tribe and obey the shaman. A beat of silence. The Mouse Tribe traded looks, then knelt one after another, uneven but all toward the tribe that had given them a second life. I traded a glance with Shihua, who nodded faint. I agree. I stepped up and raised Shuer. From today, your Fire Tribe, no high or low. Rise, we kneel only to the ancestors. He came up shaking, but the tears had broken their banks. He turned to his people. Did you hear? We're Fire Tribe now. The cave erupted in cheers. They clung together, weeping and laughing. The Fire Tribe gathering round, clapping their shoulders, passing hot soup, speaking comfort. Two once strange peoples merging in firelight and steam like two rivers into one sea. The fish soup was done, milky and rolling, fish head and smoked meat fat gold on top, ginger and chili bobbing, a domineering pungency that seemed to pierce the lungs. The women ladled it to all. Shuer took his bowl in both hands, blew, sipped, and the whole world stilled. What taste was that? Warm, fierce, burning in the mouth, the fish's freshness, the smoked meat's depth, the ginger's heat, and that red fruit's fire running from tongue to belly, a near magical experience never known. He drank in gulps, the scalding broth searing his mouth, careless, the heat sliding to his stomach then racing through him like spring snow melt. So good. Someone gulped, eyes wide, then defied the heat for another mouthful. So spicy, so warm. I'm sweating, a woman cried, wrapped in hide, bowl in hand, fine beads on her brow. In this weather, I'm actually sweating. Near 60 people packed the cave, bowls of scalding ginger chili fish soup in hand, steam rising over every head into a hazy white mist, a primitive grand near revel filling the cave, both tribes talking loud, the two voices mixing like a rough but true song born in the storm. Qingguo was helped out too, resting deep in the cave till a bowl of hot soup woke her face pale, but her eyes clear, leaning on the wall sipping, watching her cheering people and the cloaked young man smiling by the fire, her eyes wet. Fed and warm, weariness flooded in. In the warm cave one after another lay down, curling on grass and hide with even snores, the Fire Tribe drifting off too, soon only the fire's crackle and the rise and fall of breath. I leaned on the wall, looking over the jumbled sleepers, a faint smile at my mouth. The Fire Tribe, 35 become near 60, a leap and a challenge. I knew that so long as these people lived and merged into the Fire Tribe, the future would no longer be bound to this one valley. The next day, sunlight rarely pierced the clouds. Waking, I caught sight of the newly joined Mouse Tribe, and my brow knit. Their hides and the Fire Tribe's were two different worlds. Ours now all tanned, soft, clean, odorless. Theirs caked in layers of black grime and clotted blood, reeking of sweat sour and rotted fat. Worse, when the sun struck them, I saw black dots crawling in the fur, lice. Everyone, I cried at once. Wake the cave. The Mouse Tribe strips off every old hide, not one kept. Shuer froze, puzzled. I pointed at the filthy hides, grave. Your hides are full of lice. Lice suck blood and sicken people, fester wounds, and they're stiff and don't warm. Strip them all, pile them outside, burn them. Burn, an old man's eyes went wide. But these are our clothes. You'll have new ones, I steadied. We've tanned soft hide. The old must burn. Don't want to sicken or itch all over. Listen to me. They traded looks, then began stripping. The stinking stiff hides peeled off and heaped at the mouth like a small hill. I had oil poured and lit it. The flames leapt crackling, the lice hissing near inaudibly in the fire, the stench swallowed and gone as scorched smoke to the sky. I turned to the Fire Tribe watching the show. You too. Everyone bathes. We've been sweating since winter began. They froze. Bathe. In this weather you'd freeze. I read it. Follow me. I led them to the wood house. where lay several hollowed, thick log sections left from the building, kept back from firewood. I had one half a person high carried into the cave and hollowed with axes. A crude but water-holding wooden tub, the base and rim uneven but deep enough for an adult to crouch in. Now boil water, I ordered. Boiled, poured in, mixed with cool to a bearable warmth. The women set to, jars boiled, the steaming water poured careful into the tub, swirling, giving off a near luxurious winter warmth. I demonstrated first. Off with the hide, down to the underlayer ordinary in the modern world, crouching in, the hot water over my shoulders, then a hide dipped to scrub, grime sloughing off into the water and clouding it fast. I washed long, and rising I felt clear and new, as if reborn. Changed the water, next. The fire tribe tried it half-doubting. Shia went first, crouching in with a near yelp, and rising, dried with a hide, an easeful look on his face. The mouse tribe watched as at a sacred rite. At most they'd wiped down with river water in summer, and now to wash in deep winter? You bathe too, I told them. One by one, women first, then change into new hide. A mouse woman was helped in, and as the hot water met her cracked skin some sat lost, just letting it rinse the grime. After, into tanned soft hide, the feel making them stroke their own arms as if it weren't their skin. Bathing isn't only for comfort, I told them all. Staying clean keeps sickness off. Everyone bathes regularly now. Hard nods all round. Shuer and his people in new clothes, crude and cut, but clean, warm, lice-free, gathered to sniff each other, finding the year-round sour reek gone, replaced by a faint sun-touched scent. Then I had earth bean porridge cooked, beans mashed with water, a little salt and ginger, simmered thick, and diced rabbit fried with greens, simple dishes, but with salt's harmony giving off a lure they'd never smelled. They sat by the fire sipping careful. They'd thought last night's fish soup only delicious from hunger, but the food still stunned. How is this done? Qinghua, in a corner, had drunk her porridge without noticing and stared at the empty bowl. Far better than yesterday. The cough eased, color in her face. She looked up at me, full of confusion. Shaman, why is your food wholly unlike what we ate before? I came and took her bowl. Want to learn? Gentle. She blinked, nodded hard. I can teach you, I said. You learn, and once you're good you teach the others. That's how our tribe grows. In her once despairing eyes a new light slowly kindled. She opened her mouth, then nodded heavily, as if finding a goal. After the meal Shuer and his people were at a loss. In winter they'd had one rhythm. If there was stored food, huddle deepest round a faint fire, eat and sleep and eat. No thought of tomorrow, since tomorrow was always yesterday. Waiting for the snow to stop, for spring, since moving in winter only spent more strength. But now they sat with bellies full of hot food and soft hide on their backs, and found nothing to do, while everyone else stayed busy. Huapi and women weaving shields, Shia and men sharpening spear tips, others shoveling a path through the snow round the fence. The idle emptiness left Shuer restless. He came to me as I checked a sling, body slightly bowed, near fearful humility. Shaman, what can we do? Just command us. I set the sling down, looking at the others curled by the fire, and understood this blankness needed guiding. Decide for yourselves. The strong help Shia cut wood or clear snow outside. The less strong learn shield weaving and hide tanning from Huapi. Whatever you're suited to. He nodded half understanding and went back. Soon they spread out, clumsy at the work but beginning to fall into the fire tribe's labor rhythm. Men with shovels clearing snow, women learning the vine weave by Huapi, some round Fengyu watching him grind sling pebbles. Then a thought struck like lightning. How many years had the mouse tribe lived in that hollow? They likely knew every rock and plant of that region. Wait. I stopped Shuer heading out to shovel and beckoned a few older men. Don't go yet. I've something to ask. They gathered, puzzled. Where you used to live? I weighed my words. Did you ever see anything special? A stone animals often lick, or bitter-tasting soil? They traded looks. A middle-aged man scratched his head. Animals licking stone? No. We had many rock rats, but they don't lick stone. They gnaw bone. The others shook their heads. My brow knit, disappointed, about to send them to work. Then a thin voice from a corner. I've seen it. All turned. It was Qinghua, wrapped in hide by the fire, pale still but her eyes clear. Finding all eyes on her, she shrank shyly, then gathered nerve. Behind our cave, over a gully, there's a low basin. In winter, deer and wild goats often lick the ground there. The soil's white, very bitter. I once licked a bit by accident and my tongue went numb a long while. My heart raced. Animals lick frequently for salt, their nose for it keener than ours. What Chingwa described was almost surely an exposed salt deposit or a salt-leached alkali flat. You're sure it was white? I pressed, excited. She thought, nodded. Like frost on winter stone, but always there, even in summer. How big is the basin? Not big, she gestured. About our cave's size, no grass round it, bare looking. I breathed deep. A salt flat animals lick, barren, white-surfaced, bitter, the classic marks of a salt source. In this world, salt was more precious than gold. Blackwater lorded it on salt from the great tribe behind them. And if the fire tribe had its own salt source. We go look now, I said firm. Sure, Chingwa guide. Shia, Fengyu and 4 more, with baskets and weapons, and bring extra food. Now, Shia eyed the cold outside. The snow had stopped, but the wind bit. Shaman, the snow just fell. Just because it fell. I cut in. The wolf tribe's wiped out. Blackwater doesn't know. The others are wintering in their caves. Now is safest. Soon we set out, everyone in the thickest hide, gloves, rabbit shoes, faces and hands smeared with bear fat, vine baskets on backs, food and water at the waist. Chingwa led, weak still but with a light in her eyes, her steps slow but oddly firm. Shuer beside her, steadying her now and then, worry and a complex pride in his gaze. Up the valley, over the slope of the old mouse settlement, through snow-bent dead woods, up a scree slope, and Chingwa pointed. Here, over this, is the basin. I scrambled to the top and looked down at a shallow basin ringed by hills, small. The ground a strange gray-white, as if dusted with never-melting frost. The vegetation round it sparse and yellow against the snow's dead grass. A salt flat where nothing grows, and at its center a few bare rocks crusted white, glinting in the sun. At the basin's edge, I saw the tracks Chingwa named, jumbled animal prints deep and shallow in the snow, leading to the white flat. A surface salt deposit, exposed rock salt, I said, thrilled, and near ran sliding down to the center, crouched, scraped a layer of white crystal, tasted, bitter, with a fierce sharp salt. Mine it, my voice cracked in the wind. Scrape up every white crystal you can see into the baskets, or smash the salt-crusted rock with axes. They set to, scraping the salt frost with shovels, smashing the crusted rock with axes, the gray-white salt stone packed into baskets. Chingwa crouched to help, scraping a fistful, puzzling at the bitter stone. Shaman, what use are these bitter stones? I smiled, holding a crusted stone to her. It's bitter now because there's filth on it. Once we remove the filth, what's left is good. She nodded half understanding and joined in. Soon 4 full baskets and several pouches were gathered, the salt frost scraped clean to bare the gray-brown soil. I had marks cut in a dead tree by the basin and stones heaped at the path mouth as a hidden marker. Remember this place, I told them. Back home, no one names its location to anyone. This is our secret. Leak it, and it brings ruin. Grave nods. Back at the tribe by dusk, I didn't rest. I had jars emptied and the salt or tipped onto a clean hide at the cave's center and called people to work under my guidance. First, crushing, round stones as hammers, the big or broken to walnut size, smaller dissolving faster. The cave rang with the smashing, white powder flying in the firelight. Second, dissolving, the crushed salt portioned into jars, clear water added, stirred hard with a stick, the water clouding gray-white, the salt shrinking and freeing both its saltiness and its impurities. The jars set by the fire to speed dissolving and settle the impurities, a layer of gray-black silt collecting at the bottom in half an hour. Silt, mineral grit, insolubles. Third, filtering. I had soft-tanned hides and fine white river sand brought, laid hide over a tub, then sand on it, and poured the cloudier upper liquid through slow, the liquid dripping clearer into the jar below. Not satisfied, I repeated 3 times with cleaner hide each time, till the filtrate ran a near-clear faint yellow-brown. Fourth, boiling to crystal, the filtrate into clean jars on the fire, the brine rolling and steaming, stirred constant against scorching, white crystal forming on the inner wall like frost on a winter window as the water shrank. Smaller fire. I shifted the wood. Not a hard boil, a slow one. A long process. Everyone held breath watching the liquid go from yellow to cloudy, milky white, a white foam rising that I skimmed off, the last impurities. Then white crystal heaping at the bottom, and when the last drop went, a thick layer of clean fine salt. I licked a fingertip, tasted. Done. I rose, holding the jar up. This is salt, the fire tribe's own salt. No more watching Blackwater's faces. We have a salt source. Salt we can't finish. A beat of silence. They'd not known what I was doing. Then cheers. Shia leapt, near hitting the low roof. Fengyu turned a crystal over in the firelight like a rare jewel. Shuer and his people stared at the white conjured from bitter stone, their world overturned. I didn't let the cheering linger. Here, I set 2 jars on the fire. 2 soups, one without salt, one with. Everyone taste the difference. Both held earth beans and smoked rabbit. Once boiling, I added the new salt to one, stirred, left the other plain. Ladled 2 small bowls each. Try this first, the unsalted one. They drank, not bad, but lacking something. Now this, the salted. They drank again, and every face changed, the mouse tribe most. Shuer's spoon hung in midair, dazed, then murmuring, Gods, is this truly the same pot? Why is the taste wholly different? That's the power of salt, I said, ringing in the cave, and turned to Qinghua, gentle and grave. The salt is Qinghua's finding. This is her merit. She froze at the sudden naming, found all eyes on her, shrank back. I took from the deep a hide-wrapped packet of dried fruit dried since autumn, the sweet scent rich, and handed it over. This is your reward. In time you can go mine the salt and learn to refine it. She cradled it, fingers trembling, looked down at the amber pieces, up at me, her eyes reddening, then bit a small piece, the sweet flooding her mouth, a joy more direct than salt. I swept the crowd, grave again. The salt is now the tribe's greatest secret. No naming where the source is, no telling how it's refined, no telling how much we have. If Blackwater learns we have a salt source, they'll come like starving wolves, and whoever leaks it. I paused, my voice sinking. Is the fire tribe's enemy. Understood, solemn all round, a guarding resolve in their eyes. In Blackwater's cave, deep gray rock hung with smoke char, split naturally into outer and inner. Common folk outside, Chief Hyan within. Hyan sat on wolf pelt, head bowed over the pottery bowl in his palm, stroking the rim again and again for that fine warm feel. Since the trade it hadn't left his side, used by day to eat and drink, deliberately before his people so all saw the food in it, hidden by his side at night, as if to shut out every nightmare. The fire tribe, his mouth curved in a scheming smile. That cloaked young shaman had shown no expression at his poor salt, but he reckoned the man only put on a front. Such a small tribe couldn't have seen good salt. By now they've finished it, he murmured. That taste, once known, you never forget. They'll come begging to trade. And his next move? Less and poorer salt for more pottery, of course. He even weighed whether to tip the great tribe behind them about the fire tribe's pottery. No, not yet. If they knew they might swallow the fire tribe whole, and he'd not get a drop of soup. Get all the pottery first, then think. Chief, a voice from outside cut in, a small man peering in, fawning. The donkey tribe's here with goods. Hyan's brow rose. The donkey tribe were regulars, a trading band wandering with domesticated wild donkeys, often holding herbs and food, a node in Blackwater's trade web. He set the bowl deep in the hide. Hide my bowl well. Those donkey people have grasping eyes. Meanwhile, in the fire tribe's cave, I poured the last of the refined fine salt into a clean jar, this batch better than the first. Through trial, I'd adjusted the filtering and boiling, settling out some impurity with ash water first, then multi-layer filtering through sand and hide, then a slow simmer, giving salt white and fine, near no bitterness. Near 5 caddies in all, in 3 jars hidden in the deepest dry corner. Shaman. Shihua hesitated. I turned, what is it? He came close, low. Food. Maybe running short. So many new people, and we add extra meals sometimes. Should we ration? I shook my head. No rationing. Tonight's an extra meal too. But the snares catch little now. The river's frozen. The fish trap's useless, he frowned. Don't worry, I have a way. I rose, brushing off the salt. Get Xia, Fengyu, and a few men for heavy work, with vine baskets and axes, to the river. The river, more puzzled. It's frozen, precisely because it's frozen. A meaningful smile. Soon at the river, the water was a silver-white ice band dusted with snow powder, the wind low over it. The ice was thick. Xia struck it with an axe. Chips flew. Only a shallow mark left. Fengyu stamped. It didn't budge. Shaman, how do we catch fish here? I didn't answer, walking the bank, scanning for thinner ice. In winter, with the water under the ice short of oxygen, fish gather where the ice is thinnest or the current livelier. Since there the water-air exchange is greater and they come to breathe. At a river bend I stopped. The ice here in near clear blue-white, with fine pinhole bubble pores where gas had escaped. Here, I pointed. Smash a hole. They traded looks but swung the axes. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy dull blows. Ice flakes flying. Fine cracks webbing out. Until the ice broke and a 2-foot hole opened. The river surging up with a faint sweet water vapor that froze instantly to white mist. Ready the baskets. I directed. Mouths up, beside the hole. Fengyu, the earth beans. He handed the crushed earth beans. I scattered a fistful into the hole, the beans sinking. 1 minute. 2. The ripples settled. Everyone held breath, staring. They didn't understand. Then the surface boiled as if cooking, bubbles roiling, water spraying, silver-gray backs flashing below, fishtails thrashing into whirlpools. The fish, as if driven by some unseen force, surging from all sides to the hole. Splash! A silver-gray grass carp leapt clear and slapped onto the ice, scales flashing, mouth working. Before the others could even look stunned, the fish leapt out frenzied, fighting one another up, some falling straight into the baskets, more onto the ice flopping, like an absurd grand fishing revel staged by the gods. Gee gods! Xia's axe dropped, unfelt, his eyes fixed. Fengyu froze too, watching fish after fish bound from the hole and struggle on the ice, blank. The fish, why come out by themselves? The others stood rigid. They'd seen traps catch fish and snares catch rabbits, but those needed tools, and now I'd only smashed a hole and scattered beans, and the fish leapt to their feet, a near miracle beyond their grasp. My face stayed calm, but I breathed out. I knew the principle, but the fish's response beat my expectation. What are you standing there for? I said. Take the fish back. What won't fit in the baskets, bury in snow and mark, fetch later. They woke and pounced, grabbing the slick fish into baskets. Onto the ice. Too many. In a quarter hour 2 baskets filled and a third near full. The rest snow-buried and marked with twigs. I reckoned. At least 100 caddies. Tonight, fish soup, an extra meal. The way back the steps were lighter despite the heavy baskets. Every face near fevered with excitement. By the time we returned the fence was crowded. News had flown. The first back man telling the gatherers running to the cave. Now the whole tribe knew the shaman had caught fish at the frozen river. How is it possible? Huapi came first, half-woven vine round her fingers. The river's frozen, how? The shaman smashed the ice. Fengyu excited. And the fish leapt out by themselves. A collective gasp. They crowded to see the silver-gray fish tipped out, the biggest over 10 caddies, the smallest palm-sized, a few frozen stiff but most still working their gills, just out of the water. Out by themselves? Shihua pushed through, confusion and shock in his eyes. It's oxygen. I started, then realized the word was past them. The ice seals the river. The fish under it can't breathe, so when I smash a hole they swim over to breathe. Every few days we smash a hole, and winter's fish will last us to spring. A beat of silence, then cheers, children leaping round the heap and touching the slick scales, women already planning the cooking, more looking at me with near awe. The fire rose, jars went on, the fish gutted, gilled, washed, into boiling water with ginger, the flesh rolling in milky broth. Shuer sipped his scalding fish soup and tears came again, remembering the starving cave days, the despair of the wolf attack, the near death of the storm trek, and now sitting by the fire with salted fish soup and soft hide on his back. An old woman, done with her soup, gripped Huapi's hand, near disbelieving. You eat your fill every day with meat? Huapi smiled, patted her hand. With the shaman, every day's like this. I sat by the hearth feeding the fire, planning the next step. Fish was a stopgap, enough to see the tribe safe through winter, but for faster growth far from enough. If everyone leaned on fishing, a drop in the river's fish would be catastrophic. I needed a steadier food source. Outside, Shia was gesturing wildly, describing the ice scene loud, near fevered. She was stood by, not stopping him, only watching my way. Snow fell again. Fine over this land newly come to hope. I breathed white, warmed my hands at the fire, and at some thought my mouth curved. Blackwater's chief was probably still cradling his bowl, picturing the fire tribe's plight. A faint cold smile crossed my face. I wondered what he'd show when he saw my salt. In Blackwater, Hyan wore a satisfied smile. The donkey tribe had gone, the clop of donkey hooves on snow still echoing. Before him lay the trades hall, 2 sacks of dried greens, a fairly whole deer hide, bundles of unknown herbs, and a donkey, thin, ribs plain under the coat, starved in this early winter. But a thin donkey is still a donkey, plenty of meat to cut and bones for soup. And all of it for under half a sack of salt. Haishan eyed the donkey tethered in the corner. This donkey, slaughter it? Hyan waved, his gaze on the salt heap before him. Salt from the great tribe behind them, already middling, but he'd thought it not poor enough and mixed in much wood ash and fine dirt, darker, more impure. He cold laughed, let a fistful sift through his fingers onto the hide like dirty grit. Those donkey fools still take it for treasure, never knowing I mix anything in and trade it for a live donkey. Laughter round the cave. He leaned back on the wolf pelt, eyes shut, the young fire tribe shaman in his mind, cloaked, calm, trading pottery for his poor salt. Next time, 1 jar for a sack of salt, or use salt to force the pottery method from them. A cold curve to his mouth. Meanwhile, on the valley snow the donkey tribe moved slow. 7. The chief Ludi foremost leading a pack donkey. The snow trodden to ice grit, the donkey slipping, near falling. Chief, a man panted, pointing ahead. That's fire tribe ground. Go round. Ludi stopped, eyed the sky, leaden cloud low, sun westering. A detour, and he'd not reach his own tribe today. His gaze went to the valley, and froze. He saw a fence of branch and vine along the valley, thorny grass at the top, a wood house inside, thick thatched, farther, firelight, figures, a low harmonious din. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, fence, wood house, smoke. Such things he'd seen only at mid to large tribes. And the fire tribe? He'd heard it was a shaman-less tribe driven to the valley. How could they have a fence, a wood house? Go look, Ludi decided, a trader's keen nose in his voice. Fence, wood house, they have things, maybe trade potential. Inside the fence I crouched stirring a jar of scalding fish soup. Milky, the fat gold and pungent on top. A smoked meat in my other hand to tear in, but half my attention was on the rabbit pen. The doe's behavior had turned strange. No longer quietly eating but pawing the grass often, circling the corner, ears flat, breathing fast. I knew it. The doe would birth, in these days, maybe tonight. Shaman. Fenyu ran up. People. From the valley. Riding strange animals. I rose, handed off the spoon, and went to the lookout, peering out. Figures nearing in the snow, the lead man leading a pack donkey heaped with pouches and bundles. My eyes lit, not at the goods but the donkey. In this world a donkey isn't only meat but transport, labor. A donkey can pull a plow, carry loads, even turn a mill. Traders, I said low, a meaningful smile. A trading tribe. Fenyu, fetch the chief. Shihua came in his cloak, face wind-reddened. I pulled him aside and whispered fast, his brow knitting then easing then nodding, grave. I clapped his shoulder, signaled Fenyu to open the gate, and stepped out in my out-of-place jacket and bare cloak, waiting in the snow. Ludi stopped 10 steps off the fence, eyeing me. The fence, the wood house, his shock deepening. I'm the fire tribe shaman, I said calm. You're here to trade? He blinked, then recovered a trader's shrewd smile, patting the donkey's load. Yes, grain, hides, herbs, and, he paused deliberately, drew out a pouch and bared black-gray salt lumps. Blackwater's fine salt. Interested in a trade? My eyes swept the salt, Cold laughing inwardly. No better than Heinz poor salt, but at least not so dirt mixed. Face unmoving, I gestured inside. Come in to talk. He shook his head at once, smile drawing back to wary caution. No, can't enter a strange tribe lightly. We talk here. I nodded, not pressing. Trust costs much in this society, the wariness a survival instinct, and signaled Chihua. He came forward stiff-faced, rough, and drew out a thing wrapped in the softest dark brown chamois, unwrapping layer by layer to bear a pottery bowl. The wall smooth as a thousand-year river pebble, the rim round, the curve perfect, a deep, even gray-brown with a fine matte sheen in the snowlight. Ludi's breath caught. He'd seen pottery, chiefs cradling jars across tribes, but this beat them all. Is this pottery? His voice dry. Pottery blessed by the gods, I said calm, taking the bowl, letting the snow light through its wall. Very hard to make, needs a prayer to the gods, few succeed. His eyes glued to it, the greed near solid. A trader's nose telling him that taken to the real great tribes it would be worth many-fold. Not a vessel, but a holy thing only the noblest chief could own. Ludi's voice shook. Is there more? Besides the bowl? I had Chihua put it away, then unhooked a small pouch and tipped out white fine crystal glinting in the sun. Taste it, I held it out. He licked a little hesitant, and his pupils shrank, his whole face struck as by lightning. Salt with no bitterness, no grit, his mouth flooding with saliva on its own, licking again until I smiled and took the pouch back. This is a salt, trembling. I nodded. He whipped round to the blackwater salt on his donkey, black-gray, coarse, bitter-numbing. Then to the white fine crystal in my hand, an absurdity flooding him, then a deep flush. To have flaunted that garbage before a man with this salt? His men tasted too, the same world-shattering shock. One spat out the blackwater salt in his mouth as if it were poison. How do we trade? Ludi pressed, near abject urgency. I pocketed the salt, flat as discussing weather. These are hard to make, but I won't sell dear. To make a friend, a bowl like this and a small jar of salt, for 2 donkeys, a healthy buck and doe. He froze, looking at his thin-packed donkey, gaunt, costly to keep in winter, a waste to slaughter, ever slipping on the snow. And the man would give a God-blessed bowl for so middling a beast? His trader's instinct wanted to agree at once, but the haggling habit rose. A little more? Or more salt? The donkey's thin, but it carries loads, Then forget it. Chihua cut in cold as ice, snatched the bowl from me, wrapped it, and made to turn back inside. These are hard to make. Our own tribe hasn't enough, and a thin donkey for it. You think we lack meat? Ludi paled. He hadn't expected the stone-faced chief to round on him so hard. Eyeing the bowl, then me, dreading the trade fall through. No, I didn't mean that, he waved, smile gone fawning. I'll trade. As you say. I laid a hand on Chihua's shoulder to ease him, turned to Ludi with a gentle, near-generous smile. The chief's blunt. Never mind. I truly want to make a friend. I don't care about these trifles. I took the bowl back and unhooked a smaller pouch. So, besides what's said, I'll give you an extra small bowl too, and a few more spoons of salt, as a meeting gift. Ludi was wholly stunned. The small bowl held out, a size smaller but identical in quality, smooth, regular, God-perfect, and the extra spoons of dazzling white salt. How could I? His voice catching, not from grief but a dizzying flood of joy. A wandering trader long squeezed and bullied across tribes. His first time meeting such backward-giving generosity. I pressed it into his hands. Between friends, it's nothing. His eyes reddened. He pulled things off the donkey. Herbs, half a sack of grain, a whole hide. These for you. Worth little, but my heart in it. I took them, checking. Herbs, dried roots and leaves, unknown, kept for now. Grain, earth beans mixed with some nut, middling. Then my eye fell on a small handful of shriveled red-brown fruit, nail-sized, wrinkled, dark red. My heart skipped. I pinched one, nicked it with a nail, smelled, a familiar woody citrus spice. Licked the broken skin. Numb, not hot, that unique, tingling, tongue-numbing feel. Sichuan pepper. My voice shook with held joy, my face calm. Where's this from? Ludi glanced, dismissive. Oh, traded from an eastern tribe. They gave it as some wild fruit. No use. Numbs the tongue. We don't eat it. It sat at the sack bottom. I pocketed it, grave. From now, if you meet useless-seeming things, strange plants, strange stones, odd-tasting fruit, bring them to me. The fire tribe will trade. He nodded hard, not grasping why a young shaman wanted such junk. The trade done, the donkey tribe packed, wrapping bowl and salt and hide layer on layer like a holy thing into the deepest pouch. I murmured to Feng Yu, who ran in and out with a leaf-wrapped packet. I handed it to Ludi. A return gift. Open it. He undid the leaves. 7 or 8 gold half-translucent dried fruit pieces. The sweet scent rich, sugar concentrated by storage. A thin honey-like frosting on the surface. The donkey tribe's eyes went wide, never having seen such. The pure domineering sweet gripping their noses. This, what is it? Ludi trembling. Dried fruit, of sweet fruit, I said. One of his men pinched a piece, bit careful, near to tears, recalling some far near-forgotten happy taste. Good, he murmured. I must give it to my woman. Never tasted this. Ludi wrapped it reverent against his chest, looked at me by the fence, and bowed deep, sincere. The fire tribe's the best tribe I've seen. Whenever I have good things, I'll bring them. I smiled and watched them fade into the storm. Back inside, I held up the pepper. This is Sichuan pepper. As good as ginger and chili. It makes meat fragrant, wards insects, eases pain. They crowded to sniff the strange spice. Most didn't grasp its worth, but the shaman said good, so it was god-level treasure. Take the donkey to the shed, I told Shia. Feed it grass, don't slaughter it. This donkey's our helper from now. He let it off, puzzled, not slaughter? Keep it for grass? But the shaman's order needs no question. I stood before the shed, watching the thin donkey snuffle and chew, already sketching a new picture. A donkey, meaning I could begin the long-shelved plan, a stone mill. A donkey to turn it, earth beans to flour, grain to meal, not only for present food but preparation for future crops. With flour I could make flatbread, paste, more filling, storable food. The millstone differed from axe stone. An axe wants only hardness to take a keen edge, but a mill wants stone fine and even, not too much quartz or poor, or it cracks under grinding and grit gets in the flour, yet tough enough to bear long grinding without shattering. I told Shia and Feng Yu. Up the valley, look for gray-blue stone, smooth to the touch, no glittering grains, a dull sound when struck, not brittle like ordinary stone, and big. They went with 4 men, up the iced bank, over 2 slopes, and at a river bend found it, buried in frozen earth and scree, only a gray-blue back showing, water smoothed, a dull thock when struck like hardwood. Feng Yu ran back, excited as at a found kill. I went, confirmed it, nodded. Gray-blue shale, fine-grained, fit for a millstone, but getting it back's the problem. Millstone-sized, buried, 200 or 300 caddies at least, 6 men barely lifting it, and the valley-to-tribe path long and slick. Find round logs. I scanned, pointing at flood-washed arm-thick straight wood on the flat, a dozen odd. Puzzled, they did it. We levered the stone from the earth, patted it with hide and vine, and, the key step, laid 4 logs parallel on the snow like rails and rolled the stone onto them. Push. 6 pushed, and the once immovable stone rolled slow on the logs turning under the load, the stone advancing. As it cleared the last log, the front men relayed the freed log ahead, an ever-extending track, the great stone creeping forward steady. It moved, Feng Yu's eyes wide. Shaman, why is this lighter than carrying? The logs turn. I steadied the stone. The stone presses the logs roll, spreading its weight, and rolling has far less friction than sliding. The god's knowledge, a way to move heavy things. Shia panted but near-fevered with excitement, telling the others as he pushed, notice? Since the shaman's salt, we've more strength. Before, winter, pushing this, your arms would shake. Now we push without stopping. It's the salt, I said. Salt gives strength, stops cramps, lets you work in cold. Salt isn't only for taste, it's the strength to live. Hot eyes all round. Recalling the saltless days curled in the cave, limbs too weak to stand, and now pushing hundreds of caddies through the snow, hard still, sweat through the hides, but a strength from the bone never known. We changed logs and relayed track countless times. Uphill, all chanting and hauling with vine rope at front. Downhill, more logs behind to break. A whole afternoon, and when the stone finally rolled into the fence and onto the ground before the wood house, everyone collapsed in the snow, panting white. Faces split in the loose grin of conquering something huge. Good. I rose, brushing off. Now into millstones. The making was more painstaking than imagined. I had the stone cut with axe and shovel into 2-foot-thick discs, upper and lower. With no measure, I used fingers and vine to match diameters, the edges rough as gnawed biscuit, but roughly round. Then grooving. The lower's top face needs radial grooves, the grinding teeth, from center out like spokes, not too shallow, or the grain won't crush, not too deep, or it weakens the disc. I scribed the lines with the knife and had Shia chip along them with a pointed chisel. The tap-tap ringing inside the fence a whole day. Chips flying. Grooves forming uneven and rough, but with the channeling and crushing function. The upper's underside needs matching grooves, but offset. So turned together, they make a shearing force to crush grain. The key part was the spindle, a hard thumb-thick straight stick, one end sharpened into the lower's center hole, the other through the upper's center as the axis. The upper must turn round the axis but not wobble too much, or the gap's uneven and the flour comes coarse and fine. Last, 2 symmetric holes in the upper side for the push bars. The result, 2 rough gray-blue discs stacked, about 2 feet across, a foot thick, surfaced with crooked grooves, edges ragged, a low rumble when turned. I judged it honest. It'll do. The 2 donkeys, kept 7 or 8 days, had a little flesh now, coats glossier. I'd had a sturdier shed built and them fed grass daily, their spirits much better. But milling was another matter. I set the mill on a flat patch inside the fence, a big slab beneath against sinking, a simple wood frame above with a vine-hung pouch of dried earth beans to feed between the discs, and led the dough donkey over, harnessed in woven vine and hide breast and shoulder gear linked to the push bar. Walk. I patted its rump. It didn't move, cocked its head, big eyes puzzled at the strange stone, nostrils snorting white, pawing the snow, then turned to go back for grass. Won't go. Finyu scratched his head. Too heavy. Not heavy. It doesn't understand, I said. I had grass and crushed salted earth beans set on the ground ahead, led the donkey to scent them, tugged the harness gently to step it forward. For the food it grudgingly walked 2 steps, the mill turning with a rumble, but too slow, and it soon lost interest in the food. I thought, and had a blindfold made of soft hide tied behind its head. Blind, the donkey lost direction, and lost its fear and curiosity of its surroundings, feeling only the harness pull, hearing only its master's voice, stepping 1 foot before the other. Walk. I led the reins soft. The blind dough donkey began to circle, hooves marking a steady rhythm, the harness pulling the bar, the upper disc turning slow. I poured a fistful of stone-hard dried earth beans into the feed hole. They slipped between the discs. Rumble, rumble, low and strong. The beans crushed and sheared and ground. Fine powder squeezing from the gap to fall like snow on the slab below. Coarse grit at first, then finer and whiter as it turned, at last a fine near-flour white. It's coming out. Finyu crouched, dipping a finger, eyes round. Earth beans turned to powder? Powder fine as snow. They crowded round the white pouring out, incredulous. To them earth beans were boiled whole or smashed, never imagined as fine dust. This is bean flour. I let it sift through my fingers. It makes more things, fragrant, soft, like flatbread. Teaching flatbread stirred a small commotion. I had the flour into a bowl, water added, stirred. No yeast, no proving time. Only the simplest unleavened dough, kneaded into fist-sized balls and palm-flattened to thin rounds. I propped flat thin slabs by the fire on a slow heat. Hot, but no open flame. Lay the cake on. The first slapped on with a faint sizzle, the edge curling, small bubbles rising on the surface. Turned with a stick, it took a gold scorch-spotted color, the bean fragrance spreading richer and purer than boiled beans. Done. I tore the first cake and gave pieces to Fengyu, Shia, Huapi at the front. Fengyu took one, tossing it hand to hand for the heat, then bit. Crunch, crisp outside, soft within, a faint heat-baked sweetness, not the boiled bean stickiness nor the roast meat char, but a wholly new feel between, the starch's depth melting in the mouth, a near-smoky slab-given note on the tongue. Good, muffled, white crumbs at his mouth. 10 times better than boiled beans. More fragrant than roast meat. Huapi chewed small bites, fingers trembling. An old woman, her teeth worn. This cake crisp outside, soft inside, needing no hard chewing yet rich each mouthful, her eyes reddening. Soft, so soft, no effort to eat. Others tasted, some tearing it into hot soup, some wrapping smoked meat, some just chewing it dry for the pure grain scent. Children circled the slab waiting for the next, faces firelit red. I told them, gently grave, with a donkey and a mill, this cake can be made daily, beans to flour, water added, flattened, baked, less fire than boiling a whole pot, and better. This is the fruit of your work. Without you, no fire tribe of today. They went quiet, looking at me, flour still on my hands. And then, who first? I don't know. A low, even chorus rose inside the fence. Not a cheer, but a recognition and belonging. A will to follow this man anywhere. But I didn't let the celebration rest on flatbread. There's another dish, I said, a touch of mystery. With today's new things and our earlier treasures, this dish is called water-boiled fish. I took the biggest fish from the rack, 7 or 8 catties, smoked half-dry, firm, cut it into thick slices, salted and gingered. The largest jar went on the fire with clear water and a big lump of bear fat, waiting to boil. When it rolled, I pestled chili to bits and added it, then a fistful of pepper, then ginger and salt. An unprecedented fragrance spread, not the warm heat of ginger soup, not the simple sting of chili fish soup. The chili's burn, the pepper's numbing, the ginger's warmth, the bear fat's depth fusing in the boil into a rich red, oily broth, the scent like countless unseen hands waking the taste buds, the stomach near aching with want. In with the fish, I slid the slices in. They curled and rolled in the red, half translucent to milky white, a bright red sheen drawn over them. I stirred gently for even heat, then scattered a handful of chopped faintly bitter greens as garnish. Done. A bowl each, white fish, green leaves, a primitive, near-lavish picture. Feng Yu drank first, his whole face as if lit, red from brow to neck, tears and snot at once, mouth wide, panting, SSSS, numb and hot, the sting like current from tongue to crown. But forcing a second mouthful, when the burn and numb fused with the fish's tenderness and the broth's depth, a strange, near-addictive ease took him. Good, weeping and laughing and gulping. Good enough to die for. Shia was blunter, a big mouthful of broth and fish, then frozen like an acupoint-struck statue, 10 seconds later bursting in a deafening roar. This is food. Huapi sipped small, each mouthful a cough, a tear, but couldn't stop. A heat that seemed to drive winter's cold from her very bones, a never-known sense of being alive. The children stuck out burnt tongues, yet held out bowls for more. The old slurped and laughed, broken teeth showing. After the fish, I said through the spicy steam, don't toss the broth, you can swish vegetables in it. Earth bean slices, greens, meat strips, dropped in to cook, like sitting round the fire dropping food into boiling broth. This is called hot pot. Hot pot. A mouse woman looked up, lips red swollen with heat. Can we eat like this every day? I smiled, shook my head. Chili and pepper are few now, treasures traded from far off, used up as we use them. So, I swept the faces. Now you know why we trade for those things. Next spring we plant them, and by autumn's harvest, I paused, grave and tempting. Chili every day, hot pot, water-boiled fish, spicy meat soup, whatever you want. But for now, I raised half a flatbread, bean flours plenty, the donkey mills dozens of caddies a day, flatbread you can have every day. They looked at the red broth, at the blindfolded donkey still circling, at the heaped gold flatbread. The mouse tribe most, recalling the men who months ago despaired over half a sack of dried rat, the wolf attack's terror, the near-death storm, and now sitting here eating flatbread, drinking spicy fish soup, soft hide on their backs, warm shoes on their feet, salt jar and pottery bowl at hand, a near-choking contentment rising in every chest. The hot pot's heat faded, the din inside the fence sank, people curling into hides one by one, snores rising. I didn't rest yet, cloak on, a crude shell and oil lamp in hand. I went to the rabbit pen. The grass was pawed into a shallow hollow, the doe lying on her side at the bottom, belly heaving, breath fast and shallow, the buck pinned off in another corner pacing anxious. I crouched, brought the lamp close, saw the wet pink membrane already showing. The birth was tonight. I added dry soft grass by her and kept silent watch. Footsteps behind, Shihua, a sling in hand, low, a faint worry in it. Shaman, this thing. I tried it all afternoon. In winter the vines soaked with snow water, and even gloved my hand slips swinging. 20 tries, 7 the stone slipped early, near hit my own people. I took it, fingers over the vine. True, winter's damp swells and softens the plant fiber, friction dropping, a slick weakness in the grip. I swung twice, the pebble loose in the pouch, not hugging as usual. It can only be a stopgap weapon, I said honest, handing it back. Vines too weather-dependent. We need a better ranged weapon. The bow, of wood and sinew, unaffected by rain and snow, farther and truer. A bow, he repeated. Yes. From tomorrow send people for materials, springy bendable wood, sinew, and feathers. Without feathers an arrow wobbles like a drunken flight. But feathers, we must catch pheasants, or raise them. Next dawn Fengyu took 4 men up the valley, searching sunny sheltered slopes for tough springy wood. On the 3rd day, in snow-bent brush, they found a wild cudrania, trunk low, branches in a strange spiral, wood dense, gold-hued. I shaved a length with the knife and bent it hard. A faint creak, but it never broke, springing back. Over the next days the fence rang with whittling. I shaved the cudrania into a bow limb, thicker at the middle tapering to the ends. No plane, only the blade scraping smooth, an inner notch cut for the string. The string was hardest. We soaked, pounded, and twisted bare sinew into fine cord, but it shrank unevenly drying and split the limb at the first stringing. The second, soaked and strung, had even tension but too little spring, the arrow falling soft at 20 steps. Barely usable, I said at the 3rd stringing, drawing the limb, feeling the sluggish rebound. The arrows were worse, reed shafts straight and light, points sharpened or obsidian-tipped, but too few feathers, only 5 fletched arrows made. I tried thin wood slips for fletching, but the arrow spun like a top, all aim lost. Fengyu took the bow, drew it, stiff but focused, adjusting his finger place fast, knocked an unfletched arrow at a tree 30 steps off, loosed. It flew a crooked arc into the snow by the trunk, 5 or 6 steps off. He frowned but didn't flag, knocked again, adjusted, loosed, straighter, still off, but nearer. I watched him, and the others try. Shia's arm shook drawing, the arrow falling at 10 steps. Another man couldn't even draw full, the arrow drifting soft. Same bow, same arrows, the gap plain. I handed Fengyu the bow and the only 5 fletched arrows. This bow's yours for now. Practice aim with the unfletched ones first. He took it like a holy thing, eyes fierce. I'll drill till every shot hits. The others envied but conceded. In this world talent and strength decide all. I turned to the fence. That branch and vine barrier looked thin in the storm. How long till winter's end? I didn't know, a month, 2. But by spring I had to make the fire tribe impregnable. Chief, I found Shihua, pointing at the fence. I want it replaced with a real wall, wood frame, posts deep in the ground like the house, filled between with mud, gravel, dry grass, tamped layer on layer. Even 100 Blackwater men couldn't ram through. His eyes lit. He looked at the fence, imagining a thick earth wall against any blow, and nodded. Do it. We can't go out in winter anyway. Elsewhere, the stone axe cave reeked of rotting despair. Haisai's sling-cracked collarbone hadn't healed. He curled deep within, sallow, even his cough blood-tinged. Before Haishi lay half a frozen side of deer and a basket of sprouted unknown roots. Won't last a spring. An earless man said low. Rationed, 10 days at most. It's the fire tribe's fault, a youth shrieked, voice cracking with hunger and fear. Brother Haisai led men to rob them and got hurt by their weird thing. He can't hunt to this day. Down 3 strong hands. We couldn't catch enough. Right? The fire tribe, another agreed, a sick rage in his eyes. They robbed our luck. Cursed us with witchcraft. Haishi said nothing. He knew cursing others wouldn't fill bellies. But one thing caught him. He turned to a hunter just back. "What did you see?" The man hunched, voice thin. "I went to the river to chance it. Saw the fire tribe on the ice. Caught many fish, baskets full." A beat of silence, then disbelieving gasps. "Isn't the river frozen?" The earless man's eyes wide. The hunter nodded. "But they've a way. I don't know how they got the fish." Haishi's eyes turned, a greed-in scheme light flashing. He rose, dizzy with hunger, but forcing his back straight. "Tomorrow, follow them far and watch how they fish." "But the fire tribe has that weird weapon. How many fish at the river?" "A few. We fear 3 or 4. Worst case, we rush out and grab the fish, knowing the fishing method's enough." The air shifted, despair to a reckless fervor. Next day, the valley. Fengyu, the Quadrania bow on his back, took 3 fire tribe men to the river. He set them fishing at the hole and walked the bank upstream, looking for rabbit or pheasant tracks in the snow. Catch a pheasant, and he'd have feathers for arrows. The 3 set to, smashed the marked hole, the black water surging, bait scattered, and soon silver-gray fish leapt out. "Grab them," one shouted, stooping for a big fish on the ice. He was gloved, warm but clumsy for slick fish. It twisted in his palm, scales pricking through the fur lining, slipping his grip twice, flopping toward the hole's edge. "Off with the glove," another urged. "Use your hand. Quick, or it's gone." He hesitated, then, seeing the fish near the hole, tore off his right glove and seized it. The cold scales, like gripping iron just out of water, held fast, threw it in the basket, and went to Reg Love, but his fingers were already numb, slow. Just then, behind a snow slope, figures crept forward. "It's them," Haishi flat in the snow, very low. "Only 3, one's degloving, 2 catching fish, ready, now." Their hands frozen, weapons useless. "Charge." 7 sprang from the slope like starving wolves, howling at the hole. The 3 fire tribe men looked up aghast, blood cold at the stone axe shapes. "Run. Report to the tribe." One shoved the nearest, who scrambled valleyward yelling, "Ambush." The other 2 grabbed for slings, but their fingers were stiff, the snow-soaked vines slipping in the palm. They swung wild, the stone loose, never flying, or dropping soft a few steps off. "Ha!" Haishi roared foremost, axe high. "Their weapons are dead, winter useless. Leave the fish, and you don't run either." The 2 were driven to the hole's edge, cold water at their backs. "Fengyu!" one screamed. "Fengyu!" Upstream, Fengyu crouched behind brush, studying pheasant tracks. At the cry, he jolted as struck, leapt up, snatched the bow, and ran for the sound. Reaching the river, he saw it. 2 of his men cornered at the hole, the stone axe in a half-ring, Haishi foremost, axe raised. He didn't hesitate, stopped, feet apart, knocked, drew, the Quadrania creaking, the string at its limit, his arms shaking from the run, breath fast. But he forced it steady and aimed at the most prominent figure, the axe-raised Haishi. First arrow, a crooked arc over Haishi's head into the snow behind. The stone axe noticed and laughed. "What's that?" Haishi turned, seeing Fengyu 30 steps off with the strange bent stick. "That? A wretch who can't even throw a stone straight." Fengyu flushed, knocked the second fast, drew a breath, pulled fuller, the string groaning near to breaking, loosed, and at release pressed his wrist down, technique covering some of the instability. The arrow flew a near straight line. Thok! Dead into Haishi's throat, in below the Adam's apple, through the windpipe, half out the back of the neck. His laugh cut to a short, leaking bellows hiss. He dropped the axe, both hands at his throat, blood spraying through his fingers, a vivid red on the snow, staggered 2 steps, fell back at the hole's edge, twitched, and lay still. The laughter cut off as by a knife. The stone axe froze, watching their chief turn corpse in seconds, minds blank. Fengyu didn't stop, knocked the 3rd at the nearest big man, axe raised and lost. The arrow took his thigh, not fatal but dropping him howling, axe gone. The rest broke. "Devils!" "The devil weapon again," one shrieked, backing. But Fengyu didn't press, only 5 arrows left. He stood, bow in hand, facing them down, the storm howling between, then slowly lowered it and shouted to his 2 men, "Go." They woke and stumbled woodward. He backed off, watching the rest, finger on the string, then stopped. They weren't chasing. They'd turned to the hole to grab fish. The the blood-roused carp leaping out onto the ice. The stone axe pounced on them frenzied, stuffing them into pouches. Fengyu's eyes changed. He'd been ready to withdraw, but seeing them greedily seize the fish his men had broken ice for, fury surged. He raised the bow again, aimed at the one grabbing most. Fourth arrow missed. Fifth took the man's thigh, dropping him screaming, fish scattering. Then his arm froze. The quiver was empty. The stone axe saw it too, watching him lower the empty bow and stand barehanded, their eyes turning from fear to savagery. "He's out of arrows," one cried. "Get him. Cut him down." Fengyu backed, hand to his waist. Only a bone knife. Near no chance close against axes. No fear in his eyes. Only cold rage. The fish were the fire tribes, won by the shaman's ice method, not for robbers to take. He gripped the knife to meet them. Just then a dull whistling in the air. "Down!" a familiar voice roared. He dropped on instinct. Stones, a sky of them, came from the woods like black hail into the stone axe. The foremost took them on head, shoulder, chest, dull thuds and screams. "Shaman!" Yimpi cried far off, ecstatic. "I'd arrived with men." The stone axe broke utterly. They'd thought Fengyu alone, not so many behind. The flying stone denser and truer than before. "Fall back! Fall back!" Someone wept, dragging the wounded, scrambling into the brush, leaving corpses, blood, and scattered fish flopping in the snow, scales bloody and stark in the gray. I came to Fengyu and pulled him up. His hand shook, not from cold but the adrenaline's ebb. He looked at me, his lips moving, but I spoke first. "Well done." He bowed his head at the empty quiver, then at the bloody hole, silent. I turned to the rest, cold. "Gather the fish, search the bodies, take what's useful, then." I paused, eyeing the stone axe flight. "Let the stone axe vanish." The stone axe cave's air was a stinking dead pond, heavy and still. The three who fled fell and wounded. One's brow grazed by a sling, blood over half his face. One's arm run through by a spear, crudely hidebound. One limping, the thigh arrow pulled but the wound seeping. They brought back not fish, not food, but news of death. The fire-huddled people surged up. Haisai pushed up from the hides, the blackened vine still at his collarbone, the unhealed wound stabbing with each breath. Seeing only three return, all hurt, his face went grayer than the wall. "Where's the chief?" Hoarse as sand on bone. "Dead." The bloody-browed man collapsed, hollow. A stick shot through his throat, just one. Chief Haishi fell, all the blood sprayed out. A breath-stopping silence, then a woman's short scream like a neck-snapped chicken, then children's crying, old men's curses, a beast-like throat-rolling moan. "Run!" A youth leapt, snatching a hide for the mouth. "The fire tribe has the devil weapon. They'll kill us all. Run! Winter! It's winter out there." An old man stamped his staff. Out as death, frozen, starved. The cave boiled, some to run, some to hold, some kneeling in prayer, some frantic at the meager stores, quarrel and weeping and coughing in a soured stew of collapse. "Shut up!" Haisai roared, forcing up despite his wound, that stone axe ferocity still in the cry. He pointed at the mouth. "Taizho, move stones. Block the mouth. The bigger the better. The fire tribe can't squat outside waiting forever." In a corner a burly figure rose slow. Taizho, the strongest, eyes scattered, looking dumbly from Haisai to the mouth, then hefting 100 caddy stone like a pillow and setting it firm at the mouth. "More," Haisai rasped. Taizho kept on. 1, 2, 3. The mouth heaping into a rough, thick barrier, the others pitching in with stones, hide-bagged dirt, even frozen dung, sealing the one gap tight. Despair spread. Haisai leaned on the wall, clutching his collarbone, grim. He knew blocking the mouth was waiting to die. The fire tribe's ranged weapon could take a life across dozens of steps, and they'd come. Then the bloody-browed man laughed, light but jarring in the dead cave. "What's funny?" Haisai whirled, murderous. The man wiped the blood, a twisted near-mad grin. I know how the fire tribe gets the fish. The river freezes, they smash the ice and scatter something, and the fish leap out themselves." I'll turn to him. "We smash ice too. Scatter too. Go to the river too." The despair sagged like a punctured bladder. Food meant living. Living meant hope, and the fire tribe couldn't guard the river forever. Come the thaw, Come spring, they'd move and be lost. Yes, Haisai murmured, eyes refocusing. At dawn, we go too. They didn't know there'd be no chance. Outside, in the storm, I closed on the cave with 16, Xia and Fengyu foremost, for fire tribe men, 8 mouse tribe including Shu'er. The mouse tribe had hesitated at attacking the stone axe, just freed from being plundered by the wolf tribe. Now to plunder others, the mind couldn't turn. But I told them the stone axe had attacked the fire tribe unprovoked, meaning to rob and to wound, no different from the wolf tribe. Recalling their own tribe broken by the wolf tribe, their hesitation turned to anger and they volunteered. 16, full-geared, shields on left arms, slings at the waist, spears on shoulders. Fengyu with the Quadrania bow and 8 fletched arrows in the quiver, painstakingly made after catching pheasants, each precious, not loosed but in dire need. His fingers were cold red, but his bow hand steady as rock. Up the valley to the cliff cleft of the stone axe cave. Outside, churned snow, crossing prints, a few blood drops frozen dark red. I raised a hand, the column stopped. Surround the mouth, low. Xia, for men behind the left wall. Shu'er, for right. Fengyu, with me out front. Don't show. I'll hail them first. They spread like a silent net closing. I stood behind a rock 30 steps off and let my voice burst through the storm. Stone axe. Listen, your chief Haishi is dead. You're surrounded. Surrender and live. Come out one by one and live. Stay in, and all die inside. The voice struck the cliffs, echoed, tore in the storm. Dead silence within, then a stifled stir. I heard stones scraping. They were reinforcing the mouth. Just attack. She appeared out, very low. I shook my head, eyeing the stone-blocked mouth calm. The mouth's too narrow. Rush in and they hold the dark while ours are in the light. Too many losses. And I pointed at the firelight glimpsing within. They've sealed it. Poor airflow. Use smoke. I turned to the others. Gather dry grass, dead leaves, brush. All you can, fast. Fengyu and 2 gathered wind-piled dead leaves from the cracks. Xia cut dry grass. The mouse tribe hauled snow-wet, but still burnable brush roots. In under a quarter hour, a hill of fuel rose at the mouth. Light it, I said. The flame caught orange, licking the dry leaves. Then I had the half-wet brush and leaves pressed on. Wetwood meets fire and only smokes, a fierce white smoke laced with sharp and bitter rising like a woken python writhing at the stone-blocked mouth. Fan it. I tore a hide and fanned hard, driving the smoke through the gaps. The cave answered at once, coughing, stifled and broken, then violent racking coughs, women's screams, children's wails, men's curses pressing out the cracks like a trapped beast's keening. Keep fanning cold. Make them cough. Make them blind. The smoke thickened to a white wall over the mouth. The coughing inside became gasping, someone crying, "Stop! Stop! We'll come out. We surrender. Move the stones." I warned. Out one by one. Hands above your heads. Anyone with a weapon, shot on the spot. The stones loosened. 1, 2. The gap widening. Smoke pouring in and people pouring out. First a young woman, snot and tear-streaked. Hands up, racked with cough. Fengyu bound her hands with vine and pushed her aside. Second, third, women and children, smoke staggered, no resist, each bound. Then a burly figure at the mouth, stooped, both hands moving a huge stone, not out but aside, making room for those behind. His motions clumsy and slow but oddly steady. 2 old people and a child sheltered under him like a hen with chicks. Taizhou, Haisai's weak voice within. You go too. Taizhou looked dumbly in, then at the spear-armed fire tribe outside, and gave a vague grunt. He didn't resist or flee, seated the mouth for the last few. Then came out himself, hands at his sides, not raised but no weapon, only a confused near-blank gaze at me. Fengyu's arrow was knocked at his chest, but I raised a hand. No shooting. Bind him, I said. When the last came out and the smoke cleared, I went in with Xia and Fengyu over the rubble and ash. Worse than imagined. Smoke soot blackening the walls, the fire dead. A few wisps of smoke, several bodies in a corner, Haisai among them. Leaned on the wall, head askew, the collarbone wound black and festering, his face a dead gray-green, black blood froth at his mouth, not smoke-killed, but dead of the untreated wound plus the choke. I looked at his corpse, expressionless, recalling the river. This tribe reaching its greedy claws at the fire tribe again and again. The strong eat the weak. The rule of the primitive age. Had today's loser been the fire tribe, the one on the ground would be me. Search, I ordered. All usable. Axes, hides, stores, take it. The stone axe wealth was thinner than imagined. A dozen odd axes of mixed quality, some stiff, untanned hides, baskets of frozen, unknown roots. They're all. Shia came up, looking at the vine-strung captives kneeling in the snow, smoke-blackened, eyes scattered, like a row of spine-pulled dogs. Shaman, these people, what do we do? Kill them. I shook my head. Take them home. Take them, he frowned. They're like the wolf tribe, robbing us. Not the same. I turned, my gaze ending on Tiesho's dull face. The wolf tribe wiped out the mouse tribe, killed their people, took them as food. That's a blood feud. Absorbing them would unsettle the tribe. But the stone axe have no blood feud with the mouse tribe, and only robbed us a few times. We need hands. There's plenty of work ahead. Kill them, and it's a dozen corpses. Keep them, and it's a dozen laborers. He nodded thoughtful, looking at Tai's Ho and the shivering captives, seeming to understand. Move, I waved. Take the goods, march the captives, go home. The storm thickened as if to bury the tribe's fall. The fire tribe shouldered axes and hides and led the vine-strung captives down the valley. Fengyu came last, bow on back, all 8 fletched arrows still there, glancing back now and then at the smoke-blackened cleft as the stone axe cave faded into the storm. Once home to 30-odd, the region's dreaded fierce tribe, now only corpses and wind-scattered ash. Shuer walked by the captive line, spear in hand, his gaze complex, recalling his own tribe, the wolf tribe, the despairing night of crawling to the fire tribe through the storm. He looked at these crushed stone axe people, then at my back ahead, and felt a sudden relief at having chosen to join. Winter wasn't over, but the fire tribe's reach had grown. The mouse tribe joined, the wolf and stone axe gone. Only Blackwater and the donkey tribe known to remain nearby. Next time I met the donkey tribe, I'd ask what other tribes were about. Maybe one held good things like soybeans or pepper. Back at the tribe in full dark, the people saw the captive string and started, then cheered. Huapi came, looked at the captives, looked at me, asked nothing, only nodded and turned to arrange supper, deciding on extra meat to mark the victory. As the vine-strung stone axe were marched inside, snow began again, not the goose-feather kind but wind-driven and fine, hissing on faces. They huddled before the wood house like rain-soaked chickens, hands and feet loosely vine-bound, able to walk but not run. Some still coughed, smoke marks in the throat, ash-gray blood in the phlegm, more just shuffling numb, eyes hollow as soul-drained. Despair coiled like a cold snake through them. They'll take us for food. A stone axe woman whispered, shaking like a dead leaf. In winter, when the tribe's out of food, they take captives. A young man beside her spat, but his eyes too darted over the fence, the axes and slings at the fire tribe's waists. The murmuring spread like mold. Some wept and prayed. Some held their children tighter, as if to look less like stored meat. All of you, shut up. They jerked up to see me before them, a torch in hand, the firelight jumping on my face, my shadow long like a god risen from the dark, my eyes cold as stones in deep pools. I swept the frightened faces, ending on the muttering man. One more word, calm but metal cold, and I'll shut you up forever. Listen, not loud, but every word clear. The fire tribe doesn't eat people. If I make you as food, you'd already be corpses in the stone axe cave, not standing here breathing. But if you mean to flee, betray, or scheme, I paused, I won't spare you. Clear. No answer, but the stored meat despair sagged like a punctured bladder. The captives traded looks, the terror giving way to something more complex. Confusion, blankness, and a faint, unvoiced hope. Then they truly looked at the tribe, 2 wood houses, the second built when the fire tribe later made bows, thick thatched, walls woven branch and vine tight, built of whole logs crossed and stacked, the gaps stuffed with moss and mud, all their lives having seen only caves and lean-tos, never dreaming people could live so. The first house stood open, hung with layer on layer of smoked fish, silver gray gone dark brown, dense on the beams like strings of dried fruit. The number making the stone axe stare. Their whole tribe's winter stores wouldn't equal that one house of fish. More stunning, the two donkeys in the shed, chewing grass, coats still rough but spirited, hooves firm, a domesticated large beast they'd never seen. In their minds, such a thing, either prey or threat, never kept in a tribe to coexist. How do they have so many fish? An old stone axe man murmured. No one answered, for a stronger thing seized them. The smell, from the largest jar at the cave mouth, that domineering, numbing spicy fish fragrance. The empty stomachs, thundering protest. They saw the fire tribe round the fire with bowls of red broth, white fish, gold flatbread, someone wrapping a meat slice in a cake, fat at the mouth, an ease the stone axe had never seen. Taizo stood at the captive line's front, broader than any, shoulders like a door plank, staring dumbly at the fish jar, a thread of drool at his mouth, his belly growling loud. No thought of resist, or rather his mind couldn't reach so complex a thing. He was only hungry, dizzy with it. The jar sent the one oracle in his head. I marked it all. The stone axe were strong. Taizo especially. A frame 3 fire tribe men could barely pin, but in dreadful shape. Many hands and faces chilblained, purple ulcers stark in the wind. A babe in its mother's arms sallow, breath faint, near to dropping. Huapi, I murmured to the old woman. Bring some food, scraps will do. She nodded and went deep, returning with a big wooden basin, 2 women behind with jars. What was in it the fire tribe now counted as scraps. Fish gills, guts, swim bladders, mixed with broken earth bean and yellowed greens, half a ladle of cloudy broth. Fish organs had been the fire tribe's early food, when they wouldn't waste even those. Each shred of protein a chance to live, but with better cooking now, eaten only sometimes, no longer a table's main, more often tossed to dogs, had they dogs. I took the basin to the captives, not handing it round, but setting it in the snow and ladling broth and scraps into the wooden bowls they held out. Cue cold. A ladle each, no grabbing. Tomorrow you work. They took the bowls trembling, little in them, a ladle of broth, 2 scraps of meat, a few guts, a sheen of oil. But at the first mouthful, all froze. It was salt. Not Blackwater's black-gray, bitter-numbing poor salt, but pure fierce saltiness. The fish organ's rankness pressed to the lowest, the cloudy broth's salt savor like current from tongue to crown. A stone axe man's eyes went wide, recalling years back a pinch of salt traded from Blackwater, the chief's private hoard, common folk not even fit to lick. And now, in these scraps, there was salt? It's salt, he murmured, disbelieving. The double sting of hunger and taste broke some of them. A young man bolted his bowl in 3 gulps and lunged at the basin red-eyed for the guts. The moment he moved, a fire tribe guard cracked a spear haft on his back, sprawling him in the snow. Hugh, my voice like iron. Grab again, and you lose your ladle too. He lay with snow in his mouth, not daring to stir. The rest, greed still burning, hewed meek for the salted dole. Taizo was last, his bowl a size bigger, found on purpose, since a ladle was nothing to his frame, but even so only 2 ladles in it. He crouched, pinched the guts with 2 fingers, chewed, swallowed, then turned the bowl over and licked it inch by inch till the rough wood gleamed wet, then looked up at me. No hostility, only a pure near-childlike want. Work tomorrow, work well, and get more, I told him, and turned away. The captives finished, some gnawing the bowl rims, some sucking the broth from their fingers. A stone axe woman said low, "If only we'd been caught sooner." No one disagreed. They looked at the empty bowls, the scraped basin, then up at the wood houses, the hung smoked fish, the 2 grazing donkeys, not grasping why. The same winter, the same people, the fire tribe lived like gods while they'd only waited to die like beasts in a cave. I watched from nearby, my aim met. First, steady their nerves. Let them know they won't be eaten. Second, set rules. Let them know this was another world with another way to live. I came before them, clear in the storm. From tomorrow you work, in 4 teams of 4. I had flat boards brought, marked with charred wood. 1 line for team 1, 2 for 2, a circle for 3, a cross for 4. Teams 1 and 2. I pointed at the strongest, Taizo among them. Cut wood, haul stone, heavy labor. Teams 3 and 4, the women and old. Tan hides, feed rabbits, clear waste. light work. I tied the boards round their necks with vine. This is your tag, marking you a fire tribe slave. But remember, a slave isn't a death row prisoner. Work well, and you can be a team leader with double food. Work better. I paused, sweeping the dull faces. And you can even become a fire tribe person, no longer a slave, with a name, but only if you're worth trusting. Rule 1. No fleeing. One runs, the whole team's punished. Rule 2. No relieving yourself anywhere. There's a pit. Break it and lose food. Rule 3. Obey the fire tribe people. They traded looks. Their tribe had never had so many rules. The stone axe had one. The chief's word is the rule. And now this young shaman fitted them with rules, turning beasts into ordered worker ants. So many rules. Someone muttered, but shut his mouth as my gaze swept over. I waved. Sleep. Work at dawn. The captives were taken to the second wood house, newest, a touch smaller, the wall mud not wholly dry, but the thatch thick against the storm, dry grass on the floor, and some battered stiff stone axe hides, crude but enough to cut the grounds cold. 16 plus 2 babes squeezed in, tight, body to body, the warmth gathering in the closed space into a long-missed comfort. They curled on the grass, hearing the storm on the thatch, the salted broth still faintly warm in their bellies. So warm. A woman whispered, holding her babe tighter, warmer than our cave. And salt. A man licked his lips. If we get salt every day, being a slave is fine. The whispers ran through the house like fish just landed, testing a strange tank. Deep in the night, the snow heavier, a stone axe man opened his eyes, nudged the next, breathing the words, run or not. While they sleep, the snow heavy, our prints get covered. The nudged man blinked, then looked to the door, then at the tags on his comrades' necks, recalling the one flees all punished rule, the day's ladle of salt, the fire tribe's fish, the boy who'd shot the chief's throat through with one arrow. Run where? He asked low, a clear-eyed despair in it. Out is winter, no food, no fire. Out is death. And, he hunched, isn't it good staying here? We never had these things in our tribe. The would-be runner fell silent, looked out, the fence dim in the snow, beyond it the black woods. Run? Where? Winter, no food, no fire, and caught back? He shook his head, lay back, pulled the hide up, no running. Sleep. The other blinked, then lay to, looking at the roof beam, hearing the storm, torn, and in the end weariness and fear beat the impulse, and he shut his eyes, breath evening. 20 steps off behind a tree, Fenyu stood quiet in hide, bow on shoulder, arrow on string, eyes through the snow fixed on the house's door and windows. When it went quiet again, he lowered the bow, breathed white, and turned for his own quarters.